Chapter 9:22. The defense that the Hua family's spiritual body had just formed was broken by the golden light. Then, the golden light continued forward and pierced through the Hua family's spiritual body's back. But before the golden light could penetrate his back, the Hua family's spiritual body let out a loud cry. Flames rose around his body as he broke free from the golden light's attack and flew forward. The Hua family's spiritual body had dodged the fatal attack, but the energy in his body had also rushed into the attack. The two energies were almost perfect in quality. They collided with each other and exploded. Boom! The two forces exploded within the Hua clan's spiritual body, and a huge bloody hole appeared in his chest. His body was almost blown into two pieces. Inside his body, all of his internal organs were crushed by the energy. The Hua family's spiritual body coughed up blood, and the blood he spat out contained fragments of his internal organs. While he was coughing up blood, the spiritual body in front of him turned around and flew backward. He looked in front of him with anger and shock. In front of him, the black-robed Zichun was putting away his spear. His cold and murderous eyes were filled with surprise. You. Seeing that it was Zichun, the Hua family's spiritual body was in disbelief. Shouldn't Zichun be being chased by other spiritual bodies? Why would he appear here? He only said one word before he coughed up blood again. At the same time, a large amount of flame-like blood gushed out from the wound in his chest. The Hua family's spiritual body had a big hole in his chest. It looked extremely miserable, but it was not. At the critical moment, he protected his spiritual sense and blocked the destruction of the two energies. At the moment, he only looked a little embarrassed, but it was definitely not to the point where his life was in danger. But if it was a Xiantian realm warrior, there was no way he could survive Zichun's sneak attack. From this, it could be seen that the spiritual body was indeed very powerful. Whether it was in terms of attack or defense, it was not comparable to a Xiantian realm warrior. The Hua family's spiritual body kept coughing up blood and could not speak a complete sentence. Not far from Zichun, the golden-robed man said coldly, "Let's end this quickly. The devil ape won't be able to hold on for long. Let's end this quickly." Zichun nodded, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "You want to kill me? Dream on." The Hua clan's spiritual body finally let out a complete sound. After that, he urged the spiritual body to mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy in order to heal his injuries. Although the injuries were not fatal, they would affect his origin energy. After all, many of his meridians had been crushed. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi madly converged towards him. His injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of recovery speed was almost comparable to swallowing a treasure pill. However, it was a pity that his opponent was not one person, but two. Furthermore, their combat power was comparable to that of a spirit body. Therefore, even though he kept retreating while recovering from his injuries, he could not completely shake off the two of them. Zichun and the golden-robed man caught up to him one after another. One of them used perfect strength and displayed the most powerful and perfect combo. Every strike would cause a tremor to resound between heaven and earth, and every strike would cause a large amount of golden light to flash. It was very impressive. The other used two types of perfect origin energy. Two types of perfect origin energy appeared in the same technique, causing the power of the technique itself to increase by several times. The destructive power that was produced was not any weaker than the golden-robed man's attack. In just 3 breaths, the Hua clan's spiritual body was sent flying. The surging heaven and earth spirit chi around him was also scattered. As he was sent flying, he coughed up blood continuously. His injuries worsened, and his eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, he was fighting 1 against 2 while injured. He had no chance of winning at all. Instead, his life was in danger. Therefore, after being sent flying, he decided to escape. However, with Zichun and the golden-robed man, who both had extreme speed, it was undoubtedly impossible for the Hua clan's spiritual body to escape under such circumstances. Before he could escape for a few miles, he was hit by the two of them again. His injuries became even more serious. Zichun is here. Zichun is here. Knowing that there was no hope of escaping, a hint of madness appeared in the Hua clan's spiritual body's eyes. He released his spiritual thoughts and sent 2 thunderous voice transmissions into the distance. After sending the voice transmissions, he no longer dodged. Instead, he took the initiative to rush towards Yichen. Die, you guy with the 3 pages of the heavenly book. As he rushed over, the Hua clan's spiritual body was still roaring. The Hua clan's spiritual body's roar caused a hint of surprise to appear on the golden-robed man's face. He glanced at Zichun with great surprise. However, the Hua clan's spiritual body's plan only had a slight effect. After that, the 2 of them worked together to launch a powerful attack. Under the full force of the attack, the injured Hua clan's spiritual body could not withstand it. The number of bloody holes on his body increased, and half of his body was almost cut in half by Zichun. The Hua clan's spiritual body's thunderous voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Naturally, it reached the ears of the spiritual bodies chasing after him. When they heard this voice, their expressions suddenly changed. They looked at the figure in front of them that was gradually catching up. However, they discovered many things that were not right. For example, why did Zichun not use the heavenly thunder wings but only use extreme speed to escape? He knew that the distance between them was getting closer, but he did not increase his speed. That's a doppelganger. Let's go back. Naturally, there was an extremely special existence in the group. After discovering the suspicious points, they further confirmed that the one in front of them was a doppelganger. However, the demonic ape was real, and the one they were looking for was Zichun. The group of spiritual bodies began to speed up their retreat. As for the original Xiantian realm warriors, they continued to chase after the demonic ape. They were determined to kill it. After the demonic ape fled for tens of thousands of miles, it stopped running. Beside it, Zichun's doppelganger dissipated. The demonic ape turned around, its scarlet eyes filled with killing intent. At this moment, it held a black rod in one hand and a strange object in the other. It took the initiative to rush towards the dozen or so Xiantian realm warriors. Boom! The flames that filled the sky were dispersed by the combined efforts of Zichun and the golden-robed man. The Hua clan's spiritual body was revealed. Seizing the opportunity, Zichun displayed extreme speed. He became one with his spear and rushed forward like a cold bolt of lightning. With a puff, the spear light flashed and the Hua clan's spiritual body was split into 2. He flew into the sky with the head of his spiritual sense. As for abdomen, who contained Yuan Li, he fell to the ground with the lower half of his body. With his body split and his combat power completely lost, the Hua clan's spiritual body finally showed fear on its face. It screamed. In the face of death, it was no longer calm. Die. This time, it was Zichun who spoke. A golden light rushed out from his sea of consciousness. After this golden light appeared, it turned into a solid sword. It was a golden sword that was incomparably dazzling. It went straight for the Hua clan's spiritual body. This was the spiritual sense technique Zichun had learned from Mr. Wu. At that time, Zichun had almost died from this technique. Now, he was using this technique against the enemy. The golden sword went straight into the Hua clan's spiritual body. Then, it broke through its layers of defense and went straight to the center of its soul. The quality of Zichun's spiritual sense was naturally higher than that of the Hua clan's spiritual body. After it turned into a solid attack, its power was naturally stronger. Boom! The powerful golden sword pierced into the depths of its opponent's soul. Because the power was too strong, the Hua clan's spiritual bodies had exploded. The third spiritual body of the 5 Elements faction was destroyed. At this time, the other spiritual bodies rushed over and saw this scene. The death of the Hua clan's spiritual body caused their expressions to change drastically. The Jin and Tu clan's spiritual bodies' expressions became extremely ugly. This was because they had degenerated from the strongest alliance to the weakest. After killing the Hua clan's spiritual body, Zichun put away his spear and turned around. His cold eyes fell on the newcomers. When the 2 sides met, there was naturally not much to say. It was a life-and-death battle. One side wanted to seize the treasure, and the other side wanted to protect it. Before Zichun was killed, there would naturally be no internal strife. A group of people rushed towards Zichun and shouted, They wanted Zichun to not run away. At the same time, Zichun made an unexpected decision. He did not run away. Instead, he held his spear and rushed towards the crowd. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in everyone's eyes as they launched powerful attacks. Facing so many attacks, a pair of lightning wings appeared on Zichun's back. He displayed his extreme speed, and after dodging a few attacks, he rushed towards one of the people. Zichun was attacking the two clans' spiritual body. Using his extreme speed, he arrived in front of his opponent and engaged in close combat. This was out of everyone's expectations. When everyone reacted, Zichun was already entangled with two clans' astral spirit body. Two clans' astral spirit body was retreating while Zichun was advancing. While Zichun was advancing, Zichun was attacking. With the two types of essence force working together, they could break through his defense and injure him. The two clans' spiritual body's defense was slightly stronger than the others, but it still could not block Zichun's attacks. If the two sides continued to fight like this, the one who would die would definitely be the two clans' spiritual body. "Kill, don't worry." Seeing the two entangled, Heiba's eyes flashed with joy. Madness appeared on his face. This was even better for them as they could kill two at once. It was like killing two birds with one stone. The more spiritual bodies that died, the higher their chances. At that moment, a loud and clear sword cry rang out. Light flashed between the heavens and the earth, and a sword light like a waterfall appeared. As soon as the sword light appeared, it carried a strong sword will and went straight for Zichun. Clang! Zichun swept his spear and displayed the heaven-piercing spear art. Two types of perfect yuan qi surged on the spear and clashed with the sword ray. At the moment of impact, the two types of energy exploded, turning into a destructive storm that spread out in all directions. The two clans' spiritual body wanted to use this opportunity to retreat and increase the distance between them to fight with Zichun. However, Zichun flapped his lightning wings and rushed in front of him again. Two types of almost perfect yuan qi appeared as Zichun attacked his opponent. The two clans' spiritual body was knocked back and coughed out blood. Zichun flapped his wings and rushed forward to attack. The distance between the two was not less than a few steps. The other people's large-scale attacks would definitely hit the two clans' spiritual body. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Zichun had the thought of dragging someone down with him even if he had to die. Attack, kill. As the cold voice sounded, Heiba and the others finally seized the opportunity to attack. Powerful spiritual senses rushed out from the glabellas of the five of them. These spiritual senses transformed into various shapes in the air and charged towards Zichun. The attack speed of spiritual senses was faster than yuan qi. The few of them took advantage of the time when Zichun did not have enough energy for his next attack. Hence, this attack was almost impossible for Zichun to dodge. Once the five spiritual senses were released, they rushed towards Zichun with a terrifying aura. Previously, when they worked together, they could kill two spiritual bodies. Now that the five of them worked together, killing the origin core realm Zichun was even easier. Chapter 9:23. These five spiritual sense attacks were extraordinary. Zichun immediately felt danger approaching. After turning his head, his pupils shrunk, and he tried to use his extreme speed to dodge the spiritual sense attacks. Unfortunately, the spiritual sense attacks were too fast, and his extreme speed was useless now. Seeing Heiba and the others taking action, the others also gave up on attacking and stared at the front. Previously, when they worked together, they were able to kill two spiritual bodies. Now that the five of them were working together to deal with the origin core realm Zichun, they were confident that they could kill him in one hit. At this moment, everyone seemed to be waiting for the scene of Zichun's head exploding with a bang. If the battle continued like this, there was a 90% chance that Zichun would die. However, at this moment, Heiba, who was leading the attack, suddenly transmitted his spiritual sense. 3 strikes, 3 kill Zichun, 2 kill the spiritual bodies. The 5 spiritual senses that were attacking Zichun suddenly split into 2 and attacked the spiritual body of 2 clan. However, they did not underestimate Zichun, and 3 of them went straight for Zichun. The 2 clans' spirit body had always been in a state of alert. He did not let his guard down even when the five of them attacked him with their spiritual senses. Just as two spiritual senses suddenly turned to attack him, his expression changed and he made some simple and effective defenses. In a flash, three spiritual senses rushed into Zichen's mind, and two of them went straight into the spiritual body of Tu Clan's forehead. At the same time, a golden light like a waterfall appeared between heaven and earth. The golden light was extremely dazzling, and it emitted an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. It turned into a sharp blade and slashed towards Heba and the others. Wherever the sharp blade passed, ripples appeared in the space. This attack was extremely powerful. The one who attacked was the spiritual body of Jin Clan, and its target was Heba and the others. However, when Heba and the others were scheming against Zichun, they naturally expected this to happen. They did not let their guard down and remained vigilant. After attacking with their spiritual senses, many strange beasts appeared around them. At this moment, these strange beasts rushed toward the golden blade, using their bodies to block the attack. However, everything was not over yet. Others started to plot against them. Tyrant Body also moved at this moment. His target was Heba and the others. He flashed and rushed towards Heba and the others. He launched an overbearing attack, wanting to destroy Heba and the others. Suddenly, the void was torn apart as a surge of murderous intent surged out. The assassin who was looking for a chance to kill also made his move, but his target was the two families' innate spirit body that was not far away from Zichun. The long sword on Jinshin's back was unsheathed, and a sharp sword light shot towards Zichun. The void broke open again, and a golden figure appeared. The target was none other than the spiritual body of the Jin family. Chaos, complete chaos. After Heba and the others made their moves, everyone also made their moves. The gap between their attacks was less than a breath. If things went according to their plan, then this would be the result after they made their moves. Zichun would be killed by the five spiritual senses. The Jin family's innate spirit body and tyrant body would be able to kill at least 2 out of the 5 people in Heba's group, and most likely 3. Jinshin added another strike because he was worried that if Zichun did not die, then the 5 spiritual senses and this strike would definitely kill Zichun. As for the 2 families' innate spirit body, he would be in a state of shock and be killed by the assassin's sure-kill attack. In this way, the Jin family's innate spirit body would be the only one left in the 5 elements forces. Naturally, he would die in the next fight for the Heavenly Book. As for Heba and the other local forces, there would be 3 or possibly 2 people left. Their spiritual senses were relatively strong and could be a threat to the innate spirit body, but their attacks were not enough. Naturally, they would die in the end. In the end, there would only be 3 people left: Tyrant Body, Jinshin, and the assassin. The 3 of them would fight for the 3 pages of the Heavenly Book. As for who it would belong to in the end, this was the final consideration. Even if the 3 of them split it equally in the end, they would each get a page. As for the perfect body, it was an unexpected existence. No one expected that there would be one hidden in the dark. After all, when they came, they only saw Zichun and thought that the person who fought the Hua family's innate spirit body was Zichun. This was the conclusion they came to in an instant after calculating each other. Then, they made their move. If this were to continue, the final winner would definitely be Jinshin and the other 2. However, who knew that there would be an unforeseen event in the first round? Heba and company did not try their best to kill Zichun. Instead, they split up their spiritual senses and wanted to kill the 2 families' innate spirit body. The spiritual sense attack was the first to arrive. It rushed into the 2 families' innate spirit bodies' sea of consciousness. The latter's body shook violently. Layers of defense formed in the innate spirit body's sea of consciousness, blocking the 2 spiritual sense attacks with all its might. However, this way, the 2 families' innate spirit body did not have the opportunity to take the initiative to attack. The surging aura around him also receded like the tide. At this moment, the void broke open and killing intent surged. A sharp blade directly pierced into the back of the 2 families' innate spirit body's head. At this moment, the 2 families' innate spirit body was blocking the spiritual sense attack. The outer layer of defense formed was extremely weak. Under the sure-kill attack, it was almost useless. The sharp blade pierced in without any accident. Then, a terrifying surge of energy directly slaughtered the two families' innate spirit body. When the two families' innate spirit body was slaughtered, the other two spiritual senses that entered also suffered unimaginable damage at this moment. With the two families' innate spirit body dead, the two spiritual senses that attacked him rushed out pathetically and wanted to return to their bodies. In Zichen's sea of consciousness, the spiritual senses were as vast as the sea. Just as the three spiritual senses attacked, Zichen's boundless spiritual senses instantly transformed into three sharp blades and rushed towards the three spiritual senses. The spiritual senses in Zichen's sea of consciousness clashed intensely. In the blink of an eye, they could exchange hundreds of blows. Although Zichen's spiritual sense blades were not as big as the three spiritual senses, their quality was much higher than the three spiritual senses. Zichen relied on the spiritual senses of his Dantian to block hundreds and thousands of attacks from the three spiritual senses. However, in the end, the spiritual senses of the three spiritual senses were still stronger. In the midst of the clash, Zichen's blades were clearly dimmed. Heiba's sinister laughter could be heard. Zichen, go and die. The three spiritual senses broke through the three blades formed by Zichen and rushed towards the center of Zichen's sea of consciousness. Once they reached there, Zichen would definitely die. However, at this moment, the three of them screamed as if they had seen a snake or a scorpion. They rushed out of Zichen's sea of consciousness. Moreover, when the three spiritual thoughts rushed out of the depths of Zichen's sea of consciousness, they seemed to have suffered heavy injuries and were obviously much dimmer. Buzz. Suddenly, a trembling sound came from the depths of Zichen's sea of consciousness. A page of the heavenly book flew above the sea of consciousness, and a blinding golden light lit up the entire sea of consciousness. A strange and mighty force came out from the heavenly book and turned into a vibration force that spread throughout the entire sea of consciousness. Wherever the vibration force passed, Zichen felt as if he had been enlightened. His spirit was clear, and he was in high spirits. The spiritual senses that had just been greatly exhausted were instantly recovered. On the other hand, Heiba and the other two screamed again when the vibration force passed through their mouths. Their bodies became even more illusory. Pong. The spiritual thoughts of one of them actually exploded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. After the explosion, the spiritual thoughts did not produce any destructive power. Instead, they turned into pure spiritual thoughts and gathered towards the heavenly book in the sky above his sea of consciousness. The other two flew out of Zichen's sea of consciousness by a hair's breadth. Their faces were full of fear. All of this happened very quickly. Just as the two spiritual senses rushed out, they met the spiritual sense that killed the two families' spiritual body. The four spiritual senses met in the air and returned to their physical bodies in a sorry state. Jinshin's sword fell on Zichen's body. Under the powerful attack, it broke through Zichen's defense. Because Zichen knew how to attack with spiritual senses, Zichen could still control his body while fighting back. The defense formed on his body was still very strong. However, this extremely strong defense was broken through by the sword. Then, the sword hit Zichen and broke through his body. At the same time, the powerful energy contained in the sword beam sent Zichen's body flying. After the battle ended, the Jin family's spiritual body on the other side struck out with a sharp blade that slashed through almost all the exotic beasts. At the same time, it struck a native faction's powerhouse and directly slashed his body apart. At the same time, the overlord body also shattered a person's body. Blood splattered. The Jin family's spiritual body that had just schemed against others was also sent flying by the perfect body and was severely injured. The battle almost happened in an instant and ended in an instant. However, in that instant, one of the spiritual bodies was killed and two of the native factions were killed. One died at the hands of Zichen, and the other was blasted apart by the overlord body before his spiritual senses could return to his body. The battle ended in an instant. Everyone subconsciously retreated and was completely on guard. Apart from some post-battle energy surging, there was no other sound. The scene turned into a 3-2-1 situation. Jinshin and the other two, 3 from the native faction, Zichun and the perfect body. The weakest was the Five Elements faction, which was previously the strongest. Only the heavily injured Jin family's spiritual body was left. The other four had been schemed to death. Among the remaining people, the Jin family's spiritual body had the ugliest expression. From the strongest faction to the weakest, it was even in danger. His face was livid as his cold eyes swept across the crowd, but he didn't know what to say. Good, good, very good. He nodded as a cold glint surged in his eyes. He said coldly, "Consider yourself ruthless today. I don't want the heavenly book, but the Five Elements faction will definitely settle this score with you in the future." With that said, the Jin family's spiritual body flashed and left. However, at that moment, a golden light flashed as the perfect body stood in front of him. He said coldly, "You won't be able to leave today." A cold glint flashed in the Jin family's spiritual body's eyes as he said coldly, "How dare you stop me?" The perfect body shook his head and said, "I'm not stopping you. I'm killing you." With that said, he attacked the Jin family's spiritual body with all his might, as though there was an irreconcilable grudge between the two of them. With the perfect body against the Jin family's spiritual body, there were only 7 people left. The scene was 1 against 6. Zichun was 1, while the other party was 6. Heiba, die. However, under such circumstances, Zichun roared and charged at Heiba with the Dragon Soul Spear, ignoring his injuries. Chapter 9:24. Heiba was killed on the spot by Zichun with a single blow. His spiritual senses were damaged by the heavenly book, and before he could recover, Zichun attacked him. Although Heiba was at the peak of the early stage of mortal origin stage, his combat power was not very strong. At most, he was on par with a Xiantian martial artist of the same level. He was still a distance away from a spirit body. His only reliance was his spiritual senses, but now his spiritual senses were also injured. 2 of them were injured by the assassins, and the other 2 were injured by the heavenly book. After Heiba's death, Zichun did not let the other 2 go. He turned into a ray of light and dodged a weak attack. Then, he pointed at one of them. It was Wu Chong. He was lucky to still be alive. His sneak attack on Zichun had failed. Zichun pointed his finger, and a terrifying fingerprint appeared. Above the fingerprint, 2 types of perfect Yuanli were operating. The fingerprint easily broke through Wu Chang's defense and pointed at his forehead. Before his spiritual senses could escape, the fingerprint exploded. The turbulent destructive power swept over Wu Chang. Wu Chang screamed in pain and then went silent. When the destructive power dissipated, Wu Chang's body fell to the ground with a hole in his forehead. The last one was Zhang Qing. He was more cunning than the other 2. When he sensed that something was wrong, he began to escape. Judging from the current situation, it was almost impossible for him to get the heavenly book. He managed to avoid Zichun, but he could not avoid the others. Mighty Body appeared in front of Zhang Qing at the right time. He directly attacked and killed Zhang Qing. Heiba and the others were not strong. They only relied on their spiritual senses, but they had killed 2 spiritual bodies. This was a record that they could be proud of. So far, the 7 native forces were all dead. None of the mutated beasts they had brought with them were alive. On the battlefield, there were only a few trial takers left. After Mighty Body killed Zhang Qing, he grinned at Zichun and said, "I'll kill him for you." Zichun stepped back and looked ahead cautiously. At the same time, he released his spiritual senses to sense the surroundings. The people of Overlord Physique and Sword Sect were in front of them. As for the killer who killed 2 clans' spiritual body, he had disappeared and was hiding in the dark. The wounds on Zichun's body that had been torn apart by the sword flash were slowly healing. It had to be said that the perfect body's defense was strong, and its recovery was even stronger. Tyrant Body and the people from Sword Sect didn't attack immediately. Tyrant Body looked at Zichun mockingly and said, "There's one more here. I don't mind giving you some time to deal with him." The Tyrant Body was obviously referring to the Jin family's spiritual body. At that moment, the Jin family's spiritual body was restrained by the perfect body and couldn't even escape. If it were any other spirit body, the other party would have fled long ago. However, the perfect body's attacks were close combat. Once it was entangled, it would launch a combo attack that couldn't be shaken off. Zichen took a deep look at the two people in front of him. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the Jin family's spiritual body. Zichen naturally knew what the two were planning. It was nothing more than making the Jin family's spiritual body feel despair. Then, it would be ruthless and risk its life. In a desperate state, it would often be able to stimulate all its combat strength. Perhaps it could make Zichen suffer a huge loss. When the three of them attacked, it would be relatively easy to kill Zichen. Imagination was excellent, but reality was always different from imagination. Zichen flashed forward and fought 2 against 1, forcing the Jin family's spiritual body to retreat. One had a melee combo attack, while the other had extreme speed. The Jin family's spiritual body had no hope of escaping. The next moment, he indeed went crazy. The technique he used was abnormally sharp. The world lost its color in the next moment. Boundless golden light filled the entire sky. This was the power of metal. It was extremely terrifying as it carried the Jin family's spiritual body's life force attack. Zichen's body also shimmered with light. He pushed his perfect body to its limits. As his lifeblood boiled, the sound of surging waves could be heard. He waved his fist and pointed, striking out a perfect punch and lightning finger to meet the Jin family's spiritual body's powerful attack. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, energy exploded and the two of them were sent retreating. However, just as the Jin family's spiritual body retreated, the perfect body stepped forward and launched another series of attacks. The Jin family's spiritual body's expression was ferocious as he wanted to self-destruct. Unfortunately, under the perfect combo, he didn't have the time to activate his core essence to self-destruct. As the Jin family's spiritual body retreated, Zichen also retreated. He retreated step by step, and with every step, the void would tremble. Following that, spatial ripples spread from beneath his feet. At that moment, Zichen's retreat was completely involuntary. As he retreated, he was still neutralizing the impact from before. It could be said that he was already in a state of weightlessness. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for a person to protect themselves. It was even harder to attack. As an assassin, if he missed such an opportunity, he would definitely be struck by lightning. Furthermore, he didn't deserve to be called an assassin who was known to be able to kill with one strike. The void behind Zichen silently tore open as a pitch-black sword beam stabbed at Zichen's back. When the sword beam arrived in front of Zichen, the monstrous killing intent began to surge. This strike was very ingenious and professional. He didn't attack the back of the head, but the back of the heart. This was because if it was the back of the head, Zichen would definitely be able to sense it in advance. Perhaps he would instantly dodge and avoid the fatal strike. However, if it was the back of the heart, the perception would be weaker. Although it was only a little, it was enough for the assassin to seize the opportunity to kill Zichen. The sharp blade directly pierced through the assassin's back. The attack was successful and effective. The pitch-black sharp blade pierced through Zichen's back and into his chest. It pierced through his body and came out of his chest, causing a chill to run through his heart. This was a sign of a fatal strike. In the next moment, as long as the energy in the assassin's blade surged, it would shake off Zichen's body and kill Zichen. He would also take the opportunity to take away the 3 pages of the heavenly book that fell from Zichen's body. Then, he would immediately hide and escape. The assassin's plan was naturally brilliant. However, before he could sneer, the energy on the blade tore apart Zichen's body. He felt a dangerous aura approaching. Strangely, he found that the dangerous aura actually came from Zichen, who was in front of him. Zichen was about to die. How could he bring danger to the assassin? The thought flashed through his mind in a very short time. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to make a strike. However, if it was a strike in advance, it would be a different story. Just as the blade pierced through Zichen's chest, Zichen didn't dodge. It was as if he could predict the future. Instead, he let a ray of golden light pass through his right shoulder. It directly pierced through his shoulder and then went straight to the assassin's head. The attack actually pierced through his shoulder. This was completely out of the assassin's expectations. The golden light that pierced through Zichen's shoulder was like a venomous snake. It made the assassin feel a strong threat of death. His face instantly changed. In the face of death, the assassin couldn't help but panic. At this moment, he had two choices. One was to use the terrifying energy of the blade to immediately kill Zichen. However, if he did that, the golden light would also fall on him. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would suffer unimaginable injuries. Under such circumstances, he would only end up being hacked to death by his allies. The second choice was to give up on attacking Zichen and dodge Zichen's attack. However, his previous attack and Zichen's self-harm would definitely cause Zichen serious injuries. This wasn't a difficult choice. Almost everyone could make this choice as quickly as possible. Although assassins were cold, ruthless, and bloodthirsty, they were still human. They might be cruel to others, but that didn't mean they wouldn't be cruel to themselves. They didn't blink when they killed, but that didn't mean they wouldn't blink when they were killed. Moreover, if they died, others would benefit from it. The assassin didn't hesitate and immediately made his choice. He wanted to pull out the blade and dodge Zichen's attack that would cause both sides to suffer. It was a beautiful thought, but the reality was that when he tried to pull out the blade, he found that it was as if the blade had grown out of Zichen's body. He couldn't pull it out. He subconsciously paused again, but the blade was still firmly stuck in Zichen's chest. It didn't move an inch. In the time it took for him to make his choice and pause, the golden light that had already shot out was enough to reach the assassin. The golden light was slanted upwards, so it pierced through the assassin's face. Then, it pierced through the assassin's face and rushed out from the top of his head. This attack was supposed to enter the assassin's mouth and come out from the back of his head, but the assassin dodged it. However, this degree of dodging was useless. No matter if it pierced the face or the mouth, the final result was the same. It pierced through the head. The golden light was the dragon soul spear. It connected Zichen and the assassin together. On the blade in front of Zichen's chest, golden blood gushed out like flowing water. This blood came from Zichen's hand. It was precisely because he was holding on to half of the blade that the assassin couldn't pull out the blade and successfully leave. Time seemed to have frozen. The two of them stood still in the air. Zichen had two wounds on his body that completely penetrated his body. Golden blood flowed out from the wounds. There was one on the assassin's body that penetrated through his head. The assassin's eyes were already wide open, almost protruding out. Zichen's eyes were calm, but there was a touch of madness and fear in his eyes. With his head pierced, the assassin naturally couldn't be alive. The assassin was dead, but Zichen was still alive. This scene caused Jianshin's and Overlord Body's expressions to change drastically. The development of the situation was truly unexpected. However, after the two of them recovered from their shock, they charged at Zichen. Although Zichen wasn't dead, his injuries were definitely very serious. This was an opportunity. As for the crazy Jin family spirit body, it happened to be restraining the perfect body. 2 against 1, and against the injured Zichen, the two of them were extremely confident. Peng. However, at this moment, an explosion was heard. It was the Jin clan's spiritual body that was flashing with the light of perfect power, and then it directly exploded. Under the repeated attacks of the perfect body, the Jin family spirit body finally couldn't withstand it and was blasted apart. After destroying the Jin family spirit body, the perfect body's face turned somewhat pale. With a flash of light, a strength fruit appeared in his hand, and he swallowed it without any hesitation. During this period, the assassin behind Zichen's body also exploded. After that, Zichen jolted out the sharp blade that had stabbed into his chest. At the same time, he pulled out the dragon soul spear that had stabbed into his body. When he pulled out the dragon soul spear, his expression didn't change, just like when he had stabbed it into his body. Chapter 9:25. The battle situation changed in an instant without any warning. There were no rules to follow. Zichen used extreme speed to dodge the two strikes before retreating. After retreating to a certain extent, his minor injuries recovered. At this moment, the perfect body's recovery speed was displayed vividly. The scene became a 2-on-2. Zichen and the perfect body's expressions were extremely calm, but the expressions of Sword Sect's Sword Heart and Overlord Body were extremely gloomy. At that moment, The duo's expressions were gloomy. They felt a deep sense of fear towards Zichun. Clearly, the killer's death wasn't a coincidence. Despite knowing that the killer was hiding in the dark, Zichun still clashed with the injured Jin family spirit body. After the collision, Zichun lost his center of gravity and retreated. Then, the killer seized the opportunity to unleash a sure kill strike. All of this looked extremely normal, but on careful thought, there were many loopholes. When the killer struck, the Dragon Soul Spear in Zichun's hand also moved. However, it was an instant later than the killer. The two of them guessed that Zichun had deliberately been late. He had long sensed the killer's location and deliberately lured him in. After the killer attacked, Zichun had already thought of his thoughts and choices. The situation in front of him was extremely disadvantageous for Zichun. If he wanted to quickly turn the situation around, he had to kill one person first. Zichun chose the fastest and most effective way to trade his life for his life. Of course, this was also a gamble. If the killer was ruthless and traded his life for Zichun's, then Zichun would definitely die. However, the truth was that the killer wouldn't sacrifice his life for two outsiders. He wouldn't sacrifice his own interests to help them. 2 on 2. Which one do you choose? Zichun asked as he looked coldly at the two people in front of him. I'm a perfect body. I'm from the body cultivation lineage. It's better to fight the overlord body, the perfect body said. All right, I'll fight the one with the heart of the sword. The two of them quickly found their target. Sword Heart sneered when he heard that. Even if it's a one-on-one, you have the confidence to kill me? Zichun shook his head and said, No, but you will definitely die. Jinshin laughed heartily. What a good certain death. Your will is strong enough. If you join my sword sect, you will definitely be able to cultivate a sword heart. Zichun looked at Kenshin and said coldly, Your Kenshin disgusts me. Since they were not on the same page, a fierce battle ensued. For the heavenly tomes, no one would back down. Hence, this battle was destined to be a battle of life and death. The perfect body collided with the overlord body, triggering a tremendous force that caused space to constantly distort. Explosions sounded like thunder in the sky as the two of them fought in midair. As they fought, they retreated into the distance to fight to the death. With a clanging sound, the long sword on Jinshin's back was unsheathed. The long sword was exceptionally sharp and emitted a cold light. The tip of the sword was pointed directly at Zichun. Zichun held the Dragon Soul Spear tightly in his hands. The originally silver body of the spear was now emitting a golden light. However, within this golden light, there was also a silver light flashing. This silver light was not the light of the Dragon Soul Spear, but the power of the extreme En Thunder Yuan. As the sword sect's Jinshin, I'm at the human origin realm and can mobilize the sword intent of heaven and earth. If I can't even kill a mere origin core realm cultivator like you, I'm really not worthy of being the future leader of the sword sect. Jinshin said coldly. As his voice fell, the sword in his hand seemed to sense Jinshin's emotions and shone even more brightly. A crisp sword hum sounded from the sword. This sword actually had a spirit. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth also surged crazily at this moment. Vaguely, Zichun seemed to hear a sword hum coming from all directions. There were swords everywhere. The swirling spiritual energy of heaven and earth caused Zichun's black robe to flutter. The cold sword intent scraped Zichun's cheeks painfully. Zichun's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Jinshin was like a spirit body, extremely difficult to kill. Although Zichun had successfully killed two of them, there was more calculation involved than actual strength. At this moment, he was facing Jinshin head-on, relying on strength and combat power. Calculation was useless. The pressure on Zichun grew. It seemed that at this moment, swords appeared from all directions and were all aimed at him. In the next moment, 10,000 swords would pierce through his heart. Zichun held the Dragon Soul Spear tighter in his hand. His pupils shrank slightly, and the aura around him gradually rose. Perfect Yuan energy began to surge. Zichun resisted Jinshin's pressure. His eyes were unyielding, unwilling, and filled with killing intent. At this moment, the Dragon Soul Spear in Zichun's hand seemed to sense Zichun's emotional fluctuations. A loud dragon hum sounded from it. After the dragon hum sounded, The dragon soul spear in Zichen's hand glowed with a silver light. The golden light could not suppress the silver light. The dragon soul spear's silver light was dazzling, and an extremely terrifying aura surged on it. This aura faced off against Jinshin's sword. The dragon soul spear in Zichen's hand also had a spirit and soul. Looking at the spear in Zichen's hand, a hint of surprise flashed across Jinshin's eyes. However, this change in his expression disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, he raised his sword high. On the sword, light surged. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically surged and gathered towards the sword. The sword was like a general. With a command, it was summoning its subordinates. It was also like a huge whirlpool that was swallowing the spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the aura surging on the sword reached a peak. Then, Jinshin swung his sword down. With this slash, a sword hum resounded through the sky. With this slash, heaven and earth lost their color, and the wind and clouds moved. This slash carried with it the absolute sword will of the sword sect. The violent aura caused Zichen's expression to change. When the sword light fell, it reflected Zichen's pale face. However, in the face of this terrifying attack, his fighting spirit was still high. He activated the perfect origin energy in abdomen and poured it into the dragon soul spear. Then, from the inside of the dragon soul spear, a terrifying aura emerged. Sky-breaking spear art. Amidst the explosive roar, the dazzling spear light streaked across the sky. With a loud dragon hum, it was like a silver divine dragon that went straight for the sword light. The sword light and the dragon-shaped spear light collided in the air. The sound was like thousands of thunderbolts exploding at the same time. Just as the two energies collided, Zichen and Jinshin also rushed towards each other with the weapons in their hands that contained souls. Both of their eyes were surging with killing intent. Clang. A sonorous sound rang out. The two weapons collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Clang. Another blow. The terrifying energy surged, and the distorted space showed signs of being torn apart. Clang. Clang. More blows were exchanged. The energy around the two of them had turned into a storm. At this moment, the two of them were in the eye of the storm. The storm around them was formed because of the two of them. During this exchange, blood gradually flowed from the corner of Zichen's mouth, and the expression on his face gradually became crazed. Jinshin, on the other hand, had a sneer on his face, and his attacks became fiercer. Boom. Finally, after countless exchanges, there was an explosion at the place where the two of them were fiercely fighting. The destructive storm had reached its limit and was truly destroyed. A figure flew out of the destructive storm in a sorry state. As he flew out, golden blood spurted from his mouth. After that, another figure floated out. It was Jinshin of the Sword Sect. Jinshin thought that his posture when he appeared was very elegant. Little did he know that there were many small holes on his robe, and many of them were stained with blood. 3 inches away from his heart, there was an even larger bloody hole, and fresh blood was flowing out. Jinshin ignored his own injuries and swept his eyes over Zichen in the distance. He said coldly, "The gap between our realms cannot be made up. Today, you must die." Zichen slowly stood up. His eyes were as bright as Xingqian's. There were more sword wounds on his body, and he looked even more miserable than Jinshin. He looked at Jinshin, pausing between each word, and said in an extremely serious tone, "The dead is you." After saying this, Zichen swallowed several drops of high-grade liquefied yuan to recover his energy. Jinshin, however, laughed and said disdainfully, "It's useless to be so eloquent." As he laughed, the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth once again gathered towards Jinshin. Jinshin's consumption was quickly recovered, even faster than Zichen. As soon as he recovered, Jinshin rushed towards Zichen. The sword hummed again, and Zichen blocked with his spear. The dragon's roar also resounded in the sky. This was destined to be a fierce battle. It was also the most difficult life and death battle Zichen had faced since his debut. It was even more difficult than when he fought Huiyin. After all, Huiyin was at the same realm as Zichen, but Jinshin was now 1 realm higher than Zichen. This was a huge realm, and there was an insurmountable gap. The only thing Zichen could rely on was his perfect elemental energy and perfect strength, as well as his half-baked perfect spiritual sense. As for other aspects, such as battle techniques and comprehension of techniques, Zichen was inferior to Jianxin, and not just by a little bit. The two fought fiercely, using powerful techniques to attack, but Zichen was defeated time and time again. He coughed up blood and was sent flying. Zichen was perfectly suppressed. Jianxin's face was filled with pride, and his confidence in winning grew. His attacks were stronger, and his sword was more frightening. Puff, puff. Sword light flashed, and two bloody holes appeared on Zichen's body. During this time, Zichen's attack had not been launched. This huge difference made Zichen's expression change, but Jianxin laughed proudly. Haha, Zichen, I have to thank you. You actually allowed my swordsmanship to improve. Zichen was relieved. So he had broken through. No wonder his speed was so fast. In order to thank you, I want to repay you. As soon as Jianxin finished speaking, he displayed a set of sword techniques. Zichen only felt a pain in his chest. When he looked down, he saw that the clothes on his chest had been cut to pieces, and there was a bloody thank you character on his chest. Jianxin laughed proudly. How is it? My thank you character is not bad, right? Zichen nodded. It is not bad. After that, Zichen made his move. He displayed all kinds of techniques, but he lacked comprehension and time. Zichen's attacks could no longer keep up with Jianxin's. The wounds on his body increased, and his injuries became more and more serious. Techniques were completely useless. Once Zichen used a technique, it would only make him die faster. Thus, Zichen decided to give up on techniques. Puff, puff. Two more bloody holes appeared on his body, but he did not dodge or use any techniques. He did not even frown as he sent a spear towards Jianxin's chest. Jianxin used his long sword to block. Sparks flew, and Jianxin's robe was cut open, leaving a shallow wound on his skin. Jianxin's eyes flashed with surprise after being injured by Zichen, but it quickly turned cold. After blocking Zichen's attack, he did not wait for the sword to retract and attacked again. Two more bloody holes appeared on Zichen's body, but Zichen did not dodge. He stabbed his spear towards Jianxin's chest again. Chapter 9:26. Zichen gave up all his techniques and attacks. His attacks became direct and simple. He held the spear, circulated the two types of essence energy, and stabbed straight. This was an attack without any pattern. Anyone could do it. The sword beam came again, but Zichen didn't dodge. He even faced it head-on. It was as though he was committing suicide. Unfortunately, the Dragon Soul Spear that followed Zichen forward was also stabbing straight at him. Kenshin's eyes flashed. He, who should have left two bloody holes in Zichen's body, could only stab one before withdrawing his sword to block. Amidst the clanging sound, he blocked Zichen's attack. Sparks erupted when the spear collided with the sword beam, but due to his slow retreat, another wound appeared on his body. Although this wound was more than 10 times lighter than Zichen's and was extremely insignificant, for some reason, Kenshin's heart suddenly palpitated. Intense energy fluctuations came from afar. This was the collision of the Overlord body and the perfect body. It was likely that the battle between the two of them was extremely intense. On Zichen's side, the battle situation was slowly changing. Zichen had gone from being passive to taking the initiative at some point in time. The bloody holes that Kenshin struck Zichen's body were decreasing, but the wounds on his body were increasing. Zichen flashed and charged straight at Kenshin, thrusting the spear in his hand again. Kenshin began to dodge, but his speed wasn't as fast as Zichen's. He could only choose to be hit or block. He used his sword to block Zichen's attack, but soon, Zichen's attack came again. Seeing that Zichen didn't defend and only attacked blindly, exchanging life for life, Kenshin suddenly lost his confidence. His original arrogant expression had long disappeared, replaced by solemnity and seriousness. Kenshin was forced to retreat as he cursed Zichen inwardly for being a lunatic. He wanted to seize the opportunity to kill the defenseless Zichen in one strike, but he was always short of an opportunity. Every time there was a chance to kill Zichen, the spear in Zichen's hand would take his life. Kenshin didn't dare risk his life and kept retreating. The wounds on his body increased, and by the time he realized that something was amiss, his injuries were already extremely serious. Run! The powerful Jinshin's will was completely destroyed by Zichen's fighting style. He no longer had the will to fight and decided to run away. However, he didn't even have the will to destroy the enemy. Jinshin had clearly lost this battle. Zichen's injuries were much more serious than Jinshin's, but the killing intent surging around him was 10 times stronger than Jinshin's. You won't be able to leave. As his cold words fell, Zichen's body flashed with brilliance, and he split into 3. The 2 doppelgangers formed seals at the same time, displaying extreme yin and extreme yang. A golden sun and a crescent moon appeared and went straight for Jinshin. When Jinshin blocked these 2 attacks, his speed inevitably decreased greatly. At this moment, Zichen stepped forward with his spear and stabbed at him. Pooh! Kenshin's body now had a bloody hole. Although the yin-yang energy didn't explode, if Zichen could open a bloody hole, he could open a few more. The doppelgangers disappeared, reappeared, and disappeared again. In this cycle, more and more bloody holes appeared on Jinshin's body. In the end, the number of bloody holes on Jinshin's body finally exceeded Zichen's. However, he could only compare to a spirit body, not a perfect body. Therefore, his injuries were much more serious than Zichen's. There was no longer any suspense in killing Jinshin. In his heavily injured state, he chose to fight Zichen with his life on the line. He was purely courting death. The sharp strike nearly sliced apart half of Zichen's body. At the same time, a huge hole appeared in Zichen's chest. This injury was very serious, so serious that even a perfect body couldn't recover. However, in exchange, Jinshin died. This was the result of Jinshin risking his life. The spear in Zichen's hand finally stabbed into Jinshin's glabella, destroying Jinshin's heavily injured soul. Zichen had finally relied on his own strength to kill an existence comparable to a spirit body one-on-one. With Jinshin dead, Zichen was almost at the end of his rope. He descended from the sky, and the light around him had already become extremely dim. At that moment, the world trembled as powerful auras appeared from the horizon. Sensing the auras, Zichen looked towards the horizon and saw figures approaching from afar. These figures were abnormally tall, comparable to a bear. They were the body cultivators who should have left earlier. They were heading straight for him, their intentions unknown. Now, Zichen's condition was extremely bad. Even a treasure pill couldn't quickly recover from his injuries. The sudden appearance of these body cultivators made Zichen's expression turn extremely ugly. At that moment, a powerful aura emerged from another direction. This was an aura that Zichen was familiar with. It came from the demon ape. The demon ape held the black rod and arrived in time. It stood in front of Zichen and blocked the body cultivators in front of him. There were a total of 6 people, and their combat strength was comparable to a human-origin Khanate realm warrior. The other party didn't charge straight over. Instead, they stopped 1,000 meters away and looked at the demon ape from afar. During this period of time, there were constant tremors coming from afar. The outcome of the battle between the perfect body and the overlord body had yet to be decided, but these body cultivators had no intention of helping. It's all settled. Zichen's weak voice sounded. It's all settled. Your injuries are very serious. Hurry up and recover, the demon ape said without turning its head. The body cultivators didn't attack, nor did the demon ape. In the distance, the tremors lasted for a moment before coming to an end. The outcome of the battle between the overlord body and the perfect body had already been decided. The body cultivators in front remained indifferent, as though they didn't care about the outcome. However, their attitude also indicated that the victor was definitely the perfect body. Moments later, a figure appeared on the horizon. It was none other than the body cultivator with the perfect body. The other party flew over, and when he saw Zichen, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he strode towards Zichen. The demon ape stood in front of Zichen and held the black rod as it said to the perfect body in front of it, "If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite." The perfect body answered the demon ape with his actions. He didn't stop as he walked towards Zichen step by step. "You must have a death wish." The demon ape roared as he brandished his rod and was about to strike. Wait. Zichen's weak voice stopped the demon ape. The demon ape looked at Zichen as Zichen looked at the perfect body. A faint smile appeared on the corner of the perfect body's mouth as he looked down at Zichen and said, "Can you still fight?" Zichen's voice was weak, but it was extremely firm as he replied, "It's enough to kill you." Haha. The perfect body laughed out loud for a long time before stopping. He said, "All right, only the two of us are left. Let's see who has the last laugh." Zichen stood up with an extremely determined look in his eyes. Come on. The dim light around Zichen suddenly became blinding. He didn't use the Dragon Soul Spear. Instead, he clenched his fist and charged at the perfect body. The corners of the perfect body's mouth curled into a smile as he similarly clenched his fist and punched Zichen. Biffed, biffed. Zichen punched the perfect body's chest as the latter similarly punched Zichen's chest. The two of them didn't dodge and continued attacking before vomiting blood. However, the blood Zichen spat out was golden, while the blood of the perfect body was blood red. A powerful force surged out from their fists. This force almost shattered each other's bodies. As the force surged, the two of them retreated. However, just as they retreated, they stepped forward again. It was still an attack without any defense, a pure physical collision. After the two of them clashed, they were sent flying again. However, this time, Zichen flew dozens of meters back, while the perfect body only took a few steps back. Your injuries are too serious. I'm afraid you won't be able to make it, the perfect body said coldly. Zichen looked coldly at the perfect body and said, "You will definitely be the one to die." With that said, Zichen charged at the perfect body again. Blood splattered as Zichen was sent flying again. His injuries became more and more serious, to the point where his life was in danger. However, at that moment, the perfect body transformed into a beam of light and charged at Zichen. The other party quickly approached Zichen and launched a series of attacks at Zichen's body. Amidst the loud bangs, Zichen's body was like a sandbag. His body was bleeding from many places, and his entire body was in tatters as though it could explode at any moment. Monstrous killing intent surged around the demonic ape as it charged at the perfect body with the black rod in hand. However, before the demonic ape could reach the perfect body, a few body cultivators stood in front of it. "Those who stop me will die." The demonic ape roared as it instantly used world-devouring demon in a bid to kill the body cultivators. At that moment, the perfect body finished its combo. Zichen's body landed on the ground as the perfect body looked down at Zichen and said, "This should do, right?" After landing, Zichen's body didn't explode. Instead, it emitted rays of light. One had to know that the light on Zichen's body had been completely dispersed when he faced the perfect body's combo. However, at that moment, Zichen's body glowed again. This light was emitted from his blood, bones, bone marrow, meridians, and organs. It spread from the inside out to the surface of his body. After the light faded, Zichen's body burned with flames again. In the beginning, the flame was only a small flame, but it quickly rose into a huge fire. Then, the fire engulfed Zichen, and amidst the flames, there was a palpitating aura. This was the aura of the fire of life. After Zichen's perfect body was nearly blown up by the spirit body, this was the second time he was heavily injured and reborn. In the sky, the perfect body stared at Zichen below as a strange glint flashed in its eyes. Indeed, it's the purest perfect body. This self-healing ability is truly enviable. Every time you are reborn from the flames, it's a metamorphosis and enhancement of the perfect body. Upon seeing Zichen's situation, the tyrannical demonic ape's face instantly lit up with ecstasy. It no longer smashed down with the black rod in its hand. The demonic aura that filled the sky dissipated as it quickly rushed to the fire of life and shouted at the perfect body above, "If you know what's good for you, leave now and you can still preserve your life. If you don't, only death awaits you." The perfect body looked at the demonic ape and asked with a smile, "Leave? Why should I leave?" "If you don't leave, you'll die," said the demonic ape coldly. The perfect body smiled and said, "I haven't obtained what I want. I won't leave." The demonic ape glared. How dare you snatch something? The perfect body shook its head. It's not snatching. It's taking. Or rather, giving. This is because I need to take something from Zi-chan, or Zi-chan will give me something. Dream on. Just as the demonic ape finished speaking, Zi-chen's voice sounded from the flames. What do you want me to give you? The perfect body's technique, said the perfect body. You want the heavenly book? Dream on, repeated the demonic ape. Chapter 9:27. On Zi-chen's body, the flames of vitality were still burning. When he stood up, he looked like a flaming man of the 5-element spirit body. His flashing eyes landed on the perfect body as he asked, Perfect body technique? That's right. I need this technique. Zi-chan seemed extremely dissatisfied with this answer. The perfect body paused before saying, We body cultivators need this cultivation technique. Body cultivators cultivate perfect body cultivation techniques. Don't you have one? The transformation of Zi-chen's physique was about to come to an end. The flames around him were slowly converging. He looked at the perfect body and asked in puzzlement, You have a perfect body, the purest perfect body. Why do you need a cultivation technique from me? When the perfect body heard that, he said with a bitter smile, It's true that the body cultivator lineage mainly cultivates the body, but not everyone cultivates a perfect body. You can tell from their bodies that the cultivation techniques they cultivate are deviated. As for me, I was just lucky. I was born with a perfect physique, not because of the cultivation technique. Looking at the perfect body, Zi-chan sucked in a breath of cold air. His mind trembled. He was born with a perfect body. How powerful was this talent? Seeing Zi-chan remain silent, the perfect body said, Don't worry. I came here under the instructions of the body cultivator lineage. I won't make things difficult for you. To be honest, when I came, I did have the thought and impulse to kill you and replace you. However, in the following battle, I realized that you are indeed extraordinary. To have such means at the late-stage primal core realm, you are definitely not an ordinary person. Furthermore, if we really fight head-on, my perfect body might not be able to defeat you due to the lack of a cultivation technique. Instructed? You said you were instructed. Zi-chan stared at the perfect body. The perfect body smiled and said, Of course. Otherwise, why would I come here for no reason? And I'm here mainly to do 3 things. Which 3? Zi-chan asked. The demonic ape also looked at the perfect body. The perfect body looked at Zi-chan and said, The first is to help you obtain the soul cultivation technique. Help me? How did you know I was here? Zi-chan asked again. Besides, we're not related. I don't even know your name. Oh, sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. You can call me Perfect Body. Perfect Body introduced himself. Perfect Body. You call that a name? Before Zi-chan could ask, the demonic ape glared at him. Of course. Before the heavenly book appeared, I was the only perfect body in the entire Tianwu continent. Why can't I have this name? The perfect body said proudly, You're too narcissistic. The devil ape curled its lips. To be able to blast apart an overlord body in a head-on clash, even if it's narcissistic, I have the right to do so. The perfect body was even more arrogant. Zi-chan coughed lightly and said, All right, let's get down to business. How did you know I was here? Why did you help me? The perfect body paused and said, That's a long story. I need to start from the beginning. However, look at me bleeding all over. Shouldn't you let me recover? Zi-chan's face suddenly became awkward. He nodded, and even politely handed over a precious pill. As for the demonic ape beside him, it curled its lips. It had just been bragging, but now it couldn't. To his surprise, the perfect body didn't accept Zi-chan's good intentions. Instead, there was a hint of disdain in its eyes, as though it was saying that who still used precious pills? It was already outdated. After rejecting Zi-chan's good intentions, the perfect body smiled and said, Although I don't have a pure cultivation technique and the perfect body can't be reborn from the ashes, as a perfect body, I still have some privileges that are known as the strongest physique of humans. Zi-chan looked at the perfect body curiously and asked, Privileges? What privileges? The same privileges as spirit bodies. With that said, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy surged. The perfect body emitted golden light and began to devour the violent energy. The injuries on his body rapidly improved after the energy entered his body. His dispirited expression also became spirited, as though he had consumed a precious pill. I don't need pills to recover from my injuries and expenditure. This is a privilege that only spirit bodies have. After I reached the human essence realm, I also had this privilege. After about 30 seconds, the perfect body's injuries were completely healed. He had a smug look on his face. Zichen found a huge rock not far away and sat down. As for the demonic ape, it went to clean up the battlefield. It didn't seem like the monk was around, so such technical work was left to the demonic ape. Why are you sitting down? After recovering from his injuries, the perfect body changed into a set of golden clothes. He looked extremely handsome. He was born with a perfect body, so his looks were naturally perfect. If the two of them were to compare appearances, the perfect body would crush Zichen. Zichen looked at the perfect body and said curiously, "Didn't you say that it's a long story from the beginning? I'll sit down and listen to you slowly." The perfect body was enlightened and said, "So that's why. I almost forgot." He also walked to the side of the boulder and sat down. With a flash of light in his hand, he took out 2 bottles of wine and handed one to Zichen. He said, "Actually, you should be able to guess that you should have been banished, but you are still on the ancient path. Of course, someone deliberately did this. Therefore, whoever sent you here was the one who asked me to come." Zichen opened the bottle and took a sip. A strange glint flashed across his face. This was because this wine was actually a high-quality wine that could only be found on the ancient path. It was very useful for body tempering. Zichen said, "You're talking about the ancient race." The perfect body took a big gulp and smacked his lips. There were still wine stains at the corner of his mouth. He spread out his hands and said, "Of course, who else could it be other than them? They asked me to help you obtain the soul cultivation technique, but they aren't sure if there's a soul cultivation technique. I came here purely to try my luck. However, when I came, my body cultivator lineage instructed me to do the second thing. That is to get the perfect body cultivation technique back from you." Zichen put down the wine bottle and looked at the perfect body. "What about the third thing?" When the third thing was mentioned, the perfect body's expression clearly turned much colder. Furthermore, there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. "The third thing has been done. It's done." Zichen had a puzzled look. "That's right. The third thing was to kill the spirit bodies of the 5 Elements faction. Now, all 5 of them are dead." With that said, the perfect body sneered, "Hee, I believe the 5 Elements family clan will definitely cry when they learn of the loss of 5 spirit bodies. The 5 Elements family clan has always relied on their spirit bodies and thought that they were invincible once they appeared. However, here, their 5 Elements family clan died the fastest. The most worthless thing was that they were killed by a few trash native factions. There was obvious schadenfreude in the perfect body's words. In this world, the deaths of the 5 Elements family clan members were indeed very unjust and aggrieved. If they weren't killed by a trap and faced head-on, Zichen would be like facing Jinshin. It would be very strenuous. "Your body cultivator lineage has a grudge with the 5 Elements family clan?" Zichen asked again. The perfect body glanced at Zichen and said seriously, "What do you mean by our body cultivator lineage? As a perfect body, you are also a member of the body cultivator lineage. As for the grudge you mentioned, there is naturally one, but it's not to the point of destroying the other party's spirit bodies at all costs. This attack on the spirit bodies is purely to warn the gradually expanding 5 Elements family clan that spirit bodies aren't invincible. In the Tianwu continent, there are plenty of people who can kill spirit bodies. Once the demons are released, the spirit bodies won't have the advantage." Zichen naturally knew about the collusion between the 5 Elements family clan and the aliens. It could be said that he had single-handedly ruined the other party's plan. He said, "Isn't the plan ruined? Could it be that the 5 Elements family clan still refuses to give up? Of course, they are blinded by greed and are determined to go all out. However, with 5 spirit bodies dead this time, I believe they will consider this matter carefully." After that, the perfect body said coldly, Those who collude with aliens must die. The aliens seem to have a huge grudge with you. The demonic ape, who had just finished collecting the resources, heard the perfect body's words. The perfect body looked at the demonic ape and said seriously, "Of course, aliens are the enemies of humans. Kill them when you see them." Then, he smiled and threw a bottle of wine to the demonic ape. "Of course, except for you, an alien." The demonic ape snorted and took the bottle of wine. It opened the lid and drank like a cow. At that moment, the 6 body cultivators walked over and greeted Zichun with cupped fists. Then, they stood behind the perfect body. After that, the few of them chatted casually. Finally, they talked about the perfect body cultivation technique. Zichun frowned slightly and said, "Do you want a cultivation technique or a heavenly book?" The perfect body was amused when he heard that. "You can give me a cultivation technique. I don't mind if you give me a heavenly book." Zichun naturally couldn't give him a heavenly book. If the perfect body insisted on a heavenly book, the two of them would inevitably fight. Zichun imparted the perfect body cultivation technique to the other party. He didn't hold back at all. The only thing missing was that he didn't give him a heavenly book. However, without a heavenly book, even if he cultivated a perfect body, he wouldn't be able to become the purest perfect body. With the cultivation technique in hand, the mission was completed perfectly. The perfect body was about to leave. "Where are you going?" Zichun asked. The perfect body smiled and said, "Of course I'm going to the ancient road for a trial. Do you really think this ancient road is owned by my family? You can come and go as you please. Before the trial ends, no one is allowed to leave." "Oh, right, I forgot. Except for you. You will be expelled for killing a spirit body." Zichun's face immediately darkened. "I hate people who speak the truth." The perfect body laughed and said, "If there's a chance, let's meet in the outside world. Don't die. Even if you die, you have to hide the heavenly book or arrange for some trials. Give the heavenly book as a reward before dying." Zichun's face darkened even more as he said angrily, "Scram." The perfect body's figure vanished, but its words echoed in the world. "Before I leave, there's something I didn't tell you. You can return to the ancient road by using the token given to you by the ancient race. I suggest you return to the ancient road first to avoid the limelight." After the perfect body left, the people from the body cultivator lineage also left. This time, the perfect body had helped Zichun greatly. Zichun had no complaints about giving him a perfect technique. The entire world became empty, leaving only the demonic ape and Zichun. At that moment, the demonic ape was counting its gains. The gains this time were undoubtedly huge. Zichun looked at the demonic ape and said, "Put away the things first. We'll count them when we have time. Let's leave now." Zichun and the demonic ape arrived at the exit of this world. The exit wasn't far from the original storm. After coming out, a token appeared in Zichun's hand. This was the token given to him by the ancient race elder. With this token, Zichun could teleport back to the ancient road. As perfect essence energy surged in, the token in Zichun's hand began to glow. Then, the light spread out and enveloped him and the demonic ape. The two of them instantly vanished. P.S. My cold has worsened again. This is the second time I've caught a cold this month. The last time, it took 7 or 8 days for me to recover. This time, it's been 4 days. I feel like I need an infusion today. I haven't had one because I heard that after one infusion, I'll have to infusion every time I catch a cold. Therefore, I've been taking medicine and resisting it. However, I don't have a perfect body. I can't take it anymore. I'll take medicine and sleep. If that doesn't work, I'll go for an infusion. The 10 chapters a day that I owe will be paid back before the end of the month. If I can't pay it back in a day, I'll choose to pay it back in a few days with an additional 8 chapters. Why is it 8 chapters and not 7 chapters? It's because it's in installments. There's interest. Chapter 9:28. The token brought Zichun to an unfamiliar place. It was a huge square that spanned dozens of miles. There were all kinds of things placed on the square. There were black rocks that were as big as mountains and emitted a dark light. The black rocks were square and had many scratches on them. They looked like they were left behind by swords and sabers. 2 miles away from the black rocks, there was a set of weapons. The weapons flashed with a cold light and looked extremely sharp. Other than the black rocks and weapons, there were other things in the square, such as a martial arts arena and stone pillars. Other than that, the two of them also saw many humans. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, some were practicing, and some were using weapons to hack at the black rocks. Zichen's appearance caused everyone to stop what they were doing. Their gazes all turned towards him. Seeing Zichen and the devil ape, everyone was curious. While the two of them were sizing up the crowd, everyone's eyes also looked over at Zichen. A shirtless man put down a millstone-sized rock and asked, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?" Zichen waved the token in his hand and said, "This brought me here. Is this the ancient road?" "The ancient clan token. You are Zichen." After seeing the token, everyone's eyes narrowed. Then, they all gasped. "You are Zichen, the one who killed the spirit body. Is it true? Did you really kill the spirit body?" "Zichen. He is Zichen. He has the token that the clan elder gave me. It can't be wrong." Before Zichen could say anything, everyone started asking questions. Zichen didn't know how to answer. Everyone put down the things in their hands and walked over. They looked at Zichen curiously as if they were looking at a monster. "Are you really Zichen?" After everyone stepped forward, the shirtless man who had asked the question asked again. Zichen nodded and said, "I am." When the shirtless man heard this, he laughed out loud. "Haha, it's good that it's you. I heard that you killed a spirit body, and your combat power is extremely strong. Why don't we compete?" Zichen shook his head. "I'm not good at competing with others. I'm looking for someone. I'm looking for the person who gave me the token. If you're looking for the elder, we won't stop you. Just look for him." Before Zichen could thank him, the big man added, "But you have to fight me first." The burly man blocked Zichen's path with a provocative look on his face. "Sorry, I'm not used to competing with others." Zichen's voice turned cold. He's not used to competing. He's probably afraid of losing. Hee, I think so too. He's afraid of losing to Big Brother Gu-Hu. What killing spirits? I think it's all just bragging. Now, you don't even dare to fight. At the side, the others all started to mock him. On the side, the demonic ape was furious. It said coldly, "I'll do it. I can beat this trash up with a single strike." Zichen stopped the demonic ape. It was his first time here, so he shouldn't cause trouble for no reason. Unexpectedly, when the shirtless man heard this, he was instantly enraged. He glared at the demonic ape and said, "Alien, who did you just call trash?" "Of course I'm talking about you. Don't tell me I'm talking about myself," the demonic ape said coldly. The black rod had already appeared in its hand. Zichen clearly felt a chill in the air. The way everyone looked at the demonic ape immediately changed. It became hostile, as if the two sides were mortal enemies. Zichen knew that this was because of the demonic ape's identity as a member of the alien race, and not the demonic ape himself. He stopped the demonic ape and looked at the shirtless man. "I'm not used to fighting with fear." The shirtless man's gaze fell on Zichen again. He said loudly, "Then what are you used to?" Gu-Hu will play with you." Zichen said coldly, "I'm used to fighting to the death, fighting to the death." When everyone heard this, their expressions immediately changed. The killing intent in their eyes dissipated immediately. Then, their gazes swept back and forth between Zichen and Gu-Hu. Gu-Hu's eyes were fixed on Zichen. He didn't agree, but he didn't reject either. Zichen also looked at him and said, "If you don't agree, then please move aside. Don't block my way. I still need to find someone." Suddenly, sharp mocking laughter came from all around. "Big Brother Gu-Hu, he's mocking you." "That's right, Big Brother Gu-Lu. If you don't agree, he'll think that you're afraid of him. A fight to the death is a fight to the death. If you don't die, how can you live? If you don't break, how can you stand? Gu-Hu, promise him. Don't embarrass the ancient race. Promise him. Beat him up." Everyone pointed their spears at Gu-Hu, thinking of ways to instigate, bewitch, and provoke him. Looking at the crowd again, there was no longer any killing intent on their faces. At this moment, they all looked like they were watching a good show. Everyone's emotions changed so quickly that Zichen's face immediately turned strange. As for the demon ape, who was ready to fight with the black rod, it also felt like its all-out attack had missed. Guhu's expression didn't change, but he didn't agree immediately. Although Guhu's gaze was firm, Zichen could still see a hint of fear in his eyes. Perhaps it was fear. And Zichen's spiritual sense, which was about to perfect, could clearly sense his aura fluctuation. He was at the peak of the inner core realm, but not at the mortal core realm. The current Zichen could even kill a mortal core realm spiritual body, let alone an ancient race inner core realm cultivator. Unless the other party was from the other 3 royal races. Senior brother Guhu, does senior sister Guyu know that you're such a coward? That's right, big brother Guhu. If elder sister Guyu knew that you were afraid of the battle today, and knew your cowardly appearance, the popularity and prestige you've accumulated before will be greatly reduced. Who knows, at that time, elder sister Guyu might throw herself into the arms of others. Hearing everyone's words, Zichen couldn't help but laugh in his heart. What kind of weirdo is this? In order to watch a battle, they can think of all kinds of instigation methods. Without guessing, it was obvious that this so-called Guyu was Guhu's dream lover, and the kind that didn't succeed. But with such instigation, didn't they know that this was a battle to the death? Didn't they know that a battle to the death meant that one would live, one would die, or 2 would die? Guhu didn't know whether it was because he was confident or because he had no way out, but he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fine. A battle to the death it is. Awesome. Big brother Guhu is really awesome. Big brother Guhu, if you die today, senior sister Guyu will be so touched that she won't marry for the rest of her life. She will be proud of you." The others began to cheer, but they didn't know that Guhu wanted to cry at this moment. He was lonely and wanted to find someone to compare notes with, but why did it become a battle to the death? The crowd immediately stepped aside. Clearly, they were preparing to make space for the 2 of them to fight to the death. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. It was a skinny young man who first used Guyu to instigate Guhu. He walked forward and said, "No, we can't fight here. Senior brother Guhu wants a battle to the death. It's such a heroic thing. We have to fight on the battle stage." The crowd followed suit. Anyway, since they were already here, Zichen was happy to play with them when he saw this group of interesting people. In any case, one of them would be beaten up. It just so happened that Zichen was tired of fighting and killing previously. He also wanted to have a taste of the feeling of beating people up. Moreover, it seemed that he had not used the number 1 divine technique in the world for a long time. Amidst the cheering, Zichen and Guhu came to the battle stage and stood facing each other. Zichen had a faint smile on his face, and Guhu was also pretending to be relaxed. A young man who volunteered to be the referee jumped onto the battle stage and said that he would be the referee for the 2. Zichen laughed. Did a battle to the death need a referee? Wait. Before the battle started, another voice came. "Skinny monkey, what do you want now?" Guhu looked at the skinny young man with a dark face. Shouho glanced at Guhu, then glanced at Zichen, then swept his gaze across the crowd. He coughed lightly and puffed out his chest. Today's battle is a life and death battle between senior brother Guhu and Zichen. You must know that Zichen has killed a spirit body expert before. This battle is bound to be a spectacular one, and it is bound to cause a commotion in our Gu family. If senior brother Guhu wins, then senior brother Guhu's reputation will definitely soar, and he will be able to win senior sister Guyu's heart. Loud cheers came from all around. On the stage, Guhu's face also showed some pride. However, Shouho changed the topic and said, "But if senior brother Guhu loses and is unfortunately beaten to death, then he will be a witness to history. He personally witnessed the strength of Zichen and the strength of the spirit body. He risked his life and used his death to tell us that we can't fight against the spirit body. This noble spirit of sacrificing oneself for others is worthy of our respect and admiration." Applause came from all around. Waving his hand, the skinny monkey-like man continued, "So, regardless of whether senior brother Guhu lives or dies today, he has proven his great value. So, I'm going to call everyone here, especially Gu Mei, Gu Sun, and the others. I'm going to let him know how powerful our senior brother Guhu is. Guhu felt that what Skinny Monkey said was right at first, but the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Skinny Monkey's action was obviously embarrassing him. He could spar with Zichun, but if it was a battle to the death, then he would definitely lose and die. This prodigal thing really wanted to harm him. All around them, the others felt that this was reasonable. They started to make a ruckus and wanted to call for help. Guhu hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, stop!" As expected, everyone stopped. Among them, Shoho said, "Senior brother Guhu, such a magnificent feat must be witnessed by someone. Not only will I call your love rival, but I will also call senior sister Guyu. She will also be a witness to your greatness. She will be moved and proud of you." Greatness, my ass. Guhu wanted to curse in his heart, but he suppressed the urge to curse. He deliberately put on a face of facing death and said in a deep voice, "Don't go. You have to keep a low profile." At such a sacred moment, everyone was touched. However, a loud laughter suddenly rang out. This laughter could not be suppressed and came out directly. Everyone turned to look at the laughing devil ape and glared at him. "You guys continue. Don't worry about me." Devil ape waved his hand, but he could not control his laughter. Skinny Monkey seemed to want to say something, but Guhu did not want to listen. He shouted, "Die!" and rushed towards Zichun. Looking at Guhu charging straight at him, Zichun did not dodge. He raised his palm and slapped Guhu's head like a slap. Chapter 929. Pa crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire battle stage. Guhu was sent flying by Zichin's slap. After Guhu was sent flying, cheers could be heard from all around. Senior brother Guhu was sent flying. Yeah, he was sent flying by a slap. It was just a test. Senior brother Guhu did not use his full strength. It doesn't count. Guhu roared and turned into a lightning bolt again. His aura was surging, and his body was surging with violent energy. Zichun took a step forward, golden light surging from his hand. His palm landed on Guhu's head, and it was still Guhu's head, which was sent flying with a single slap. It doesn't count. It was still a test. The voice from the side sounded again. If it was a coincidence that Guhu was testing, then it was no longer a coincidence that he was sent flying by a slap for the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth times. Guhu was sent flying again and again, and his face turned ugly. The rest stopped talking. Apparently, they could tell that Guhu was no match for Zichun in close combat. The ground shook as Guhu leaped into the air. Immediately after, a powerful aura surged around him. He stood in the air and formed seals with his hands. Apparently, he had learned to be smart. He was no longer in close combat and was using pure techniques to attack. Light Dragon Break. With a loud roar, a giant light dragon appeared in front of Guhu. The light dragon was over 20 meters long and looked extremely majestic. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the air. Guhu pointed his finger, and the light dragon rushed towards Zichun. Zichin's body also soared into the sky. Both of his hands were emitting golden light, and he actually grabbed the light dragon. After grabbing the light dragon, Zichin's face was obviously different. This was because the yuan power that formed the light dragon was actually filled with tenacity. Obviously, Guhu's control of yuan power had reached a very high level. This level of control was definitely not weaker than Zichin's. However, the quality of the energy in the light dragon was much worse than Zichin's. Seeing Zichun grab the light dragon, Guhu sneered and shouted, "Explode!" He used his powerful spiritual senses to control the light dragon, wanting it to explode in front of Zichun. However, at the next moment, Guhu's expression changed, and so did the expressions of the people around him. This was because the light dragon in Zichin's hand was no longer under Guhu's control. Guhu's expression changed drastically. There was a look of indignation on his face as he continued to invade the light dragon with his spiritual senses. He wanted to control the light dragon to collapse, but when his spiritual senses reached the light dragon's surroundings, they were blocked by an invisible barrier and reflected back. Zichun grabbed the light dragon's head with both his hands, and the golden essence force in his body continuously surged into the light dragon. Very quickly, The light dragon's body emitted a pure golden light. At this moment, Zichen looked up at Gu Hu and said with a smile, "Did you just call it light dragon break? I don't think that's right. It should be called golden dragon break." After he spoke, Zichun released the golden dragon with both hands. Then, the crowd saw the golden dragon's body twisting in the air. Suddenly, it turned back and flew towards Gu Hu. When it arrived in front of Gu Hu, the golden dragon exploded with a loud bang. Violent energy surged in the air above the battle stage. After being hit by the energy, Gu Hu coughed out blood and was sent flying. When he landed, he was already outside the battle stage. Zichun stood in the air above the battle stage and did not chase after Gu Hu. Although it was a deathmatch, Zichun had no intention of killing Gu Hu. A few people went up to help Gu Hu up. They were still in shock. They never expected Gu Hu to be defeated so thoroughly. Regardless of whether it was close-range or long-range attacks, he was completely defeated. "Is there anyone else who wants to have a deathmatch with me?" Zichen didn't seem to be satisfied with the fight and looked down. Wherever Zichen looked, the crowd quickly shook their heads and retreated. Obviously, they didn't want to be abused. What's going on? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Following the voice, 3 people walked over from afar. The leader was a young and beautiful woman, and beside her were 2 young men. When Gu Hu saw these people, his face instantly darkened. He looked at Skinny Monkey and said coldly, "Skinny Monkey, this is what you did." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Hu coughed out blood again. "Senior brother Gu Hu, I'm doing this for your own good. You don't have any advantage among these people, so I'm mainly trying to increase your popularity," Skinny Monkey said with a sad face. Gu Hu had the urge to slap Skinny Monkey to death, but it wasn't the time to pursue this matter. With a flash of light, Gu Hu had an extra set of clothes. He took a deep breath and suppressed the injuries that weren't too serious. He pushed Skinny Monkey and the person beside him aside and turned to walk towards the woman. As he approached, Gu Hu had a warm smile on his face. He asked gently, "Gu Yu, why are you here?" Before the woman called Gu Yu could speak, a handsome young man beside her said, "Gu Hu, put away that disgusting smile of yours. You're a big and tall man. Why do you have to learn to smile without showing your teeth? How disgusting." The one who spoke was the young man on Gu Yu's left. The one on her right said directly, "We were invited by someone to watch your death match. Why are you still alive? Has the death match not started? Or has it started and you haven't been killed?" "Gu Sun, Gu Mei, what's the meaning of this?" Gu Hu said coldly. The young man named Gu Mei smiled and said, "Nothing. We just want to see if you've been killed. If you're not dead, we'll cheer for you. If you're dead, we'll avenge you." Gu Hu's eyes flashed coldly, but he held it in because he couldn't beat Gu Mei. "You're injured." Gu Yu finally spoke. Her voice was crisp, and her eyebrows were knitted. The concern on her face was obvious. Gu Hu quickly shook his head and said, "No, you're still denying it." Gu Yu glared at Gu Hu, and the latter quickly lowered his head. The people around them didn't speak. Gu Yu knew these people. They were all Gu Hu's friends. If they couldn't beat Gu Hu, they naturally couldn't injure him. Gu Yu's gaze finally landed on Zichun, a stranger. Zichun had already descended from the sky and landed on the battle platform. Gu Yu asked, "Are you the one who injured my brother?" "Brother?" Zichun was stunned when he heard that. Zichun felt his mind was in a mess. He looked at Gu Hu, then at Shouho and the others. As if being stared at by Zichun made him uncomfortable, Gu Hu shouted at Zichun, "Can I be your godbrother? We're not related by blood." Zichun was enlightened, relieved, and understood. "If you don't speak, I'll take it as a yes. Do you know the consequences of injuring my brother?" Gu Yu asked coldly. Zichun smiled and said, "I don't know about the consequences. I only know that your brother wanted to fight me to the death. In the end, I only defeated him and didn't kill him." "Don't tell me you dare to kill my brother?" An extremely cold voice rang out. This voice didn't come from Gu Yu, but from the young man named Gu Mei. "Gu Mei, when did I become your brother?" Gu Hu glared at him. He didn't appreciate it. "You're Gu Yu's brother, so naturally you're my brother. That's why I have to stand up for you," said Gu Mei seriously. "Pa." Gu Hu spat. Just as he was about to curse, a light flashed in his eyes. He stopped being angry and smiled. Good, Gume. You're actually taking advantage of me. You've got guts. Gume smiled. This isn't taking advantage. If I get together with Guyu, then you'll naturally be my brother. Guhu sneered. If you want to get together with Guyu, then I can help you. But the prerequisite is that you have to kill him. Guhu pointed at Zichun. Really? Gume looked at Guhu, then at Guyu. The only person he didn't look at was Zichun. Zichun was furious. It seemed he had been unjustly implicated. These people were fighting over his affection, but they wanted to implicate him. But then again, this Guyu really was quite good-looking. Seeing Gume's appearance, disdain appeared on Guhu's face. If you want to kill him, then forget it. But your cowardly appearance won't do. How about this? I'll make the decision for Guyu. If you can injure him and put him in an extremely sorry state, then I'll allow you to get together with Guyu. What right do you have to make the decision for Guyu? This time, it was Gu Sun who spoke. My father? I'm representing my father now. My words are my father's words. You guys know that Guyu listens to my father the most. Guhu glared, but this is only the former. If you lose, then don't pester Guyu in the future. Of course, you can also refuse. If you refuse, then get lost now. Guyu doesn't like cowards. Hearing Guhu's words, Zichun wanted to laugh. First, he was representing Guyu. Now, he was representing his father. Luckily, these people could understand. Guhu was already a weirdo, but what was even weirder was that these two guys actually believed him. After being provoked by Guhu, the two of them looked as if they had been injected with chicken blood. When they looked at Zichun again, their eyes were burning with hatred. It was as if they were looking at their mortal enemy. During this time, Guyu didn't say anything. Her pair of cold eyes were staring at Zichun. She had watched Guhu grow up, so she knew Guhu's temper the best. There could only be one reason for this. This youth was very strong. So strong that the two of them weren't his match at all. Seeing the two of them walking towards him, Zichun smiled bitterly. This is between the two of you. It's fine to be jealous, but please don't involve me. Gume asked, You want to avoid the battle? Why should I? Zichun retorted. If you're a man, then accept the challenge, Gu Sun said solemnly. Zichun's face was filled with black lines. What kind of logic was this? Seeing Zichun's unwilling expression, Gu Sun said, If you don't want to fight, I won't force you. You can go around the stage and slowly crawl around it 3 times. Gume also said, That's right. 3 for him and 3 for me. A total of 6 laps. Zichun laughed when he heard this. Then let's fight. Gu Sun said, All right. To be fair, you can choose one of us first. Zichun waved his hand. No need. Both of you can come at me together. What? The two of them glared at him. If you don't want to fight, then I will. After saying that, Zichun rushed towards the two of them. He stretched out his hands and slapped each of them, sending them flying. Chapter 9:30. Not counted. You sneak attacked. Gu Sun was extremely dissatisfied after being defeated so easily and shouted loudly. However, just as he got up, Zichun appeared in front of him in a flash and raised his hand to strike again. This time, it was another strike and Gu Sun was sent flying. Not counted. It was the same for Gume. She did not want to admit that she had been defeated so easily. Therefore, Zichun continued to strike until the two of them were convinced. While the two of them were shouting, not counted, they were also sent flying by Zichun. However, they were not sent flying blindly. Instead, they were sent flying rhythmically. In the end, everyone realized that the two of them were sent flying in a circle. Just as the circle was about to reach its end, the two of them fell onto the battle stage one after another. During this period, Zichun's attacking method was extreme speed and a little bit of origin power surging in his palms. His attacks were not enough to injure anyone, but they could send them flying. However, from the time Zichun attacked until the two of them landed on the battle stage, he had not taken the initiative to launch a decent attack. Zichun only stopped when the two of them were on the battle stage. He looked down at the two of them and said, All right, let's begin. The two of them raised their heads and looked at Zichun in shock. Begin what? Zichun pointed at the huge battle stage and said, Crawl. Didn't you guys just decide on this? Furthermore, you have to crawl slowly for 3 rounds. The two of you added up to a total of 6 rounds. However, for the sake of fairness, the two of you can choose who will go first. What Zichun said was what the two of them had said just now. When the two of them heard this, they were immediately dumbfounded. From the beginning until now, the two of them had not fought back. Naturally, they knew how strong the other party was. They secretly hated Guhu for being deceitful and finding experts to trick them. At this moment, the two of them were naturally unwilling to crawl around the square like turtles. What if I don't? Gume glared and said unyieldingly. Zichun spread out his hands and said with a smile, "That's easy. I'll just beat you until you agree." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun shot out a beam of energy that sent Gume flying. The energy was not very strong, but it was meant to make her look miserable. Beside Guhu clapped his hands and laughed. Good. Gusun, you should learn from Gume. How unyielding. It's not scary to lose, and it's not shameful, but it's not good to have no backbone. Guyu doesn't like men without backbone. Gusun felt that his situation was too awkward. If he was stubborn, he would naturally be beaten up very badly. However, if he were to give in, he would be in an even more sorry state. In short, he had to choose one from the sorry state he was in. In the end, Gusun chose to fly out in a wretched manner instead of a more wretched one. However, he already bore a grudge against Guhu in his heart. They couldn't wait to say, "Guhu, is this the reinforcement that Skinny Monkey asked for you?" Guhu was still shouting smugly. He couldn't wait for the two of them to continue being unyielding and be abused. At that moment, Guyu spoke up and asked, "Where did you find such a person? He seems a little extraordinary." Guhu stared at her and said, "Guyu, that's not right. He's not just extraordinary. He's very extraordinary. Let me tell you, he's Zichun. Zichun, the Zichun who killed a spirit body. He's here specially to look for the elder. He's Zichun." Guyu's eyes suddenly flashed as her gaze landed on Zichun once again. Guhu's heart skipped a beat. Sensing that something was amiss, he quickly took a step forward and stood in front of Guyu. With her line of sight blocked, Guyu asked unhappily, "Why are you blocking me?" Guhu said, "Don't look at him. He's not handsome at all. Furthermore, he's very violent and not gentle at all. He's a far cry from me. Are you crazy?" Guyu tilted Guhu's head to the side. "Zichun, the elder requests your presence." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Zichun, who was dealing with the two, stopped. Looking at the two in a sorry state, he smiled and said, "I admire your stubbornness. It's fine if you don't want to turn around today. However, when we meet in the future, I'll definitely make it up to you." With that, he ignored the two and left the battle platform, following the young man. Everyone's gaze landed on Zichun, watching him leave. At this moment, everyone felt that Zichun's figure was incomparably free and easy. As expected of someone who could kill a spirit body, a late-stage primal core cultivator actually defeated a perfect primal core cultivator so easily. Seeing Zichun leave, Guhu sighed. Guyu stared at Guhu and said coldly, "Do you think a spirit body is just a decoration? It's said to be invincible. If Zichun can kill it, he's naturally powerful. You're really bored to death. Come back with me. Let's see if Father will teach you a lesson when he finds out." Guhu said, "I'm not going back. I want to cultivate. Unless Father agrees to marry you to me." Guyu fiercely tapped Guhu's forehead and said, "What's going on in that head of yours every day? I'm your sister." Guhu seemed to be hurt. He rubbed his forehead and muttered, "It's not like we're related by blood." Guyu glared at him, and Guhu didn't dare to say anything else. He obediently followed Guyu back. As for Gume and Gusun, they also stood up and tidied up their appearance. After knowing Zichun's identity and strength, the two could only admit that they were unlucky. Zichun followed the young man out of the plaza. They walked past many buildings and stopped in front of a small 2-story building. After entering the building, Zichun saw the elder of the ancient race. Unexpectedly, both of them were present. The young man stopped outside and didn't enter. When Zichun entered, the two of them smiled and gestured for Zichun to sit. Of these two elders, the The one who had given Ziqian 10 times the contribution points was called Gu Xiota, and the other was called Gu Wenbi. Sit. Hurry up and sit. You've done well this time. Very well. After gesturing for Ziqian to sit, Gu Xiota personally poured tea for Ziqian. Ziqian was flattered. Seniors, you already know? Gu Wenbi smiled. We don't know whether or not you obtained the heavenly book, but we've received news that the 5 elements' spiritual bodies have all died. Ziqian wanted to say something but was stopped by the 2 of them. Gu Xiota said, whatever you obtained is yours. It has nothing to do with us. You don't need to tell us anything. Ziqian nodded and didn't say anything else. He quietly drank his tea. Just as Ziqian arrived at the ancient clan, the sword ninja had also successfully returned to the first ancient road. His face was filled with fear and joy. The previous world was the sword ninja's 6th and 7th ancient road. Now, he was on the 8th one. As soon as he appeared, an old voice rang out. How was it? Did the heavenly book appear? The sudden voice gave the sword ninja a fright. He reflexively flew away, but after flying a few hundred meters, he felt that something was wrong. He had already left the previous world. This was the world of the ancient road controlled by the sword sect. What happened? Why are you reacting so violently? There was a flash of light and an elder appeared. He was the guardian of this ancient road and could mobilize the power of this world's laws. He had been waiting for the sword ninja here. Dead, they're all dead. The sword ninja was losing control of his emotions. Everything's dead. The elder suddenly had a bad feeling. The sword ninja took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but his voice was still trembling. Senior brothers, they're all dead. There were always casualties, but he hadn't thought that the casualties would be so great. The elder's expression changed. What about Kenshin? Did he succeed? Ziqian obtained the heavenly book. The spirits were chasing after Ziqian, but when I was running away, I sensed that senior brother Kenshin's life aura had disappeared, said the sword ninja. What? The elder's body shook as if he had been struck by lightning. After a while, he recovered and said to the sword ninja, what happened? Tell me in detail. After we arrived in that world, we saw Ziqian. Seeing the elder frown, the sword ninja explained. The one who killed the spirits and obtained the heavenly book, Ziqian. Him? Wasn't he expelled? Asked the elder with a puzzled expression. The sword ninja shook his head and became agitated. No, the ancient race was lying. I saw Ziqian and the alien race there. After the heavenly book appeared, a group of spirits chased after it, but who knew that it was fake? The real heavenly book was in a special space, and Ziqian sensed it. The elder was furious. Damn the ancient race. How dare they lie to us? Damn it, could it be that Kenshin really died? No, I have to go back and take a look. The elder didn't talk to the sword ninja anymore and left in a flash. As the guardian of the ancient road, the elder had many privileges. He directly returned to the first gathering place of the ancient road. As soon as he entered Heaven's Pride City, he felt that the city was filled with an unusually strong killing intent. This killing intent came from the 5 Elements faction, the Overlord faction, and the Sword faction. The elder's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. However, before he could return to the Sword faction, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as the figure appeared, he said impatiently, 5th junior brother, you're back. Did you bring back some news? The elder hesitated. He was about to tell his senior brother that he would discuss this matter when he returned. But soon, all kinds of lights flashed around him. In the blink of an eye, the people of the 5 Elements faction were all here, and so were the experts of the Overlord faction. One of them said, 5th brother of the Sword faction, you came back in a hurry. Did you bring back news? Everyone's eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger, and their emotions changed greatly. This made the 5th brother of the Sword faction's heart skip a beat. He quickly asked, Senior brother, did Kenshin of the Sword faction come back? Sigh. The people of the Sword faction sighed, and their eyes were filled with grief. The elder's face immediately turned pale. As expected, something had happened to Kenshin. Whether it was Kenshin or Spirit Body, their status in the faction was very high. Their life cards were kept. Once something happened, their life cards would shatter. I saw the sword ninja. He said that he sensed that Kenshin's life force had disappeared. I didn't expect him to really die, the elder muttered. The people of the sword faction sighed and said, it's not just Kenshin. Even the spirit body and overlord body of the five elements aristocratic family didn't come back. They're all. The elder's face immediately changed. He exclaimed, how is this possible? Everyone is dead. How can Zichun be so strong? Zichun? Which Zichun? A cold voice sounded from the side. The Zichun who was banished back then. The ancient race cheated and put him in that world. Furthermore, the sword ninja saw Zichun obtain the heavenly book with his own eyes. Kenshin and the others fought with Zichun because of the heavenly book. The elder quickly told him what Kenshin knew. Damn it, could it really be him? The ancient race. It must be the ancient race's doing. This matter has a lot to do with the ancient race. Let's find them and get justice. If you don't hand over Zichun, this matter won't end. Chapter 931. On the second day of Zichun's stay at the ancient clan, Gushioda called for Zichun again. When Zichun arrived at the room, Gushioda said, Zichun, stay here for the time being. Don't leave. What happened? Zichun asked curiously. You left a trail in the heavenly book world. Someone came out alive and told everyone that you obtained the heavenly book, Gushioda said. That's impossible. I killed everyone, Zichun said. Zichun also asked the devil ape if he killed everyone. The devil ape also said that no one who chased after him survived. Because there were too many experts, the devil ape also used up a lot of rare items. As for body cultivators, they were of the ancient lineage, so it was impossible for them to be highly skilled. There's a sword sect called the Sword Ninja. He's still alive. It's him. Zichun immediately thought of the Sword Ninja. At that time, Zichun didn't kill him, but he didn't die. He must have sensed that something was wrong, so he fled first and didn't chase after the devil ape. Those forces are looking for trouble with me. They know that I killed the spirits, Zichun said. Gushioda shook his head and said, they probably don't know, because they're angry that they didn't chase you away and came to ask for the heavenly book, but didn't say that you killed the spirits. Zichun nodded and said, that's right. The sword ninja only saw that I obtained the heavenly book, but didn't see me kill the spirits. Moreover, there were so many of them, so they naturally knew that I couldn't kill them all alone. To be honest, the battle was very chaotic. I don't even know how the spirits of the Mu and Shui clan died. You don't have to care about these things. Let us deal with them. As for you, just stay here and don't go anywhere. We'll talk about it again after this matter is over, Gushioda said. Whether it's a cultivation method or a skill, you have it all now. What you lack is comprehension. So, the most important thing is to comprehend it for a while and raise your cultivation level. Zichun nodded and left. After that, Zichun and the demon ape appeared in the large martial arts practice square. Zichun mainly sat cross-legged to comprehend the technique. At the same time, he allowed the heavenly book to change his spiritual senses. In his spare time, Zichun would also move his hands. Of course, Zichun would only show a few moves after he had comprehended his battle skills. However, these were all his own moves, and no one dared to spar with Zichun. On the day they came here, after he had taught the three of them a lesson, no one dared to challenge Zichun again. These aboriginals appeared to be extremely pure and innocent. However, this was merely a facade. After interacting with them for a long time, one would know that they were extremely pure and innocent when it came to their own people. However, when it came to outsiders, they were extremely shrewd. Of course, even though Zichun had yet to meet any outsiders here, he firmly believed this without a doubt. That was because the ancient race had accompanied these ancient race tribesmen as they grew up. They had their own arrangements for the ancient race tribesmen as well as the ancient race tribesmen. For example, Gu Hu had stayed in a world filled with tree demons for 8 years. Hence, his control over Yuan Qi was extremely strong. Other than that, the others also had the experience of surviving on the ancient race tribesmen. Their combat strength might seem insignificant in front of spirit bodies of the same level. However, if a Xiantian realm warrior were to fight against them, they would definitely be considered a formidable opponent. During this period, the demon ape had become very familiar with everyone. After suppressing his strength by 30%, the demon ape had defeated all of the ancient race tribesmen. After being deeply impressed by the demon ape's combat strength, the others no longer viewed the demon ape as an enemy. The demon ape's growth required constant battles. Hence, the demon ape would always look for people to spar with. He was considered a battle maniac. As the demon ape had suppressed his strength and did not use the black rod, there were many among the ancient race tribesmen who could fight head-on with the demon ape. Both sides could fight to their heart's content for a long time. Hence, everyone was happy to spar with the demon ape. As for why they did not want to provoke Zichun, that was because they could not find the thrill of fighting with Zichun. They would only be one-sidedly trampled. During this period, Gu Sun and Gu Mei came once. However, when they saw Zichun from afar, they immediately fled. This caused a burst of laughter. Gu Hu specially came to look for Zichun a few times. On the surface, he was asking questions about cultivation, but in reality, he was warning Zichun. This was because after Zichun started cultivating here, Gu Yu came here more often. Moreover, when she looked at Zichun, her eyes would be filled with curiosity. When a woman looked at a man with curiosity, it proved that she was extremely interested in him. This was not a good sign. Hence, Gu Hu wanted to nip this dangerous bud in the bud. Zichun. This time, Gu Hu came again and shouted from afar. He was very friendly and did not care whether Zichun was cultivating or not. Zichun opened his eyes and saw Gu Hu's mysterious face. Zichun smiled and said, "What is it? Something good again?" Gu Hu walked in front of Zichun and took out a palm-sized jade bottle. There was a hint of heartache in his eyes. He avoided the crowd and handed it to Zichun. He whispered, "This is my private stash. You have to drink it sparingly." Zichun laughed when he heard this. "Your private stash? Your father's private stash, right?" Gu Hu's face changed. He looked around and said, "How did you know?" "Your sister told me." Gu Hu's face changed again. "Gu Yu. It's her." Soon, Gu Hu became alert. He looked at Zichun and said, "Why did she tell you this?" Zichun opened the jade bottle. The aroma of wine wafted out. Zichun took a sip and closed his eyes with a look of enjoyment. This wine was indeed very good. Zichun did not know when he had developed the bad habit of drinking. Moreover, it had to be good wine. When Gu Hu was extremely anxious, Zichun opened his eyes and said, "Your sister told me when we were chatting last time. She said that she has been losing wine at home recently." "Chatting? You're still chatting? And talking about such trivial matters?" Gu Hu was clearly anxious. This was clearly dangerous. Then, he looked seriously at Zichun and said, "Zichun, are we friends?" Zichun nodded and said seriously, "I've drunk dozens of bottles of your good wine. Of course we're friends." "Good. Since we're friends, there's an old saying that one should not bully a friend's wife, right?" Gu Hu said again. Zichun smiled and said, "She's your sister. I've never heard of an old saying that one should not bully a friend's sister." Gu Hu was really anxious when he heard this. He said, "Then we're friends, right? There's an old saying that one's mouth softens after receiving gifts. You've drunk so much of my good wine. Shouldn't you help me? It's fine if you don't help me, but at least you can't harm me, right?" "When did I harm you?" Zichun asked with a smile. "You're harming me by having ideas about Gu Yu," Gu Hu said. "When did I have ideas about Gu Yu? You're still denying it? You've been talking about family matters. You haven't had any ideas. This is just a casual conversation." Zichun patted the jade bottle in his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't stay here for long. I won't have any ideas about Gu Yu. I'll leave after this is over." "Really?" "Of course." Gu Hu was happy again when he heard this. He said that he was a good brother, but his face was soon filled with curiosity. He asked, "Everyone outside said that you killed 8 mortal origin stage spirit bodies. Is this true? You actually believe this kind of thing?" "Of course I don't believe it." "You? Killing 8 spirit bodies by yourself? At most, you can kill spirit bodies one-on-one. Killing spirit bodies? Stop dreaming." Gu Hu said honestly. "Yes." Zichun was speechless. "Remember what you said? I'll bring you some good wine tomorrow." Gu Hu walked away proudly. But when he turned around, he was bumped into by someone. "Don't you have eyes?" Gu-hu said loudly. But when he saw the person in front of him, he opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Gu-yu, it's you? Gu-hu, don't you have eyes?" Gu-yu rubbed her forehead and looked at Gu-hu with dissatisfaction. She looked like she was about to explode, but when she saw Zi-chun not far away, her expression changed. She asked gently, "How is it? Does it hurt? You're already an adult, so why are you so careless?" Gu-yu's gentle voice stunned Gu-hu. A warm current flowed in his heart, but before it could spread throughout his body, he saw Gu-yu walking past him and toward Zi-chun. "Zi-chun, do you have time?" Gu-yu walked to Zi-chun and asked gently. Gu-hu turned around and stood behind Gu-yu. He stared at Zi-chun and pointed at the wine bottle in Zi-chun's hand. He seemed to be saying, "I've already given you the wine, so you have to be nice." A girl standing in front of him talking to him, so he had to be polite. Zi-chun stood up and said, "What's the matter?" Being stared at by Zi-chun, Gu-yu lowered her head in embarrassment and said, "My father wants to thank you for taking care of Gu-hu, so he wants to invite you to his house for a meal." "Take care of me? Gu-yu, you must be mistaken. When did he take care of me? He even hit me back then." Gu-hu stepped forward unhappily. "Gu-hu, don't mess around. This is my father's idea," Gu-yu said. "What father's idea? It's your idea. Zi-chun didn't take care of me and even hit me. You can't let him come to our house," Gu-hu said loudly. In the distance, everyone looked over with gloating and mocking eyes. However, they all stood far away, and no one dared to step forward to watch the show. Zi-chun looked embarrassed and said, "I'm really sorry. Recently, I feel like I'm about to break through, so I need to cultivate. How about another day?" Gu-hu was pestering her endlessly, so Gu-yu could only say dejectedly, "All right then." Gu-yu walked away dejectedly, but Gu-hu gave Zi-chun a grateful look and then chased after Gu-yu. From afar, Zi-chun heard Gu-hu's voice. "Gu-yu, did you cook something good?" Zi-chun doesn't appreciate it. "It's fine if he doesn't want to go, but we don't care. Let's go. I'll accompany you back to eat." Zi-chun blushed with shame when he heard that he was betrayed just like that. Looking at the wine bottle in his hand, Zi-chun smiled and took a sip before leaving the plaza. Zi-chun didn't go into seclusion. It was useless for him to go into seclusion now. He needed to comprehend. Whether it was Xiantian techniques or his own origin force realm, he needed to comprehend. This kind of comprehension wasn't something that could be solved by seclusion. He needed to walk more, see more, calm his heart, and wait for the right time. Sometimes, he would leave this place and stay beside a mountain stream for half a day to listen to the sound of rushing water. Sometimes, he would stop beside a small stream to listen to the gurgling of water. Watching the sunset and sunrise, Zi-chun stopped cultivating and spent his days sightseeing. However, his realm didn't fall behind. On the contrary, it was faster than when he was cultivating in seclusion. Zi-chun's origin force and abdomen had completely transformed into perfect origin force during this period of time. As for his spiritual senses, they still needed some time to transform. After staying in this world for a few months, Zi-chun finally felt a change in his state of mind and his realm. Chapter 932. After a few months of meditation, Zi-chun finally broke through to the complete core realm. He was only one step away from the mortal realm. Once he crossed this step, he would be in the mortal realm. However, there were too many people who were stuck in this realm. It was not easy to reach the mortal realm, but Zi-chun was confident. Now that he had broken through, it was time for Zi-chun to go back. The ancient clan was located in a village with about 1,000 families. This was only a branch of the ancient clan, not all of them. Zi-chun came back. Along the way, all the ancient clansmen greeted Zi-chun. Zi-chun nodded in response. In the eyes of the ancient clansmen, Zi-chun, as a member of the royal clan, was mysterious. Although the royal clan was in decline, they still had a high status in the ancient clansmen. They had always respected the royal clan. Plus, almost everyone knew that Zi-chun had killed a spiritual body. Recently, there were rumors that Zi-chun had killed several spiritual bodies of the mortal realm. This made Zi-chun even more famous in this small village. Along the way, everyone greeted Zi-chun. Gu Xiota had also arranged a room for Zi-chun. Zichun did not go back. Instead, he walked towards the square. From far away, Zichun could hear the sounds of fighting. Arriving at the edge of the plaza, Zichun saw the demon ape fighting with someone, and that person turned out to be Gu Mei. Back when Zichun had fought with Gu Mei, he had been suppressing her, and the latter had not made any decent attacks, so he did not know how strong she was. Now that he saw her today, she was indeed extraordinary. Her combat ability was comparable to a Xintian warrior of the same level. She used all kinds of ancient skills to fight with the devil ape. However, just as he was pushed back by the attack, he saw Zichun standing in the distance. His expression instantly changed. On the battle stage, after being pushed back, Zichun borrowed the force of the attack to turn around and run away without looking back. From the looks of it, he seemed to be fleeing. Haha, Gu Mei, are you admitting that you can't beat the devil ape? But it's fine as long as you admit defeat. Why do you have to run? A loud laughter rang out. This voice came from Gu Sun. Idiot, run? Gu Mei shouted. Run? Why should I run? I can fight the demon ape for 3 days and 3 nights, unlike you, Gu Sun said. Look behind you. Hearing Gu Mei's words, Gu Sun turned his head and saw Zichun walking towards him. The smug smile on his face immediately disappeared. He was stunned for 3 seconds before he followed Gu Mei and fled. Seeing the two of them in such a sorry state, Zichun laughed and asked, Why are you running? When the others saw Zichun arrive, their faces immediately lit up with joy. They followed suit and said, That's right. Why are you running? We just want the two of you to crawl and run in circles. Although a few months had passed, everyone still remembered what Zichun had said last time. At this moment, they were still teasing the two of them. It was fine if it was just teasing, but at the same time, more than 10 figures flew out and chased after the two of them. From the looks of it, they seemed to want to catch the two of them. Zichun, it's you. Why are you here? Guhu looked at Zichun and asked with a strange expression. There was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. What's wrong? Judging from your tone, you don't seem to welcome me back. Didn't you say that we were friends? Zichun asked with a smile. Guhu snorted. Yes, we are friends, but you shouldn't have come back now. Guyu was just about to forget about you, but you appeared. Zichun walked towards Guhu and patted him on the shoulder. He said earnestly, Xiaohu, a man has to look forward. He has to have the heart of a strong warrior. He has to have the persistence to pursue power. He has to have power in his eyes. He can't just keep talking about women. Moreover, this woman is his sister. No, we are not related by blood, Guhu explained. Zichun waved his hand and said, Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. You and I haven't seen each other in a long time, so we should have a good gathering today. However, you have to give me the thing first. What thing? Guhu looked at Zichun in shock. Wine. I haven't been back for a few months. Based on 1 bottle every 2 days, you should have saved up dozens of bottles for me. Moreover, you and I should have a good chat over wine when we meet. How can we not have wine? Zichun looked at Guhu. Hearing Zichun's words, the corner of Guhu's mouth twitched. Why? You didn't prepare anything? Then I'll go to your house today and ask for a meal. Guhu's mouth twitched and his eyelids trembled. Zichun continued, If I don't see the wine, not only will I go today, I'll go every day in the future to see your father and Guyu. We'll chat about our daily lives and dreams. Guhu had the urge to clench his fists and kill someone. Big brother Zichun, we've brought them. Big brother Zichun, they're here. Right at this time, voices came from the distance. It was Shouho and the others who had caught Gu Mei and Gu Sun. Ever since Zichun had shown his strength, these people had started calling him Big Brother Zichun. Gu Mei and Gu Sun's faces were ashen. They couldn't move, but they were still in good condition. As for Shouho and the others, they were bleeding from the corners of their mouths and their clothes were in tatters. The more serious ones had bruises and swollen faces. It was obvious that they had paid a heavy price to catch these two. Why did you catch them? Zichun looked at them in shock. Let them crawl. Isn't that what Big Brother Zichun said last time? Everyone's faces were swollen, but they were excited. Zichun looked at the two of them and smiled. Did you hear that? They want the two of you to crawl. You've been waiting for so long. Go ahead and let everyone have some fun. The crowd cheered again. Before the two of them could react, Zichen patted Gu Hu's shoulder with a do-as-you-see-fit expression on his face. Then, Zichen brushed past Gu Hu and went straight to the weapon rack not far away. Behind them, the cheering became even more intense. However, Gu Sun and Gu Mei naturally wouldn't really crawl. Moreover, Zichen was smiling and didn't force the two of them. It was obvious that he didn't care about this matter. After a while, banging sounds came from behind Zichen, followed by exclamations and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. It's fine if they don't crawl, but they actually dare to hit people. Everyone, let's beat these two to death. Shouho shouted from the side and was the first to rush towards the two of them. A chaotic battle broke out immediately. All kinds of sounds could be heard. Gu Hu was still standing there, his expression constantly changing as if he was hesitating about something. The battle continued for a while. Almost everyone's faces were swollen. Finally, the battle stopped. Gu Hu was no longer in a daze. He called Gu Mei and Gu Sun over. You two, quickly steal the good wine from your house and give it to Zichen. Gu Hu called the two of them to a corner and whispered. The two of them were beaten black and blue by the crowd. They asked, "Why should we give him good wine?" Gu Hu glared at them. "Are you stupid? If we don't give him wine, he will go to my house to take it. Once he goes to my house, he will see Gu Yu. It's not like you don't know that Gu Yu is interested in him. Moreover, that damn old man of mine isn't very smart." He actually didn't object. As he spoke, Gu Hu lowered his head and said in a low voice, "The wine in my house has almost been stolen. I can't take any more." Facing a strong enemy, the three of them were undoubtedly united. They stood on the same side and nodded heavily. For the sake of happiness, they were willing to give it their all. Wasn't it just some wine? Compared to happiness, these were all external things. Therefore, the two of them held their swollen faces and prepared to return. At this moment, they saw Zichen take out a long spear from the weapon rack and walk towards the black rock. The black rock was mainly used to test the strength of one's technique. However, the prerequisite was that it was accompanied by a unique weapon. The scratches on the black rock were all left by the original experts. The deepest one was a 5-fingered palm print that was 7 inches deep into the black rock. It was left by a genius expert of the clan. However, they could only leave shallow scars on the black rock. Seeing Zichen pick up a weapon, everyone's face was filled with curiosity. They all walked towards the black rock. Gu Mei and Gu Sun also walked over. They were very curious about how strong Zichen was, since he could kill a spirit body. Under everyone's gazes, Zichen struck out with his spear. This was the first move of the heaven-piercing spear art. The long spear streaked across the black rock, and a light flashed. A shallow scar appeared on the black rock. When Zichen made his move, the yuan energy in his hand was completely blocked by the weapon in his hand. Now, a shallow scar appeared on the black rock. It was a sign of Zichen's comprehension of the technique. Compared to the others, Zichen's comprehension of the technique was considered top-notch. However, compared to the scar on the black rock, Zichen's strike was truly insignificant. Seeing the shallow scar, everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand how Zichen could kill a spirit body, but his comprehension of the technique was so weak. However, after the shock passed, a burst of boos came from all around. "Big brother Zichen, you are an existence that can kill a spirit body. Why is your comprehension of the technique so weak? Is this the heaven-piercing spear art? It is known as the most powerful spear art among the ancient techniques. However, when Big Brother Zichen used it, it seems a bit too weak. Big Brother Zichen, you are purposely acting cute to amuse us, right?" Everyone spoke one after another. They didn't have any scruples. They had sincere smiles on their faces and appeared very magnanimous. They were obviously mocking Zichen. At this moment, Gu Hu also stepped forward. When he saw the shallow scar, his face was immediately filled with disdain. Suddenly, his expression changed. He already had a plan in his mind. He then pulled Skinny Monkey over and whispered in his ear. "What? You?" Skinny Monkey's expression changed slightly when he heard it. He then looked at Gu Hu with a strange expression. "What you? Hurry up and go. I have full confidence this time." "Humph. What can a mere Zi-Chan that can kill a spirit body count for? Gu-Hu had a smug look on his face. Skinny Monkey had no choice but to leave quickly. Let me see. Let me see. Skinny Monkey left. Gu-Hu squeezed through the crowd and walked to the front. He reached out his hand and touched the scar. After touching it a few times, he tilted his head and said, I don't feel anything. This is too shallow. After that, Gu-Hu looked at Zi-Chan and said, Zi-Chan, as one of the 4 royal tribes, your comprehension of the ancient techniques is really terrible. If you go out like this, you will embarrass the ancient tribes. The people around nodded. Zi-Chan looked at Gu-Hu and smiled without saying a word. He had already guessed that this guy was going to cause trouble again. Chapter 933. The black rock in front of them was square in shape and was as large as a mountain. This was something that the Aboriginals used to test their skills. However, the prerequisite was that they had to use a unique weapon. For example, the long spear in Zi-Chen's hand was completely isolated from elemental energy. When Zi-Chen's attack landed on the black rock, it would show the extent of his comprehension of the skill. At this moment, Gu-Hu was saying that any random person would be able to defeat Zi-Chan. It was obvious that he was looking down on Zi-Chan. However, Zi-Chan didn't sense any hostility from Gu-Hu. He knew that Gu-Hu was merely speaking the truth. However, this truth was truly unpleasant to hear. Beside him, the others laughed and said, Hey, let me try. I can defeat Big Brother Zi-Chan. I can do it too. My last attack was twice as clear as Big Brother Zi-Chen's. Everyone laughed and stepped forward, eager to give it a try. Skinny Monkey shouted, Let me do it. Let me do it. I'll crush Big Brother Zi-Chan. In the future, I'll go out and tell people that I once crushed Zi-Chan, who killed the spirit body. I'm stronger than Zi-Chan, stronger than the spirit body. Shou-Ho stepped forward, but Gu-Hu kicked him away. Gu-Hu thought to himself, I'm the one in the limelight, not you. When he kicked Shou-Ho away, Gu-Hu saw a figure appear in the distance. He was slightly pleased. He looked at Zi-Chan again and said, Zi-Chan, it's not that I want to criticize you, but the comprehension of techniques is really a technical job. Since everyone is here today, and I'm in the mood, I might as well teach you a few moves. Zi-Chan smiled and asked, Teach me a few moves. Do you know the sky-crushing spear art? Gu-Hu said seriously, I don't know the sky-crushing spear art, but you're obviously at a disadvantage. As long as you can master one technique, you can master all of them. The most important thing is refinement. Zi-Chan shook his head. I don't understand. It's so profound. Of course you don't understand, but you don't seem convinced. How about this? Let's have a competition, Gu-Hu said. Zi-Chan looked at Gu-Hu. What competition? Battle power? Come on then. With that, Zi-Chan raised his hand. There were 3 people in the arena whose expressions changed when Zi-Chan raised his palm. The corners of Gu-Hu's mouth twitched slightly as he said, Today, we're not competing with our battle prowess. It's meaningless to always be fighting and killing. Today, we're only competing with our comprehension of techniques. Technique comprehension? That's right. Let's attack the black rock. Whoever leaves the deepest mark wins, Gu-Hu said proudly. However, he seemed to have thought of something and said, No, let's not compete like that. That would be too much of a blow to you. How about this? I'll strike once and leave a scar on it. As long as you can do the same as me, it'll be my loss. Zi-Chan smiled and asked, Wouldn't that be a loss for you? Gu-Hu patted Zi-Chan's shoulder and said, We are friends. What's there to be afraid of? Come, Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey, who had been kicked out, came forward with a black saber in his hand. He handed the black saber to Gu-Hu and said to Zi-Chan, Brother Zi-Chan, all the best. I have high hopes for you. Everyone dispersed and stood in the distance to watch the show. Gu-Hu waved his saber, and with a flash of light, a ray of light flashed across the black saber and slashed at the black rock. Instantly, a half-centimeter deep and 10-centimeter long scratch appeared on the black rock. Gu-Hu put away his saber and pointed at the scratch on it. Among ancient techniques, this can only be considered as a beginner. Come, try this first and see if it's a beginner. Cheers immediately came from the surroundings. Everyone was cheering for Gu Hu and encouraging Zichen to go forward. Gu Hu is clearly trying to embarrass you today. Devil Ape came to Zichen's side and whispered. The smile on Zichen's face did not fade. He was in a good mood after breaking through. Since everyone was interested in playing, he would accompany them. Zichen walked to the side of the black rock and looked at the mark he had left on it. It was only slightly worse than Gu Hu's. However, Gu Hu was very cunning. He seemed to know that Zichen would not be able to break through, so he deliberately made it deeper than Zichen's. He even said that it was a beginner. It was purely to disgust Zichen. Zichen did not say much and struck again. It was the same move as before, but the swing of the spear was slightly different. Puffed! The carvings on the black stone were twice as deep as before, surpassing the carvings left behind by Gu Hu. When Gu Hu saw that Zichen's two attacks were so different from each other, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Big Brother Zichen, well done. Big Brother Zichen has won. Those who were watching the show began to cheer. In the distance, Gu Yu, who had arrived, did not go forward. Instead, she stood in the same spot and looked over with mixed feelings. Gu Hu glared at the crowd and said, "What do you mean I lost? I was just demonstrating for Zichen. That can only be considered a beginner. Do you think that Gu Hu's comprehension of techniques is inferior to a beginner?" After striking twice in a row, Zichen already felt the wonders of the black rock. It was indeed a good thing to test one's comprehension of techniques. Every strike he made could be clearly displayed on it. The areas where he was lacking in strength could also be clearly perceived. He said directly, "All right, give me another one. Let me try." "All right, you've only just reached the beginner level. Now, I'll give you one that has been at the beginner level for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, the saber flashed and another scratch appeared on the black rock. This time, it was deeper, close to 2 centimeters. Moreover, Gu Hu looked as if he had done it casually and effortlessly. Zichen's eyes were filled with admiration. Gu Hu's comprehension of techniques was indeed very strong. After that, Zichen closed his eyes and practiced the sky-piercing spear art in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he struck again. Uft! There was another scratch on the black rock. It was deeper than the previous one, but shallower than the one left by Gu Hu. Gu Hu's face was immediately filled with pride. The others were also laughing. "Big Brother Zichen, don't be anxious. Do it again. You will definitely defeat him." In the distance, someone was cheering for Zichen. Zichen's expression was indifferent. He struck 3 times in a row. It was still the same action as before, but he had made some minor changes. The 3 attacks seemed to be about the same, and there was almost no result. Gu Hu said proudly, "Attack as you please. Don't talk about 3 strikes. Even if it's 30, 300, or even 3,000 strikes, you might not be able to defeat me. Techniques require comprehension. Comprehension. Comprehension." Before Gu Hu could finish his words, it was as if his neck was being strangled. He looked at the black rock in front of him with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. This was because when Zichen's 4th strike landed, the scratch he left behind surpassed his previous strike. How can this be? Gu Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. The others were also looking at this scene in astonishment. It seemed that this improvement was too fast. Zichen smiled and said, "Come on, let's continue." "All right, that's what you said." Gu Hu took a deep look at Zichen, then turned to face the black rock. This time, he took 2 breaths to accumulate his strength before striking. This strike left a mark that was almost an inch deep on the black rock. Looking at this mark, Gu Hu said, "This is considered as having comprehended the technique to the level of small success. Come and try it." In Zichen's sea of consciousness, when his perfect spiritual senses were evolving the first move of the sky-piercing spear art, it was also breaking down this move. This move was broken down into movements by his perfect spiritual senses. There were a total of 18 movements, and each of them maintained different postures. At the same time, these 18 movements were each divided into 18 smaller movements. There were a total of 324 smaller movements. These smaller movements were broken down from the 18 larger movements. Furthermore, every 18 smaller movements could become one larger movement. The perfect spiritual senses allowed Zichen to remember these 324 smaller movements. After combining these smaller movements, they became 18 larger movements. These 18 larger movements formed the first move of the sky-piercing spear art. Zichun struck out with his spear. The 18 movements were done in one go, leaving a deep mark on the black rock. It was unknown whether it was intentional or coincidental, but this strike was deeper than Gu Hu's strike. This time, this strike had reached this requirement. Everyone was stunned. It seemed that this kind of growth was too fast. Zichun didn't know that his perfect spiritual senses had such a mysterious method. Previously, he hadn't noticed this special decomposition method. It seemed that it had just started. It seemed that his perfect spiritual senses had become purer. The perfect spiritual sense was an all-around analysis method that left no blind spots. It allowed Zichun to see the essence of the technique at an extremely fast speed. Not a single detail would be missed. Thus, he would be able to understand and comprehend the technique at an extremely fast speed. After understanding the first move, Zichun's perfect spiritual senses in his sea of consciousness began to decipher the second move. It was still 18 parts. After 18 parts, it was 18 parts again. A total of 300 figures appeared in Zichun's sea of consciousness. Gu Hu was comparing the two scars. His face was filled with disbelief. Zichun's understanding of the innate stage technique was definitely very weak. However, after a few strikes, he had reached the level of small success. Are there any more difficult ones? Zichun looked at Gu Hu, who had an extremely ugly expression, and asked, "Yes, of course. I'll show you one that has reached large success." Gu Hu glared. Large success? Gu Hu, are you sure you have reached large success in the technique? Before Zichun could speak, Gu Sun and the rest began to question him. Humph, you'll know if I've reached large success or not. Gu Hu held his saber and stood in front of the black rock. He held the saber with both hands. The elemental energy in his body surged. His face was unprecedentedly solemn. Windbreaker. Gu Hu maintained this posture for a full 5 breaths of time before he let out a loud shout. After shouting, Gu Hu's body exploded. He held the saber with both hands and slashed at the black rock. The glaring saber light blinded everyone. With a clang, the black saber landed on the black rock and exploded into sparks. Gu Hu landed on the ground with his saber in a half-kneeling position. Sweat dripped from his forehead and his back was completely soaked. It was obvious that the previous attack had consumed a lot of his energy. It wasn't the consumption of elemental energy, but the consumption of mental energy. Everyone's gaze shifted from Gu Hu to the black rock. When they saw the 2-inch deep saber mark, they couldn't help but gasp. Gu Sun's eyes were filled with shock. He sighed. I didn't expect his understanding of the technique to reach such a level. This is definitely the power of a large success in the technique. Although Gume didn't say anything, a strange light flashed in her eyes. On the surface, she wasn't calm. Chapter 934. Full Mastery. It's really a full mastery. I didn't expect Gu Hu to have practiced the technique to such an extent. When the crowd saw the deep scratches on the black stone, they were all shocked. Following that, a series of exclamations sounded out. Big Brother Zichun is going to lose. Gu Hu's technique has already reached full mastery. Although Big Brother Zichun's combat strength is strong, he's still a little behind Gu Hu in terms of technique comprehension. He's going to lose this time. Hearing the voices around him, the pride on Gu Hu's face grew. At the same time, he looked proudly at Gu Yu, who was not far away. His face was full of pride as if to say, "Look, even Zichun is inferior to me." In Zichun's sea of consciousness, the perfect form of spiritual senses was quickly comprehending the second style of the sky-piercing spear art. There were more than 300 movements in total. Zichun's spiritual senses memorized and comprehended them one by one. At this moment, Zichun seemed to have returned to the time when he was in the true energy realm. At that time, with the help of the lightning youth, Zichun's speed of comprehension was much faster than ordinary people. Now, this feeling was back again. However, the difference was that the perfect form of spiritual senses had completely broken down the technique. Moreover, it was more detailed. It was as if there were more than 300 lightning youths practicing the technique in front of him. Zichen had spent several years, but his comprehension of the sky-piercing spear art was less than the few breaths of time that he had just spent. At this moment, Zichen saw the essence of the sky-piercing spear art. All its secrets and techniques were presented before him. Naturally, it was easy for Zichen to comprehend them. Zichen looked ahead and didn't make a move immediately. In Guhu's opinion, Zichen was bound to lose. The pride on his face grew. He said to the crowd, "Look, I've completely destroyed Zichen." Everyone laughed. Guhu looked at Guyu proudly and waved his hand. "Guyu, come here and see the results of my recent hard work." Everyone's gazes shifted, and only then did they realize that Guyu had unknowingly appeared behind them. They moved to the side, opening up a path for Guyu. Guyu's complex emotions were instantly suppressed, and he walked over. Guhu chuckled when he saw Guyu step forward. He pointed at Zichen and said, "Guyu, look, I've completely crushed Zichen. Hee, I've completely crushed him. His technique comprehension is only at the small success stage, while mine is at the large success stage. Hee, large success stage. I'm several times stronger than Zichen." Guyu did not look at Guhu. Instead, she looked at the scars on his body. Her eyes flashed with brilliance as she praised, "Not bad. You've made rapid progress recently." Hearing Guyu's praise, Guhu became even more proud and said proudly, "That's right. I completely crushed Zichen." Guhu did not know that his words did not elevate his position in Guyu's heart. In Guyu's heart, he was still her younger brother. She was naturally gratified that her younger brother had grown so much. However, Guyu's gaze soon landed on Zichen. Not only did the curiosity in her eyes not diminish, it even intensified. Zichen's understanding of the technique was not deep, but even so, he was able to kill so many spirits. If his understanding of the technique was deeper, wouldn't he be even stronger? The more mysterious Zichen was, the more curious she was. At this moment, Zichen opened his eyes and saw Guyu. He smiled and greeted her. "Guyu, you're here?" Guyu nodded. She had actually arrived a long time ago. She said, "I also just arrived." "Why? Are you sparring with Guhu?" "Guhu is still young, so don't lower yourself to his level." Guyu's voice was very gentle. She had never spoken like this before. At this moment, she said, "Didn't you go out to train? When did you come back?" Zichen smiled and said, "I just came back. The moment I came back, I tested my technique comprehension." Guyu said gently, "Technique comprehension requires time. You can take it slowly. There's no need to rush. Besides, little Hu is still young, so don't get serious with him." Zichen smiled and said, "I was just playing around. Since Miss Guyu has said so, then let's forget about it." At the side, the more Guhu listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. He could accept being called Little Tiger. After all, he wanted Zichen to suffer in front of Guyu. But why did the two of them only exchange a few words and the situation reversed? It was as if Zichen was very strong and he was very weak. One had to know that his technique comprehension was at the large success stage, while Zichen was only at the small success stage. Therefore, Guhu shouted, "Zichen, hurry up. It's your turn." "Little Hu, don't be rude to Zichen," Guyu reprimanded Guhu. "This is none of your business." Guhu looked at Zichen and said, "Why? Are you trying to go back on your word?" "Little Hu, don't overestimate yourself. Zichen has always been going easy on you," Guyu said again. "Haha, going easy on me." Guhu laughed and looked around. He looked at the crowd and said, "Tell me, is Zichen going easy on me?" As soon as this was said, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Zichen's rapid improvement had left them speechless. Thinking about how he could kill a spirit body and even kill several of them, it seemed that the possibility of him conceding was very high. Seeing that everyone was speechless, Guhu was angry. He pointed at Skinny Monkey and said, "Skinny Monkey, tell me, is Zichen going easy on me?" Skinny Monkey looked hesitant. Moments later, he said seriously, "Brother Guhu, Brother Zichen might really be going easy on you. Don't forget that he has killed spirit bodies before." "Fine, you traitor." Guhu was so angry that he almost kicked Skinny Monkey. His eyes fell on Gu Sun and Gu Mei. He first winked at them and then asked, Gu Sun, Gu Mei, tell me, is Zichun going easy on me? Gu Mei first glanced at Zichun and found that he was smiling, and it was the kind of smile that was very confident. His swollen face immediately had a trace of disdain. He thought that Zichun really knew how to pretend. Then he said, of course not. Zichun killing spirits and understanding techniques are two different things. His strength is so strong that it is unique. Killing spirits relies on strength. As for understanding techniques, Zichun is indeed very weak. That's right. Not only is he very weak, he is so weak that it is a mess. The sky-piercing spear art is only at the small success level. Although I dare not say that all of us are at the small success level, at least 90% of us can reach this level. Gusen added, that is why Zichun is not going easy on us. It is all because he is afraid of losing. He is afraid of losing in front of Guyu and embarrassing himself in front of Guyu. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Guhu looked around and thought to himself that these two were really awesome. Their eloquence immediately turned the situation around. Guhu looked at Zichen and said, Zichen, I originally thought that you were very mysterious and thought that you were a god. But I did not expect you to be a vulgar person who is afraid of losing. Your lofty image in my heart has completely collapsed. Originally, I was proud to be your friend, but now, I am looking down on you. You actually do not want to recognize your own shortcomings in front of Guyu. Zichun had been smiling as he watched Gu Hu and the other two's performance. At this moment, he finally said, You really want me to fight? Of course. Gu Hu said with a righteous face, A loss is a loss, and a win is a win. Winning or losing does not matter to me, Gu Hu. What I want is justice. Everyone understood the innuendo in Gu Hu's words. Guyu still wanted to say something, but it was obvious that no one would listen to her at this moment. However, when she saw Zichen's extremely confident appearance, her heart calmed down a little. Gu Hu, are you sure that you want me to fight? Zichen asked again. Of course, Gu Hu said. Heis. Zichen sighed softly and said, I wanted to give you a chance, but you are too overbearing. Don't blame me after this. At this moment, Zichun raised his head and sighed. It was as if everyone had misunderstood him and was prejudiced against him. It was a feeling that made people want to clench their fists and punch him. A sentence involuntarily appeared in everyone's mind. Don't act cool, or you will be struck by lightning. Do it. At this moment, everyone was on the same side, and they all wanted Zichen to fight. Big Brother Zichun, hurry up and destroy Gu Hu. That's right, Big Brother Zichun. Let's see your power. Someone said with an insincere smile. All right then. Zichun could only turn around in front of everyone. He walked to the side and picked up the black spear. In his sea of consciousness, over 300 movements were completed in one go. The long spear in Zichen's hand vibrated rapidly. Under the high-frequency vibrations, Zichun quickly shot out his spear. Puff. There was no deliberate accumulation of energy, nor was there any flash of brilliance. It was just a smooth attack. On the black rock, a deep spear mark appeared instantly. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but this mark was slightly higher than Gu Hu's. What? Gu Hu stared at the spear mark, his eyes filled with disbelief. Gu Sun and Gu Mei looked as if they had seen a ghost. How did he suddenly become so strong? The surrounding people were also in a daze. They did not expect Zichun to surpass Gu Hu and achieve greater mastery of the technique. Gu Yu's beautiful eyes flickered with brilliance. It doesn't count. You must have guessed it. A blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. Do it again. Gu Hu shouted, his face filled with disbelief. Zichun smiled and said, Since you are purely looking for a beating, I won't hold back. With that, Zichun swung his spear again. It was done in one go again, but it instantly left 2 marks on the black rock. When everyone's gaze landed on the black rock, their expressions immediately changed. They were petrified. There were 2 marks. One was 2.5 inches long, and the other was 3 inches long. A 3-inch mark. What kind of concept was this? It was a realm stronger than greater mastery. Was it perfect? Everyone's heart could not help but twitch violently. Hee hee, I knew it. Brother Zichan is able to kill spiritual bodies. His comprehension of the technique is naturally strong. Skinny Monkey was the first to recover from his shock. He said, Brother Guhu, Brother Zichan was giving you face just now. He treated you as a friend and did not want you to embarrass yourself. However, you kept on forcing him. Yeah, Brother Zichan is such a good person. He clearly has strength, but he did not show it. Instead, he gave Guhu a chance. Everyone spoke one after another, as if they already knew. Heihu's expression was ugly as he stood there in a daze. Zichan patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, Little tiger, the path of cultivation is still very long. We should look forward and not be complacent just because we have a little bit of success, which will cause us to stagnate. After being lectured by Zichan, Black Tiger looked at Gu Sun and Gu Mei. The three of them looked at each other. They thought that they would be able to defeat Zichan and show off. Who knew that they would be defeated by Zichan? The contrast in Zichan's comprehension of the technique before and after made the three of them extremely puzzled. Chapter 935. Hearing the words go back together, Xiaohu's heart couldn't help but twitch violently. He then glared at Zichan. Zichan only smiled without saying a word. Guyu asked, My father has long wanted to meet you. He wants to see the great hero who killed the spirit body. Zichan, do you have time today? Zichan ignored Guhu's pleading gaze and smiled. I just came back. Since the great beauty Guyu invited me, I have to squeeze some time out even if I don't have time. Guyu's face immediately turned red. Guhu thought to himself, it's over. He then quickly looked at Gu Mei and Gu Sun. The three of them were communicating with their eyes. Zichan paused for a moment and said, But I'm afraid it's not good for me to go alone. Can I bring my brother along? Zichan was naturally referring to the devil ape. Guyu nodded. Sure. Guhu thought to himself, there's hope. His gaze immediately changed as if urging the two. The crowd dispersed. Guyu brought Zichan back to her house. Behind her were the unhappy Guhu and the devil ape. Seeing Guhu's expression, the devil ape chuckled. In front of them, Guyu asked Zichan about the matter of killing the spirit body. She asked very carefully, and her eyes flashed with a colorful light. You seem to be very interested in the spirit body, Zichan suddenly asked. Guyu was startled. Her expression changed slightly as she said, The spirit body is said to be invincible. It's said to be miraculous. Once, it even killed a genius of our ancient race. That genius was very strong, and his comprehension of techniques was even more advanced. Even so, he was still killed. It's not just me, but all of the ancient race are very curious about the spirit body. Just as they were talking, the two of them arrived at Guyu's house. As soon as they reached the door, a burly man who resembled Guhu walked out. When he saw Zichan in front of him, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, This must be little friend Zichan. Come in quickly. Zichan greets uncle. This is my brother, the devil ape. Zichan introduced. Guhu's father was very gratified when he heard the word uncle. He looked at the devil ape and laughed. Haha, the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline is very strong. Come in quickly, come in quickly. The devil ape nodded, but didn't say anything. He really couldn't bring himself to call the other party uncle. Just as they entered and sat down, a beautiful woman came to pour water for Zichan and the others. She was Guhu's mother. Guhu called out when she came in. It was obvious that the woman doted on Guhu. After pouring the tea, she left with Guyu. Haha, an esteemed guest has arrived. Guyu is going to personally cook and display her culinary skills. This old fellow is in for a treat. Guhu's father laughed heartily. Guhu's father's questions were almost all related to Guyu. For example, Zichan, what do you think of Guyu? Zichan, when did you meet Guyu? Zichan responded to them one by one with an awkward expression. It was as if he was meeting the parents. Soon, a large table of dishes was placed on the table. The dishes were exquisite and delicious. It was obvious that Guyu's culinary skills were not bad. A woman like her could be said to be a good cook. Of course, she wasn't weak either. Zichan, I heard that you have a good tolerance for alcohol. Come, let's have a toast. During the meal, Guhu's father said the most. His face was flushed, and it was obvious that he was very happy. Moreover, during the banquet, it wasn't hard to tell that he wanted to matchmake the two of them. Guyu sat beside Zichun. From the moment they sat at the table, her face was flushed red, and she would occasionally pick up food for Zichun. In the banquet, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was Gu Hu. However, unlike his usual self, he didn't immediately fly into a rage. Instead, he looked at Zichun with a hint of resentment. The family's enthusiasm, coupled with Gu Yu's gentleness, made Zichun restless. He couldn't take it. On the other hand, the devil ape was carefree and ate very comfortably. After the meal, Zichun felt as if he was in a life-and-death battle with a spirit body. His head was dizzy, and his body was a little staggered. His whole body was weak. Gu Hu's father suggested that they go back to their room to rest, but Zichun refused. Zichun and the devil ape came out. A cool breeze blew past, and he exhaled. He instantly felt refreshed. Beside him, the devil ape smiled but didn't say anything. Gu Yu and Gu Hu sent the two out. During this time, the two were silent and didn't speak. Zichun usually didn't speak much. Now that he was with Gu Yu, he didn't know what to say. Gu Yu had something on her mind, so she didn't speak. After sending them out for 100 meters, Gu Yu went back. Gu Hu used this as an excuse to chat with Zichun. Zichun, don't think that Gu Yu likes you. She doesn't like you, Gu Hu said seriously. Zichun looked at Gu Hu and didn't say anything. Why? You don't believe me? Gu Hu glared. I know that she wants to be with you. My father doesn't object. However, it's not because she likes you. It's because you killed a spirit body. This has to do with the spirit body. Zichun's eyes had a hint of curiosity. Of course. It's because the spirit body is what Gu Yu hates the most. It's also what the ancient race hates the most, Gu Hu said. Why? You should have seen the palm print on the black stone, right? Gu Hu asked. Zichun nodded. I saw it. It's 7 inches deep. My understanding of the technique is flawless. That was left behind by our clan's genius, Gu Shao. He's a true genius of our clan, a genius comparable to the spirit body. He's our idol. Following that, Gu Hu's expression turned gloomy. He whispered, but he was killed by the spirit body on the ancient road of the ancient trial. Zichun immediately understood what Gu Hu meant. He then asked, You're saying that the spirit body killed Gu Shao, and I killed the spirit body. Could it be that Gu Shao is related to Gu Yu? He's Gu Yu's brother, Gu Hu said. Brother. Zichun was stunned. He didn't expect this. In his opinion, Gu Shao should be Gu Yu's lover. The spirit body killed Gu Yu's brother. Therefore, Gu Yu swore that she would marry anyone who could kill the spirit body and avenge her brother, Gu Hu said. Is the spirit body I killed coincidentally the existence that killed her brother? Zichun asked. Gu Hu said, Of course not. You just happened to kill the spirit body. In Gu Yu's heart, as long as you kill the spirit body, it's fine. Because she doesn't know who the enemy is, she just knows that it's the spirit body. Therefore, Gu Yu doesn't like you. Zichun looked at Gu Hu and said, You only found out about this today, right? Gu Hu was stunned. How did you know? Zichun sneered. If you knew, you wouldn't have fought with me for no reason. You would have taken me to the elders immediately after I appeared and thought of a way to chase me away, right? You're very smart. Yes, I only found out today, so I regret it. If I knew, I would have ignored you. Now, there's nothing left. Zichun patted Gu Hu's shoulder. You're honest. But don't worry, I'll leave soon. I won't have anything to do with Gu Yu. Gu Hu's face immediately lit up, but his expression quickly changed. No, if you leave quietly, Gu Yu will catch up to you. I know her personality. Zichun moved his hand away from Gu Hu's shoulder and turned to leave. He said, Don't worry, I left the ancient path. She won't be able to find me if I return to the martial sky continent. On the way back, the devil ape looked at Zichun and said, You're really fated to be in love. Zichun bitterly smiled. This is called lying down. Who would have thought that there would be such a thing after killing the spirit body? While they were talking, the two of them noticed 2 people looking in their direction. Zichun looked at the 2 of them and asked, What are you 2 doing here? Don't tell me you're planning to ambush us? The 2 of them walked out. They were Gu Mei and Gu Sun. They arrived in front of Zichun, and with a flash of light, a dozen jade bottles appeared in their hands. Zichun didn't need to open them to know that they were filled with wine. "Oh, you brought good wine. Are you apologizing to me?" Zichun asked with a smile. The two of them didn't want to anger Zichun. Gusun said, "Apologizing is one thing, but the other is because of Gu Yu. You should stay away from her. She belongs to our ancient race and our world. You don't belong to this world." Seeing their resolute expressions, Zichun smiled. "All right, I'll take it." After saying that, Zichun put away the jade bottles and left with the devil ape. The two of them were stunned. Gusun asked. He didn't say anything. "What does that mean?" Gume said, "Stupid. Not saying anything means he agreed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken our things." Gusun hesitated. "What if he goes back on his word? I stole it from my family." Gume said, "That's impossible. Zichun is an expert who killed a spirit. Normally, such an expert would never go back on his word." After leaving, Zichun went to find Gushioda. After seeing Zichun, Gushioda's eyes lit up. "You actually broke through. Complete core realm, but I'm still a bit away from the mortal realm," Zichun said. Gushioda gestured for Zichun to sit down. He said, "Don't worry. Stabilize your realm first. It might be easier for others to break through to the mortal realm, but you have 3 pages of the heavenly book. Your essence, chi, and spirit are all perfect. Once you break through to the mortal realm, it will be a perfect breakthrough. There won't be any flaws in your body. Therefore, it will be more difficult for you to break through." 2 things. Zichun said, "The first thing is to ask about the other forces. Can I leave now? The other thing is about my comprehension of the technique. The sky-piercing spear art has 8 moves in total, but I've only practiced the first 2. Why did they say that I've reached the level of complete mastery?" "Them? Which them?" Gu Shioda was confused. "It's Gu Hu and the others. Those little bastards." Gu Shioda couldn't help but laugh. "Little bastards? You called them little bastards?" Zichun was startled. "If they aren't little bastards, then what are they? They don't know how to properly practice their techniques. Once they master half a move, they call it small mastery or complete mastery." Gu Shioda sighed. "It's easier said than done to reach complete mastery in ancient techniques. Even if they reach complete mastery, it's enough to shake the entire sky martial continent." After pausing for a moment, Gu Shioda looked at Zichun. "You saw the handprint on the black stone, right?" Zichun nodded. Chapter 936. After leaving Gu Shioda's place, Zichun returned to his residence. The devil ape wasn't in his room. Obviously, he was fighting with someone in the square. After returning, Zichun sat down cross-legged and continued to comprehend the sky-piercing spear art with his perfect spiritual sense. The sky-piercing spear art had a total of 8 moves. In the past few years, Zichun had only comprehended 2 moves. These 2 moves had reached perfection today. As for the remaining 6 moves, he would have to slowly comprehend them. His perfect spiritual sense was breaking down the 3rd move, but Zichun found that the speed was not as fast as before. Not only was it not fast, but it was also much slower. Zichun couldn't help but guess that it was because he had never comprehended the 3rd move of the sky-piercing spear art. Or maybe the 3rd move was more difficult. His perfect spiritual sense wasn't pure, so the speed was very slow. This kind of comprehension lasted for an entire night. In one night, the 3rd move only had 9 clones. Compared to before, the speed of comprehension was like heaven and earth. In one day and one night, he could only divide the 3rd move into 18 clones. After that, he spent another 18 days and nights to divide the 3rd move into 300 clones. In this way, if Zichun wanted to comprehend the 3rd move quickly, he would need at least 20 days. Although 20 days sounded slow, it was actually very fast. If others knew that he could comprehend the first move of the sky-piercing spear art in 20 days, their jaws would drop to the ground. This was because the speed was too fast. An ordinary Xiantian martial artist might not be able to comprehend the first move to perfection in 10 or 20 days, let alone 20 days. Zichun stayed in his room and didn't leave. During this time, Guyu came a few times, but Zichun was in seclusion. She didn't disturb him. The devil ape rarely came back. It stayed in the square almost all the time, looking for people to fight. During the battles, its realm had reached the peak of the primal core realm. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Zichen appeared beside the black stone again. After a month of seclusion, he came here directly. Obviously, he wanted to test his comprehension of the technique. Everyone came over, wanting to see if Zichen had made any progress in the past month. Big brother Zichen, you want to test your technique again? A month has passed. Big brother Zichen must have made a lot of progress. Everyone stepped forward and inquired. The devil ape brought the black spear for Zichen. In this 1 month, Zichen had spent 20 days comprehending the third style of the sky-piercing spear art. The remaining 10 days were spent familiarizing himself with the original techniques. Because he had already comprehended these techniques before, his perfect origin energy was able to break them down very quickly. In just 10 short days, Zichen had improved at lightning speed. According to Gu Hu and the others' calculations, all of Zichen's techniques had reached greater mastery. Zichen held the black spear in his hand. As everyone held their breaths, he swept the spear forward. His movements were smooth. Suddenly, the spear shone with a bright light. There was a sharp aura in the light. Then, the spear landed on the black stone. A clanging sound rang out, and sparks appeared on the black stone. A 4-inch deep spear mark appeared on the black stone. Seeing the effect of Zichen's grab, everyone's expression changed greatly. In just a month, Zichen had improved so much. Zichen was quite satisfied with this attack. After that, he attacked a few more times, and the difference between the attacks was not big. It had to be mentioned that the marks that Zichen had left behind on the black stone had all disappeared. It was not that the people had deliberately touched them, but that the black stone had automatically recovered. Only by penetrating more than 7 inches deep would one be able to stay here forever. On this gigantic black stone, there was only a permanent palm print. This training ground was specially prepared for the elemental elixir realm cultivators of the ancient race. Once they broke through to the mortal origin realm, they would have to leave this place and train on the ancient road. The one who left this palm print was Gu Shao. For him to be able to train a Xiantian-level ancient technique to this extent when he was only at the origin elixir realm, he was undoubtedly extraordinary. How is this possible? How can he improve so quickly in a month? The speed of Zichen's improvement in a month left everyone in a state of shock. Gu Hu and the rest were the same. They looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a monster. One had to know that this technique was extremely difficult to master. It would take an unimaginable amount of time to fully comprehend it. But Zichen's next move was undoubtedly telling everyone that the shock wasn't over, but just the beginning. Zichen threw away the long spear and picked up a pair of black gloves. The material of the gloves was almost the same as the long spear, but it was much softer and had an extremely strong toughness. Wearing this pair of gloves, whether it was making hand seals, palm strikes, or punches, all of the elemental energy would be blocked. Not counting the heaven-piercing spear art, Zichen had mastered 4 offensive techniques. They were Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, which he inherited from the Sun and Moon inheritance. He also had the perfect strength technique, the Xiantian-level tyrannical fist, and the heavenly thunder seal. Zichen formed the Extreme Yang first. As he formed a hand seal, a strange energy appeared between his fingers. Then, a golden light flashed as the golden sun moved. A 4-inch mark appeared on the black stone. Next was the silver half-moon. Its power was similar to the golden sun. Next was the tyrannical fist. When Zichen punched the black stone, a 4-inch mark immediately appeared on it. Zichen had mastered many techniques and had a deep understanding of them. Everyone was amazed. Zichen did not use the heavenly thunder seal. He clenched his fist again and punched out. This punch was different from the overbearing fist from before. This punch used the strength of his body. Although it was mostly blocked by the black gloves, there was still a sense of enlightenment that came out of his body. Boom! This punch caused the black stone to tremble. Then, a 6-inch mark appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this fist mark, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Obviously, they were completely shocked. The strength fist technique was something that Zichen had learned a long time ago. Zichun had been studying this technique for decades. Coupled with the decomposition of his perfect spiritual sense, his improvement was the fastest. Zichun took off his gloves and looked at the mark on the black stone with a satisfied expression. He had stayed here for several months. In these few months, Zichun's improvement could be said to be huge. Compared to a few months ago, Zichun was much stronger in terms of realm and comprehension of the technique. After Zichun stopped punching, everyone came forward and asked Zichun about his comprehension of the technique. Of course, Zichun didn't have any insights. He had improved so quickly because of his perfect spiritual sense. After casually giving a few pointers, Zichun left the square under everyone's admiring gazes and went to find Gushioda. When he saw Gushioda, Zichun went straight to the point and asked if he could leave. Gushioda pondered for a moment and said, "During this period of time, the 5 elemental forces haven't caused any trouble for us, so they obviously don't know that you're here. Instead, they've sent people to look for you in other places, and they're trying to find where you came from. Therefore, it's safest for you to stay here." Zichun didn't answer immediately. He looked at Gushioda and said, "I have something to trouble you with. I hope you can help me." "Tell me. As long as I can help, I will." Zichun said, "I want to trouble you to find my friends and give them 3 techniques." Gushioda looked at Zichun and said, "You should be talking about the 3 perfect chapters of essence, chi, and soul, right?" Zichun nodded and said, "That's right. They haven't stepped into the mortal origin stage yet. These 3 chapters will be very useful to them. They haven't broken through yet, so they are indeed very useful. However, this will break the rules of the ancient road." Gushioda's face immediately showed a difficult expression. "Can't you make an exception? It's just giving them techniques. It won't interfere with anything else," Zichun said unwillingly. This time, Gushioda pondered for a long time. After a while, he said, "All right, I'll make an exception this time." Zichun hurriedly expressed his thanks. Searching for people on the ancient road required a lot of time and a lot of rules. This was already beyond Gushioda's ability. However, with his connections, he could still find a few people and give them some things. However, he would also have to pay a price. After that, Zichun took out many golden jade pieces and gave them to Gushioda in groups of 3. After Gushioda took them, Zichun took out another 4 jade pieces and put them on the table. He said, "These are the perfect body arts and perfect spiritual sense arts. They are for the aboriginals." This time, Gushioda did not decline and directly accepted it. As for why Zichun did not give him the perfect origin force, it was because the aboriginals already had such a technique. In the cultivation method that Little Tiger and the others cultivated, there were traces of the perfect origin force. However, they were unable to cultivate the perfect origin force because in this world, only those who possessed the heavenly book could cultivate the perfect origin force. The origin force that others cultivated would more or less have flaws. It was just like the perfect body. Even if one was born with a perfect body, without the corresponding perfect body arts, the perfect body would be incomplete. Zichun's main purpose was to give these jade pieces. As for leaving, it could wait. A light flashed through Gushioda's eyes as he watched Zichun leave. He sighed and said, "What an eventful year." Zichun had just left Gushioda's place when he bumped into Guyu. To tell the truth, Guyu was very beautiful. Her appearance, figure, and power left Zichun speechless. However, Zichun didn't want to have anything to do with her. Furthermore, he wasn't someone who would fall in love with anyone he saw. Seeing Guyu, Zichun instinctively wanted to dodge, but it seemed there was nowhere to run. "You want to leave this place?" Guyu stared at Zichun. Zichun smiled and greeted. "Guyu, what a coincidence." Guyu asked, "You want to leave?" "Yes, I don't belong to this world. I'll soon leave with the devil ape and return to the martial heaven continent," said Zichun. "I'll go with you," said Guyu directly. Guyu's straightforwardness gave Zichun a headache. He asked, "Why do you want to leave with me? You killed a spirit body. I once swore that I would marry someone who killed a spirit body." Zichun helplessly said, "I'm not the only one who killed a spirit body. I've also killed a perfect body. Furthermore, I already have a wife." "I don't care," said Guyu. "You don't care, but I care. My wife also cares." Zichun was extremely serious. Furthermore, I've offended the five elements powers, the Heavenly Kill Alliance, the Sword Sect, and the Tyrant Body Bloodline. I've offended all the superpowers of the martial heaven continent. Following me will only make you die faster. Chapter 937. Zichen didn't know how he left, but he could imagine his appearance. He must have been running away in a sorry state, like a deserter who had lost a battle. Zichen's relationship was mostly passive, and he rarely took the initiative. When he was with Shangguan Yuer, he was completely passive. However, they did develop feelings for each other later on. However, Zichen had only seen Guyu a few times, and Zichen hadn't even looked at Guyu closely. Now, Guyu wanted to leave with him. That wasn't all. The most important thing was that Guyu didn't want to leave because of her feelings for him, but because of an oath. The two of them didn't understand each other. Once they were together, it would cause a lot of awkwardness. Furthermore, Zichen had so many enemies. Once he stepped out of here, he would be hunted down endlessly. Once the fact that he possessed the 3 pages of the Heavenly Book was exposed, Zichen would have to face the wrath of the entire martial sky continent. Thus, under such circumstances, it was even more impossible for Zichen to bring Guyu away, even if she insisted on following him. He felt that facing Guyu was even more terrifying than facing a spirit body. Zichen ran away in a sorry state. Along the way, he saw many ancient race clans. He rarely lost his composure as he ran straight to his residence. Guyu looked at Zichen running away in a sorry state, and her tears naturally fell. Inside the house, Gu Xiota saw this scene inside. What a good girl. This brat really doesn't know how to treat a girl well. Furthermore, there are many people in this world who have 3 wives and 4 concubines. She doesn't care. So why do you care? Towards the end, Gu Xiota couldn't help laughing. Furthermore, he was scared away. He might be an invincible expert in the future, but he was scared away by a little girl's confession. Haha. Zichen ran away in a sorry state. Guyu was practically crying as she ran back. She had never been rejected by anyone before. There were many people who chased after her, but today, she was rejected by Zichen. He directly rejected her without any feelings. Guyu directly locked herself in her room, allowing her parents to knock on the door. "Little Yu, what happened?" asked Guhu's mother. Only cries came from the room. Guyu didn't answer. Guhu's father looked at the tightly shut door and whispered, "I think it has something to do with Zichen." Zichen. That's right. Lil, you probably want to look for Zichen just now. You should know Lil Yu's temper. Once she has decided on something, she will never change her mind. Moreover, Gu Xiao is very important in her heart. He is both her brother and her father, Guhu's father said. Are you saying that she went to find Zichen to confess but was rejected? Guhu's mother was astonished. That should be the case. How is that possible? Do you believe that the number of aboriginals chasing after our little you could line up from here to the martial arts arena? Do you believe that there is anyone in this world who can reject little Yu's confession? Guhu's mother looked at Guhu's father. Guhu's father said awkwardly, "Of course, I didn't believe it in the past. Little Yu is like a fairy who has descended to the mortal world. She is rare in this world. Whoever she fancies, they will all be blessed by their ancestors. However, she met Zichen. You have seen Zichen before. That brat is very strong, but he is a blockhead. Previously, I kept reminding him during the banquet, but he didn't respond at all. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was as though our little Yu couldn't get married and was rushing to give herself to him. Zichen has killed several spirit bodies. It is natural for him to be arrogant. However, our little Yu is definitely not bad. She is compatible with Zichen." Guhu's mother looked at Guhu's father and suggested, "Why don't you look for Zichen and ask Zichen what his intentions are?" During the conversation, Guyu's cries didn't stop. Guhu's father nodded and said, "All right, I'll go look for Zichen now. As for here, I'll leave it to you." Guhu's mother nodded, and Guhu's father left. After Zichen returned, he immediately felt upset. Being liked was a good thing, but being liked by a vow wasn't a good sign. Although he didn't know Guyu well, Zichen could guess that she was a stubborn person. Therefore, this matter shouldn't be counted. Forget it. Since I have to leave sooner or later, it's better to leave early. Zichun prepared to call the devil ape and leave early. However, before he could leave, a person arrived at the door. Uncle. Seeing Guhu's father, Zichun was surprised. Zichun, are you leaving? Guhu's father asked when he saw Zichun rushing out. Oh no, that's not it. Uncle, why are you here? Please come in. I've just deepened my understanding of the technique, so I'm going to the training field to practice. Zichun gestured for Guhu's father to come in, and at the same time, told a small lie. Young people diligently cultivating is a good sign. A good sign, Guhu's father praised. After that, Guhu's father asked, Zichun, are you used to living here? It's okay. It's not bad, Zichun replied. Have you eaten lunch? You're already a cultivator. You won't starve to death even if you skip a few meals. The two exchanged questions and answers like this. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Guhu's father asked some useless pleasantries. Zichun finally couldn't help but ask, Uncle, you must have a reason for coming here to find me, right? Guhu's father looked deeply at Zichun and said, Originally, an old man like me didn't want to get involved in the matters of you youngsters. However, little you came back crying today and locked herself in her room. Now, she's still crying nonstop. I just wanted to ask if little you saw you. Zichun immediately felt a headache coming on, but he could only nod and say, We met. She asked if I was leaving and said that she wanted to follow me. Then what did you say to make her cry? Zichun thought for a moment, then awkwardly said, I said a lot at that time, but I can't remember what I said. I think I was stunned at that time. Stunned? Zichun nodded. I was stunned. Oh no, I was panicking. What are you panicking about? Is my little you not worthy of you? Zichun hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, I'm not worthy of Guyu. Moreover, Uncle must know my current situation. I'm completely taking refuge here. Once I leave, my chances of survival are slim. If Guyu follows me, she naturally won't be happy. Moreover, I might lose my life at any time. Uncle, are you going to watch Guyu jump into a fire pit? Guhu's father was stunned by Zichun's words, but soon a trace of sadness flashed across his face. He sighed and said, Little Yu's life is tough. Little Yu lost her parents when she was young. It was her elder brother who was also her father, Gu Xiao, who brought her up. Gu Xiao is also the person closest to her. Gu Xiao is also a genius, a true genius of the ancient race. Little Yu has seen Gu Xiao as her idol since she was young. She said that if she were to marry when she grew up, she would marry someone as strong as her elder brother. When Guyu was 13, Gu Xiao reached the great circle of primal core realm. According to our rules, he had to go out and train. At that time, little Yu cried her heart out, but rules are rules, and no one can break them. Zichun seemed to see a handsome youth leaving a 7-inch palm print on the black stone with a wave of his hand. Then, he waved at Guyu and left confidently. However, he also seemed to see Guyu's sad expression at that time. Her only family member was going to leave, and to go on a dangerous trial at that. This was not something that everyone could accept. Moreover, Guyu was only 13 years old at that time. She was still just a child. After Gu Xiao left, little Yu lived in my house. Her father and I were brothers, and I always treated little Yu as my own daughter. 10 years later, my wife and I finally had a child. It was little Yu's younger brother. Gu Xiao had already been gone for 10 years, and little Yu was already 23 years old. However, she still talked about Gu Xiao every day. 5 years later, when little Hu was 5 years old, the news came that Gu Xiao had encountered a spirit body on the ancient road of the trial and died in battle. I remember that when little Yu heard the news, she fainted and only woke up 10 days later. 10 days later, little Yu's personality changed greatly. She was cold to many people, but she was always very good to little Hu. Moreover, we remember very clearly that after little Yu woke up, she cried. After crying, she knelt on the ground and swore that she would marry anyone who could kill a spirit body. She would give her life to him, even if that person was of a different race. Guhu's father played it down, but Zichun could feel the despair in Guyu's heart at that time. Other than despair, there was also hatred. That was why she made the vow. At that time, we were worried that little Yu would commit suicide, so we protected her day and night. However, we found that it was completely unnecessary. The hatred in her heart did not decrease, and she kept waiting for someone to kill a spirit body. This wait lasted for more than 100 years, and during this time, Little You rejected all suitors. Time can erase everything. Even if it was hatred, Little You still had a long life ahead of her. We were not in a hurry for her to marry until the hatred in her heart subsided. However, who would have thought that 2.5 years ago, the news of you killing a spirit body would come? At that time, Little Yu's heart seemed to have come back to life, and a smile appeared on her face once again. Although she never said that she would look for you, she cultivated even harder. We knew that this was a sign that she was going to leave, but we were not in a hurry because we knew that you had already left, and it was impossible for you to meet Little You. Who would have thought that 2 years later, you would actually appear here by accident? Guhu's father looked at Zichun and said, "We did not want to make things difficult for you. Naturally, we could not allow Little You to go on an adventure with you. However, she is a woman of few words and has an unyielding character. If we did not agree, I'm afraid that Little You would do something that we would not be able to bear." Zichun frowned. He did not expect things to turn out like this. However, he did not have a future, so how could he give Guyu a future? Therefore, he did not soften his heart and said, "Uncle, how about this? The devil ape and I will leave now. Guyu doesn't know about this anyway. At worst, you can ask her to cultivate diligently and enter the ancient road. After she succeeds and comes out, you can come and look for me." Guhu's father hesitated for a moment before saying, "It seems we can only do this." Zichun, thank you. Although entering the ancient road was dangerous, it was much less dangerous than being chased by so many powers. The two of them had just come to an agreement when the door to Zichun's room opened with a bang. Guyu walked in. She stared at Zichun and asked, "Zichun, I'll ask you one last time. Will you take me with you?" "Guyu, I already told you that once I leave, there will be trouble. There will be danger." Guyu interrupted Zichun. "If you're a man, then be a little more straightforward. Just say it. Are you taking me or not?" Zichun also looked at Guyu and directly said, "No." Chapter 938. Without another word, Guyu broke her heart and committed suicide. Her decisiveness caused the two men's expressions to change. Guhu's father stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. On the other hand, Zichun's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly appeared in front of Guyu and blocked the attack before it spread to her spiritual sea. Although he managed to protect her spiritual sea and spiritual sense, the destructive energy in her body had severely damaged her body. Without another word, Zichun immediately took out a treasure pill and fed it to Guyu. However, Guyu's face was filled with the will to die. The origin energy in abdomen surged crazily, a sign that she was about to explode. Guyu's unyielding nature was something Zichun had never seen before. However, after thinking about it, he understood that she had always been worried about her brother. Her brother's death was a blood feud, but she knew that she couldn't avenge him, so she had made a solemn vow. Now that her spiritual body was destroyed, her revenge could be considered complete. She had wanted to live and die with Zichun, but Zichun had directly rejected her. She felt that there was no longer any meaning in living. This suicide attempt wasn't purely because of Zichun, but more because of Gu Xiao. However, since Zichun was here, he naturally couldn't watch Guyu die in front of him. The perfect origin energy in his body surged crazily and entered Guyu's body, directly suppressing the tyrannical origin energy. "Little You, why are you doing this?" At this time, Guhu's father's sorrowful voice rang out. He quickly rushed forward and supported Guyu. Guyu glared hatefully at Zichun. She didn't say anything, but her meaning was clear. "Since you won't take me away, why save me?" Zichun did not open his mouth. After suppressing Guyu's tyrannical dantian, he sealed her yuan power. At the same time, he activated the energy of the treasure pill and began to heal Guyu's injured body. Guyu didn't appreciate it. She tried to struggle, but was firmly held down by Zichun. At this time, Guyu discovered that the gap between her and Zichun was too great. Facing Zichun, she couldn't resist at all. This wasn't something to be proud of. So Zichen immediately carried Guyu back to the room and placed her on the bed. He sighed and said, "Why did you do this for no reason? Others want to live but can't, but you didn't cherish your life." Zichen's comforting words sounded more like a reprimand. Guyu, who had mostly recovered, immediately turned her head to the side. However, she smelled the scent of a man on the bed. She knew that this was Zichen's residence and immediately got up to leave. However, with her strength sealed, she was like a mortal. With such a heavy injury, the moment she moved, she felt an unbearable pain in her body. She was stubborn, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, but she didn't make a sound. "Xiaoyu, why are you doing this?" Guhu's father also came to her side. His eyes were filled with helplessness, and he looked much more haggard. Guyu gently bit her lips, but didn't say anything. During this time, Zichun kept looking at Guyu, but he couldn't do anything to her. After a while, Guyu turned to look at Zichun. Her eyes were firm, and she said in a weak voice, "You can stop me once, but you can't stop me forever. If you don't want to take me away, I'll go find my brother." "Xiaoyu, don't take things too hard." Guhu's father immediately burst into tears. Zichen's brows furrowed. He didn't know what to do with Guyu. Pausing for a moment, Zichun thought of an idea and said, "If you want me to take you away, it's not impossible, but you have to promise me one thing." Guyu looked at Zichun. Her firm expression seemed to say, "Let alone one. Even 10 of me are fine. I'm all yours." "Wait for me," Zichun said. Guyu rolled her eyes. She was about to move, but her eyebrows furrowed. Clearly, she had once again aggravated her injuries. However, with the pill, her fatal injuries were much better. Zichun acted as if he didn't see Guyu's expression. "This is my principle and also my promise. Although I, Zichun, am not an indomitable person, I'm a man of my word. I won't let my woman take this risk with me. Wait for me here. If it's fast, it'll be 10 years. If it's slow, it'll be 50 years. Once I've dealt with everything in the outside world, I'll come back to find you." "You're lying," Guyu said. Zichun stared into Guyu's eyes and said solemnly, "If I wanted to lie to you, I would have done so long ago. I have my own forces in the outside world. This time, I've offended many forces. Once they find my base, they'll definitely cause trouble for them. I have to go and deal with them." Zichun waved his hand, stopping Guyu from speaking. "Don't tell me that we're going to live and die together. I, Zichun, won't die so easily. Not to mention, I'm alone, and I have the fastest speed in the world. If you want to kill me successfully, it will be very difficult. Furthermore, I won't let you take this risk with me, because I'm a man." Guyu seemed to be moved by Zichen's words. A trace of hesitation appeared on her face, but after a moment, she resolutely said, "If you die, I'll kill myself." Zichen laughed heartily at her words, and a burst of confidence appeared in his heart. "I have the power of perfection, so I won't die so easily. All right, let me tell you something. As long as you're my woman, your heart must be strong. Don't believe any news of my death. As long as you don't see my lifeless corpse with your own eyes, even if you see the things I used, don't believe that I'm dead. Because my life is very tough. I've encountered many dangers along the way, but I'm still alive." Guyu's injuries had already completely healed. She sat up on the bed and nodded seriously. Zichen inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. This matter had finally been resolved. When the devil ape returned, it discovered bloodstains outside the room. It hastened its footsteps and entered the room, just in time to see the three of them. A trace of astonishment appeared on its face. Guyu had just gotten off the bed, which was Zichen's bed. When she saw the devil ape return, it stared at her in astonishment, and a trace of embarrassment appeared in its eyes. Once again, the bashful expression of a young woman appeared on her face. She lowered her head and said, "Then I'll be heading back." "All right, I'll send you off." Zichen nodded. After that, the devil ape looked on in shock as the three of them left. Among the three of them, the one who was the happiest was Guhu's father. He was very satisfied with how Zichun had handled this matter. Before he left, he smiled and invited Zichun. "Zichun, come to my house for lunch tomorrow. Little you will personally cook." Zichun seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. He smiled and said, "Sure. I've been thinking about this ever since I tasted Gu Yu's cooking. It's just that you guys haven't invited me yet, so I feel bad about freeloading." Gu Yu's face flushed red when she heard this. When Zichun returned to his residence, the devil ape was sitting there. When it saw Zichun enter, it looked at him strangely. "AI, it's a long story," Zichun sighed. However, he didn't say what had happened. Since he had promised Gu Yu, he naturally couldn't leave right away. Thus, Zichun stayed for a few more days. During these few days, other than cultivating, Zichun spent the rest of his time with Gu Yu. The two of them seemed to have deliberately forgotten the unhappiness from before. They chatted and laughed like a celestial couple, causing others to be envious of them. On the surface, Zichun was still the idol of everyone. However, in the dark, everyone held a clear opposition to Zichun hooking up with Gu Yu. It could even be said that they were envious, jealous, and resentful. A month later, everyone gathered in the square. This was because Zichun and the devil ape were going to leave today. Everyone's faces were filled with reluctance, especially when they found out that only Zichun and the devil ape were going to leave. Their hearts bloomed with joy, and the reluctance on their faces became even stronger. "Wait for me." Zichun waved to everyone. Finally, he transmitted a message to Gu Yu. Gu Yu nodded heavily at Zichun and waved her hand. "Big brother Zichun, goodbye." This was Shou Ho's sincere voice, representing the majority of the ancient race members. "Goodbye, Zichun." This was Gu Hu's voice. Not only was there no sincerity in his words, but he was also urging Zichun to leave. Moreover, it seemed like he wanted to never see him again. Zichun turned his head to look at the crowd. He did not leave immediately. The devil ape brought a pair of black gloves for Zichun. Putting them on, Zichun strode towards the black rock. As Zichun approached the black rock, his body emitted a golden light. The resplendent golden light surged with an oppressive aura. By the time Zichun was in front of the black rock, the golden light around him had reached its limit. Zichun clenched his fist and punched out, sending out a powerful blow. The essence energy in this blow was completely blocked by the black gloves. However, the comprehension of the technique within it was released through the gloves and slammed heavily on the black rock. The entire ground shook at this moment, and the black rock trembled violently. When all the commotion ended, a deep fist mark appeared on the black rock. This fist mark was 7 inches deep, similar to the one left by Gu Shao. At this moment, everyone was still in shock as they stared at the fist mark. Zichun put down the black gloves, turned around, and flew up into the sky. As he left, he waved his hand behind him. Many years ago, that person had left just like that, but he had never returned. He was her brother. Many years later, another person had left in such a carefree manner. He was her man. Tears flickered in Gu Yu's eyes before they finally fell. This time, she was crying for Zichun. With a flash of light, the token disappeared with Zichun and the devil ape. Thousands of people gathered at the starting ground once again. When it was time to open again, everyone gathered in the huge square. 3 mortal origin experts prepared to soar into the sky and open the path for everyone. This time, there were some good seedlings among the crowd. Although Sophie did not test them, she could sense that they were qualified to enter the ancient road of the strongest. When she thought of these people, she thought of Zichun. He was the only one who dared to challenge the Guardian. If he's lucky enough to survive, this little guy should have a great future, Sophie thought to herself. Then, she walked towards the square. However, before she could reach the square, the void above the starting ground suddenly split open. A powerful aura rushed out from within. 5 people appeared in the sky. They were all in the mortal origin realm. As these experts descended, each of them emitted a powerful aura of the mortal origin realm. This aura was extremely oppressive, causing the faces of all the challengers to change. Chapter 939. The 5 of them hovered in the air, their sharp eyes sweeping over the trial takers below. They didn't restrain their powerful auras. This was the aura of the mortal origin realm, and it was extremely powerful. Everyone's expression changed, and they felt a pressure in their hearts. Just at that moment, another powerful aura appeared from below. This aura rose into the air, heading straight for the 5 of them. This aura came from Sophie. After releasing her aura, she soared into the air, blocking the pressure for the trial takers below. The trial takers below felt the pressure lessen, but the fear in their eyes didn't lessen. "Who are you? Don't you know where this place is?" Sophie coldly asked the 5 of them. The leader was a man in a golden robe. His expression was cold, and his cold eyes fell on Sophie. He sensed the aura around her, and a subtle surprise flashed in his eyes. The other 4 had the same expression, but their clothes were different. When the 5 of them stood together, their clothes looked like the 5 elements. It wasn't that Sophie couldn't guess, but she didn't dare to think about it. The Grand 5 Elements faction, a true power of the ancient road, an existence that could control the laws, had actually come here. And from their expressions, they clearly didn't come with good intentions. The golden-robed man coldly snorted, and a golden token appeared in his hand. There was an ancient character in the middle of the token. It was the character Jean. 5 Elements Jean family. Sophie let out a low cry. The identities of the other 4 were clearly on the verge of being revealed. "Oomph, at least you know your place." The golden-robed man arrogantly snorted. His gaze swept past Sophie, then swept over the trial takers below. He coldly said, "I want you to recognize a person. If you can recognize him, tell me where he is, and you'll be rewarded with 1,000 drops of high-grade yuan liquid." Such a generous reward caused everyone's expressions to change. Greed appeared on their faces. 1,000 drops of high-grade yuan liquid was an extremely large number. No one present wouldn't be tempted. Thousands of people made their preparations. Sophie's face was also filled with curiosity. She was curious as to who the 5 Elements faction was looking for. They were actually giving out such a generous reward. The golden-robed man's hand shook, and a ray of light appeared in the air, condensing into a figure. It was a young man. He could be considered handsome, and his eyes were extremely calm. However, there were too many people like him in the Martial Heaven continent. At a glance, there was nothing special about him. Everyone racked their brains, but could not think of where they had seen it before. "Zichun, he's Zichun." Suddenly, a voice rang out. The golden-robed man's expression changed as he looked in the direction of the commotion. When he saw that it was Sophie, his eyes immediately lit up as he asked, "Oh, you know him?" Sophie smiled and said, "Of course I know. He's the only one on the ancient road who dares to make a move against us Guardians. He possesses 2 types of origin power, and his battle prowess isn't weak." The golden-robed man's cold expression gradually softened. He said, "Yes, it's him. Since you know, then it's easy. Tell me where he came from, and which passage he came from." "I can only tell you his name, but I can't tell you where he's from." "It's against the rules," Sophie refused. "Rules? You know what rules are. On the ancient road, we are the rules," the golden-robed man said arrogantly. Sophie smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but even you can't change this rule." The golden-robed man's expression immediately became gloomy. He coldly said, "You should know that this Ziqian didn't just offend the Jin family, but the entire 5 Elements aristocratic families. Other than the 5 Elements aristocratic families, there's also the Sword Sect, the Shaji clan, and the Ba Dao clan. You should think carefully." With every sentence the golden-robed man said, Sophie's expression would become more unnatural. Her heart would fiercely tremble. The forces that the golden-robed man mentioned were all great forces. Furthermore, they were the great forces of the entire Tianwu continent. She didn't know what Ziqian did in the depths of the ancient road to actually offend so many forces. However, the golden-robed man's words didn't scare Sophie. She almost didn't hesitate and directly said, "The rules are the rules. I'm just following the rules." "You're really not going to say?" The golden-robed man's face was immediately covered with frost. The expressions of the 4 people beside him were the same. The aura that had just calmed down around the 5 of them once again became tyrannical. "Everyone, this is the starting ground. This place has its own rules. Even the 5 Elements aristocratic families can't change them." An old voice resounded. The ancient road watcher appeared. He wore hemp clothes and walked over step by step. His originally slightly bent waist became abnormally tall and straight. The tavern owner also limped over and said, "I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place to look for the person you're looking for." The golden-robed man's expression became ashen. He coldly asked, "You're really not going to say? Have you thought of the consequences?" Just as the two groups of mortal origin realm experts were coldly conversing in the air, a woman in the crowd below transmitted her voice. "It's Zichan. They're actually looking for Zichan. According to what they said, Zichan should have offended many great forces. They're here to cause trouble." Beside the woman stood a black-robed man. His expression was cold, and his body emitted an aura that pushed people 1,000 miles away. He transmitted his voice, "Don't worry. As long as we don't say anything, no one will know where Zichan came from. Of course we won't say anything, but we can't guarantee that those monsters won't say anything either." The woman transmitted her voice worriedly. "It's been dozens of years. The ancient road passage has been opened several times, and Zichan's deeds are slowly fading away. They might not remember Zichan," the black-robed man said. In the air, the two sides were facing each other. The 5 people from the 5 Elements force were extremely ashen, but they couldn't do anything to the 3 people opposite them. The starting ground was under the control of the ancient race. The ancient race had never appeared, so the body cultivator branch was in charge. The body cultivator branch was an extension of the ancient race. "Zichan, I think I've heard of this name before." Suddenly, a voice came from below. The people in the air followed the voice and saw a man with a beast head, a human body, and a long tail. He was a mid-stage core realm monster. As soon as he spoke, the people around him looked at him with envy and jealousy. "Oh, you know him." The golden-robed man looked down at the monster. "I'm not sure if the Zichan I know is the one you're looking for. However, the Zichan I know is extremely powerful. He's a sky martial artist and has mastered ultimate Yuan force," the monster said. "There might be many people named Zichan in the world, but the sky martial artist Zichan was very rare. It's the monster. He knows." The woman's expression changed. The man said, "Don't worry." As he spoke, the space beside the man trembled slightly. "Oh, then tell me, where is the Zichan you know?" The golden-robed man asked kindly, but his heart was filled with killing intent. Now that he knew the name Zichan, he couldn't let him go even if he killed the wrong person. "He's here." As soon as the demon clan member said those 2 words, the space beside him split open, and an extremely powerful killing intent surged out. Just as the killing intent surged, a sharp sword light had already pierced through the demon clan member's sea of consciousness. "You're courting death." A shout came from the sky. Then, a golden light shot toward the owner of the sword light. Puff. A moment ago, the sword light killed the monster. In the next moment, the golden light killed the owner of the sword light. However, this was only a clone. The golden light destroyed it in one hit. Only a black blade fell to the ground with a clang. Such a sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. They subconsciously retreated more than 10 steps. "Who is it?" The 5 people's faces were distorted. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked down coldly. However, the people below looked a little panicked and shocked. They also looked innocent. They didn't look like the murderer at all. The golden-robed man looked at the 3 people again. However, he quickly eliminated them. If the 3 of them wanted to kill someone, they would have done it silently. Their only clue was gone. Furthermore, the Zichan that the other party knew was most likely the Zichan they were looking for. The golden-robed man scanned the surroundings of the dead demons. Indeed, he found another demon. His face was extremely pale, and there was fear on his face. He looked down at the monster and asked coldly, "Speak, do you all know?" This time, there were a total of 6 monsters. There were no Dragonians. The remaining 5 had fear on their faces. They didn't know what to say. "Don't worry. I'll make sure you don't die. Speak. If you don't, you'll die," the golden-robed man said coldly. One of them moved his mouth. He wanted to speak, but before he could say a word, the void beside him broke open again. "You're courting death." This time, the golden-robed man sensed it the moment the void was torn open. He extended his hand and pointed a finger. As the finger fell, the avatar dissipated. However, that was not the end of it. A sharp sword light appeared from the opposite direction and directly destroyed the demon. After the clone killed the enemy, it was killed by the golden-robed man. The other 4 monsters were extremely frightened. At this moment, one of the monsters beside the golden-robed man pointed at the black-robed man below and said, "It's him. It's this brat. How dare he play tricks in front of us? He's courting death. Die." The golden-robed man had a fiery temper. He pointed with his finger and was about to kill the black-robed man. As the golden light fell, the black-robed man's body suddenly twisted. Before the golden light could reach him, his body flashed and disappeared into thin air. "You want to leave? Stop right there." A loud shout was heard. The second mortal origin realm cultivator attacked somewhere in the void. The void broke open again. The black-robed man's body flashed and disappeared again. Since this side had already attacked, the others panicked and hid in all directions. Suafei and the others looked at each other and nodded. It was obvious that they wanted to stop this. Suddenly, another voice came from below. "I'm a monster from the wasteland." Zichen is. The demon thought that the black-clothed man was surrounded and had nothing to worry about. Greed surfaced in his heart once again. However, before he could finish his sentence, an attack emitting an illusory light flew towards him. This attack was extremely sharp. It chopped off the demon's head in one hit and obliterated his soul. Dark red blood sprayed on the monster beside him, causing his face to turn even paler. Swish. 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 Chapter 940. The psychedelic light flashed a few times and killed the other 4 demons. Of course, the crowd saw the attacker. However, when they saw who it was, they were all shocked. It was actually a woman, an extremely beautiful woman. She was a peerless beauty who should have been in the heavens and not in the mortal world. Such a beauty naturally left a deep impression on everyone. When the other party came, there were quite a few people who had ideas about her. However, those who had evil thoughts either had their arms or legs broken. This woman was extremely powerful, but she had a good heart. She had come here to teach many people a lesson, but she had never killed anyone. However, today, she suddenly attacked, and she attacked mercilessly. People couldn't help but guess whether the guy named Zichun had some sort of special relationship with her. Out of the 5 human origin stage cultivators, 3 of them had already attacked, but they still could not kill the man in black. The man's hiding skills were extremely good, and his movements were also very agile. During the attack, they had killed 3 people by mistake, but only injured the man. The scene was chaotic. Everyone was trying to dodge, but not everyone could avoid the attacks of the human origin stage cultivators. There were still 2 people who did not attack. Obviously, it was embarrassing for 5 people to attack a Dan origin stage cultivator together. However, the woman's sudden attack made the 2 of them change their expressions. However, when they saw the woman's face, a strange light flashed in their eyes. They formed a giant hand of energy in the air and tried to grab the woman. This woman was extremely beautiful, like a fairy. Although the 2 of them were in the human origin stage and had long been immune to women's charms, when they saw the woman's face, they still had some evil thoughts in their hearts. Bang! Bang! The 2 giant hands of energy were shattered. Sophie's mountain-like figure stood in front of the woman. "How dare you stop me?" Looking at the mountain-like Sophie, their expressions changed again. The anger in their hearts could not help but rise. As soon as it rose, it burned like a raging flame. On one hand, it was because their attacks had been countered and they felt that they had lost face. However, more importantly, it was because Sophie had destroyed the illusion in their hearts. Just a moment ago, they had seen a stunning beauty, causing ripples in their hearts and fantasies to arise in their hearts. However, in the next moment, such an ugly person was standing in front of them. The visual impact of this was not any weaker than a spiritual thought attack. The 2 of them could not bear it. Just as Sophie made her move, the tavern owner and the old man moved as well. The 2 of them blocked the attacks of the other 3 and protected the heavily injured man in black. "What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" The golden-robed man stared coldly at the 3 of them. A sharp glint flashed in the old man's eyes as he coldly said, I should be the one asking this question. Killing people in the starting ground? Are you trying to rebel? A wisp of disdain flashed through the golden-robed man's eyes as he said, as the ancient road's supervisor, killing a few people is nothing to me. I advise all of you not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, even the body cultivator lineage won't be able to protect all of you. The elder's expression did not change as he coldly said, We don't need others to protect us. We are merely upholding the rules of the starting ground. If you continue to be so aggressive and unscrupulous, then don't blame us for being impolite. You're welcome. The mockery in the golden-robed man's eyes intensified. What? You want to kill us? Come, we'll stand still. Let's see if you dare to touch us. The old man's face turned ashen, but Sophie was not afraid. She directly shouted, her voice loud like thunder, Fine, we'll move. Who do you think you are? As she spoke, a powerful aura surged around Sophie. She was about to fight with the people in the air. Sophie, don't be impulsive. The tavern owner brought the black-robed man to the side and stopped Sophie at the same time. The other party was from the Five Elements aristocratic family. Once they made a move, they would definitely offend the other party. The golden-robed man looked down at the people below and coldly said, Now, I'll give you two choices. One is to hand over these two people, and the other is to fight with us and go against the Five Elements aristocratic family. The old man raised his head and looked at the five people. After a while, he said, I choose the third choice. The golden-robed man smiled. You only have two choices. A mysterious look suddenly flashed across the old man's face. He said, No, I have a third choice. That is to expel them. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around the five of them began to distort violently. Then, a huge spatial passage appeared behind the five of them like the mouth of the netherworld. From the passage, the power of the rules surged out. This power of the rules directly enveloped the five of them, trying to forcibly pull them out. Under the rule power's shroud, the five people completely lost control of their bodies. Their figures were pulled toward the passage behind them. Looking at the five people who were about to leave, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Using the rule power here was their privilege. If the five of them wanted to cause trouble here, they had obviously come to the wrong place. The tavern owner and Sophie's expressions also eased. However, before the smiles on their faces could fully bloom, the smiles froze and disappeared. There was an uproar in the surroundings. In the air, an ancient token appeared in front of the five people. There was an ancient word written on the token. It shone brightly. The rule power that was suppressing the five people was completely blocked by the light of the token. This is the ancient clan's token. You guys actually brought a token. The three people's faces turned ugly. Just in case, we brought the ancient clan's token. We thought we would never need to use it, but we didn't expect you guys to not appreciate our kindness and go against the Five Elements forces. As they spoke, the ancient clan's token suddenly emitted a bright light. Wherever the light passed, the rule power disappeared. Behind the five people, the passage also slowly disappeared. The distorted space also slowly calmed down. This was the most ancient clan's token. It was said that it had existed for as long as the ancient road. This thing was extremely rare, but it had a lot of authority. As the ancient road's controller, the Five Elements families only had one ancient clan's token. It was used under special circumstances to mobilize or disperse the ancient road's rule power. The other party had the ancient clan's token, so it was undoubtedly unrealistic to expel them. Now, it was time to choose. They could either hand over the five people or fight. Among the three of them, Sophie's opinion was obviously to fight. That was because she was not afraid of five people. Although they were all ancient road guardians, there were still differences in strength between the ancient road guardians. If it was really 3 against 5, they were confident that they could win. However, at this moment, the five people were not relying on battle prowess, but their status. 2 choices, the golden-robed man said, looking down at the 3 people with a mocking expression. Hurry up and choose. The tavern owner and the old man hesitated. Sophie wanted to fight, but 1 against 5, she obviously couldn't win. Don't worry about me. Suddenly, The black-robed man stood up. His previous injuries had already healed, but his black robes were still stained with blood. That's right. We're not afraid of death. The beautiful woman also took a step forward. Look, he already said he doesn't need you to worry about him, but you're still shamelessly protecting him. I say, you're a cripple, and you're a half-crippled old man. Have you taken a liking to this little girl? And you, ugly woman. Oh, I mean, are you a woman? Have you taken a liking to this guy? The golden-robed man laughed mockingly. The other 4 people beside him also laughed. The others didn't dare to laugh when they saw the guardians of the ancient road being ridiculed like this. Sophie's aura could no longer be suppressed and was extremely tyrannical. The tavern owner was also furious. His battle prowess wasn't weak, but today, he was being ridiculed like this. Only the old man was able to keep his cool. However, at this moment, he didn't know what to do. What? You can't make a choice. How about this? I'll help you. Even as he laughed viciously, the 5 golden-robed men moved. Like beams of light, they shot toward the woman and the young man. However, at that moment, the void split open again, and another tunnel appeared. When the golden-robed man saw the tunnel, a cold smile appeared on his face. An ancient medallion appeared in his hand. I told you, he said coldly, rules are useless against me. However, when he saw the tunnel up ahead, a look of shock appeared on the old man's face. After all, he wasn't the one who had created the tunnel. In the next moment, another ancient token appeared from the passageway. After the ancient token appeared, another 2 people walked out from it. The one in the lead was a young man. His eyes were calm, but as soon as he appeared, the crowd cried out in alarm. Zichun! It's Zichun! Isn't that the person they're looking for? After Zichun appeared, the devil ape also walked out. When the 2 of them heard the exclamations and saw so many people below, they were stunned. The starting ground? How did we get to the starting ground? The devil ape's voice rang out. I don't know, Zichun said, shaking his head. Long time no see. When Zichun lowered his head, he saw Sophie and the others. Thinking back to what had happened in the past, a strange smile appeared on Zichun's face. Little did he know that when the 3 of them saw Zichun, their expressions became even stranger. What, have you forgotten about me? Zichun said, smiling. Back then, I was indebted to the 3 of you for your kindness. The 3 of them didn't say anything, but the strange expressions on their faces grew even stronger. Hee hee. Zichun chuckled, looked at Sophie, and said, You're called Sophie, right? You're the guardian of the tunnel. That battle back then didn't seem to be very satisfying. Why don't we have another battle? Sophie's mouth twitched, but she didn't say anything. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zichun had provoked the 3 guardians of the tunnel as soon as he appeared. Was he relying on his strength or courage? If it was the former, Zichun would be extremely terrifying. If it was the latter, he was simply courting death. Zichun, weren't you in the trial? Seeing the dead silence around, and the people of the 5 elements didn't say anything, the tavern owner asked. Zichun said directly, Oh, I was expelled. Expelled? The tavern owner was puzzled. He had never heard of such a strange word before. That's right. I accidentally killed a spirit body and was expelled. Zichun's words stunned the 3 of them. The 3 of them were experts who had successfully passed through the ancient road, so they naturally knew what kind of existence a spirit was. They didn't expect Zichun to kill a spirit. The 3 of them were deeply shocked. Their hearts were beating violently, and their breathing was somewhat unstable. They didn't know what to say. Could it be that they should say, Hee hee, it's good to kill a spirit and expel it? Zichun, Zichun. Chapter 941. Sophie's towering figure blocked Zichun's line of sight, so he didn't notice Shang Guanyuer immediately. However, just as the other party spoke, Zichun recognized Shang Guanyuer's voice. Following his line of sight, he saw Shang Guanyuer walking out from behind Sophie. When she saw Zichun, her beautiful face was filled with excitement and disbelief. You were. Zichun's body trembled as he looked at her in disbelief. Why are you here? Both of them asked the same question at the same time. Then, Without caring about the feelings of the others around them, they rushed towards each other and hugged each other in the air. The two of them hugged each other in the air without any scruples. Naturally, the others around them were envious and jealous. They had already fantasized about hugging a beauty countless times in their hearts. Now, their dreams had come true, but they were in someone else's arms. Among them, the ones with the strongest hatred were the Five Elements forces. Zichun, a mere Dan origin stage cultivator, had ignored the five of them. As a member of the Five Elements forces, a mortal origin stage cultivator who had successfully passed the Ancient Road, and a clone of the Ancient Road Guardian, they had never been ignored like this before. The five of them gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with hostility as they approached the two of them. "Why are you here?" Zichun looked at Shangguanyu with great surprise. "I'm here with Zhang Haoyin. We're going to the Ancient Road trials. We wanted to see if we could find you or hear any news about you." Shangguanyu leaned on Zichun's chest and exhaled. Zichun stroked a strand of hair in front of Shangguanyu and said, "Silly girl, it's dangerous here. You shouldn't have come." Shangguanyu shook her head and said, "I'm not afraid. I want to train and become stronger." "Where's Zhang Haoyin?" Zichun asked. "Zichun." Zhang Haoyin walked out from behind Sophie. He was dressed in black, and there was a touch of excitement on his cold face. There were still traces of blood on his body that hadn't dried yet. Zichun, who had originally wanted to go towards Zhang Haoyin, suddenly saw the bloodstains on his body and sensed the unstable aura on Zhang Haoyin's body. He frowned and asked, "You were injured just now. Who hurt you?" Zichun glanced at Sophie and the other two with a questioning look in his eyes. He wondered if the three of them were going to use the same trick they had used on him to force Zhang Haoyin to enter the Ancient Road of the Strongest. Shangguanyu quickly explained, "It's not them. These three seniors are here to protect us. It's the five of them. They said they are from the Five Elements aristocratic family and are here to look for you." Shangguanyu quickly explained, only to find out that these people were actually here for him. Turning his head to look at the five of them, he found that they were actually even angrier than him. "It's you guys," Zichun said coldly as he looked at the five people not far from him. "Zichun, you dared to offend the Five Elements aristocratic family. Today is the day you die." The leader of the golden-robed men gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Hand over the heavenly tomes, and we can give you a quick death." "Quick? Not bad. I like that word." Zichun pulled Shangguanyu and said softly, You go to the side first. I'll deal with these five first." Shangguanyu's face was full of worry. "Can you do that? They are all in the mortal origin realm. Don't worry. I promise I won't leave anyone alive," Zichun said confidently. Shangguanyu nodded gently and landed on the ground. Zichun didn't lower his voice, and the surrounding trial takers heard him clearly. They were all shocked. Zichun was obviously a core origin realm trial taker, but he had threatened to kill the Ancient Road Guardians. Even Sophie and the other two's eyes flashed with a strange light. "You want to kill us? Dream on." The golden-robed man's aura surged, and the other four were also ready to fight. They were very clear about the fact that Zichun had killed a mortal origin realm cultivator. They weren't afraid of Zichun now because they were Ancient Road Guardians. As long as they were Ancient Road Guardians, their combat power was extremely strong, far surpassing that of ordinary mortal origin realm cultivators. Compared to the golden-robed men, Zichun was much less talkative. After watching Shangguanyu land on the ground, Zichun displayed his extreme speed and rushed toward the five people. The crowd was in an uproar. Zichun wanted to fight against five people by himself. Boom! The sky suddenly shook as the devil ape rushed toward one of the mortal origin realm cultivators with a black stick. During this time, Zichun had already exchanged blows with the golden-robed man in the air. With the perfect body and perfect origin energy, Zichun's attack was extremely powerful. With a loud bang, the golden-robed man was directly sent flying. In the process of flying, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The golden-robed man was injured in one blow. While the crowd was in an uproar, the golden-robed man's face was filled with shock. He never thought that Zichun's combat power would be so strong. The old man raised his head and looked at Zichun, his eyes flashing with a strange light. He sighed and said, "It hasn't been 100 years since Zichun entered the ancient road, but he has already grown to such a level. This growth rate is really too fast." Yes, 100 years have passed so quickly. Back then, he was just a decent sky realm cultivator. Who would have thought that he could even kill a spirit body cultivator now? The tavern owner also sighed. After that, the two of them inadvertently looked at Sophie. Among the three of them, Sophie had fought with Zichun before. It could be said that there was a grudge between them. If the other party held a grudge, Sophie would inevitably suffer. If you can't beat me, can't you run?" Sophie coldly snorted. While the three of them were talking, Zichun had already collided with the three of them in the air. It was a complete head-on collision and a complete explosion of power. Zichun's attack was like a cannonball exploding in front of the three of them, causing them to be injured and sent flying. The other two were blocked by the devil ape. The devil ape's black staff was extremely strong. As it waved its staff, its demonic aura filled the sky. The two of them were unable to fight back. The crowd of trial challengers below were all dumbfounded as they watched the battle in the air. The trial challengers were fighting against the guardians, and the battle was actually one-sided. The trial challengers, who were fighting above their ranks, actually had the upper hand. After being forced back, the five of them gathered together. Their faces were clearly filled with shock. The combat power of Zichun and the devil ape had far exceeded their expectations. If they had continued to fight, the five of them would definitely have died. However, the five of them were extremely unwilling to retreat just like that. The golden-robed man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly looked at Zichun. A light flashed in his hand, and the ancient token appeared once again. Holding the ancient token in his hand, he coldly shouted, "Rule, destroy." The ancient token suddenly began to glow. As the light passed, the surrounding space rippled and the power of the rule emerged. This was the second use of the ancient token. It could be used at a critical moment to mobilize the power of the rule to kill a powerful enemy on the ancient road. The power of the rule gathered in front of the ancient token and then turned into a sharp blade of rule. The sharp blade of rule emitted light, but there was no aura surging. It made it impossible to detect the strength of the attack on the blade. However, just the word rule was enough to explain everything. Seeing the sharp blade of rule, Zichun's pupils suddenly shrank. He signaled for the devil ape to quickly retreat. Then, Zichun flipped his hand, and an ancient token appeared in his hand. It's useless. This is an ancient token of the highest authority. Every aristocratic family only has one. The golden-robed man smiled sinisterly and willed the sharp blade of rule to slash at Zichun. Zichun activated the ancient token in front of him, but found that the ancient token could only release energy light to cover one person. In other words, the ancient token could only protect one person. The sharp blade of rule arrived in the blink of an eye. Zichun did not hesitate at all and immediately put the ancient token in the devil ape's hand. The devil ape's expression immediately changed, but before it could return the ancient token, the sharp blade of rule had already arrived in front of Zichun. Swoosh! The sharp blade of rule pierced through Zichun, but the expected blood did not burst out. The sharp blade of rule directly penetrated Zichun's body, but it did not leave any injuries on Zichun's body, nor did it destroy Zichun's soul. Zichun stood there in a daze. His heart was still in fear, but he still had his mind. It could be said that he was unharmed, just a little scared. Such a strange scene could be said to have stunned everyone. How could this be? The tavern owner and Sophie's faces were also full of shock. Things happened too fast, so fast that they had no time to react. However, the other party had the ancient token, so even if they had reacted, it would have been useless. However, what they did not understand was why Zichun was unscathed after being hit by the rule power. It seems that the rumors are true. All the killing rules on the ancient road are ineffective against the royal family. This time, it was the royal family's identity that saved him. The old man sighed, his eyes flashing. There is such a saying? The two obviously did not know about this rumor. The old man nodded and said, "Yes, it is said that the ancient road has a great relationship with the four royal families, and any rule power that is unfavorable to the royal family will lose its effect as long as the royal family mark appears." In the sky, The golden lightning mark between Ziqin's eyebrows was emitting a dazzling light. Just now, at the critical moment, the mark between Ziqin's eyebrows lit up. A strange power surged from the mark and spread throughout his body, blocking the rule power for him. How could this be? Seeing that the ancient token did not destroy the enemy, the five were completely dumbfounded. Die. Zichun reacted quickly. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he rushed toward the five. At the same time, the devil ape held the token in his left hand and the black rod in his right hand and rushed forward. Damn it! How could this be? Let's leave quickly. The five immediately panicked when their strongest trump card did not destroy the enemy. Knowing that their combat strength was not as good as Zichin's, they decided to retreat immediately. You want to leave? Dream on. The devil ape suddenly roared. Devil swallows the world. Billowing devil chi filled the sky. The clear sky a moment ago turned pitch black in the next moment. At the same time, the three guardians below looked at each other. The tavern owner transmitted his voice. Do we stop them? The three of us can mobilize the rule power here at the same time. Although we can't kill them, it shouldn't be a problem to block them for a while, the old man said. The five elements forces have been acting more and more arrogant recently. If we can block them for a while, it will be a while, and Zichun should be able to destroy them. Sophie also transmitted her voice. Okay. The old man nodded. At the same time, he mobilized a trace of the rule power and transmitted his voice to Zichun. Zichun, we can block them for a while so that they can't escape. Kill as many as you can. Zichun did not respond, but his hand movement was equivalent to a response to the three. Chapter 942. With a punch, the void shook. The rolling demonic aura began to boil like boiling black water. There was an ear-piercing shriek in the air, as if the space was about to be torn apart by this punch. The demonic aura between heaven and earth was turbulent. Not only did it block vision, but it also suppressed spiritual thoughts. Everyone could only hear the sound, but could not see what was happening in the air. The only ones who could see the battle were the three guardians who borrowed the power of the rules. After seeing Zichin's punch, the three of them could not help but be shocked. Damn it! Open for me! Open for me! The golden-robed man held the token in his hand. The yuan energy in his body kept surging. He wanted to use the ancient token to open a passage and forcibly leave this place. However, the space suddenly became incomparably solid, like an iron wall. The power of the rules gushing out from the ancient token could not shake it. This situation made him curse loudly. Suddenly, he felt a dangerous aura coming. Then, he heard a sharp shriek in his ears. This was the sound of some kind of object piercing through the space. It proved that this attack was extremely powerful. The golden-robed man's face immediately changed. Horror appeared on his face. When he realized that the attack was coming straight for him, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately manipulated the yuan energy in his body to form a protective shield. The golden light of the fist tore through the demonic aura and arrived in front of the golden-robed man. When the golden-robed man saw the light of the fist, he saw a pair of strange eyes, one gold and one silver, exuding a strange light. The eyes were cold and emotionless. At this moment, the golden-robed man felt a chill in his heart. He was not afraid of the light of the fist, but the ruthless eyes. The eyes were sharp as if they could see through all of his secrets. All of his means seemed to have nowhere to hide under the eyes. When the light of the fist arrived, it directly broke through the defense he had put up. It blasted through the weak spot. After it was broken, it hit the golden-robed man's chest. The turbulent energy poured into the golden-robed man's body through the light of the fist. It rushed up to the sea of consciousness and down to abdomen. Wherever it passed, the meridians and flesh were destroyed. Boom! The golden-robed man's physique could not withstand this energy. When the energy reached a limit, his body exploded. Just as his powerful spiritual thoughts rushed out, it was swept away by the explosion of the golden light of the fist and then destroyed. The golden-robed man was killed by Zichin's punch. The crowd below only heard a loud explosion, but did not know what had happened. Shangguan Yu's face was filled with worry, while Zhang Haoyan was frowning. Even the two of them were unable to see through the demonic qi that the demonic ape had created. Sophie and the other two were deeply shaken when they saw the golden-robed man die. They looked at each other and saw fear and shock in each other's eyes. Zichun had killed a human origin stage guardian with a single punch. After killing the golden-robed man, Zichun turned his head and looked in another direction with his golden-silver eyes. His gaze pierced through the layers of demonic qi and saw the panicked Yuan realm cultivator from the Hua family. He was surrounded by raging flames that formed a fire shield. At the same time, he was looking around cautiously. Zichun's vision was not affected by the demonic qi at all because of his pair of yin and yang eyes. Zichun called them yin-yang eyes. They could see through the yin and yang of the world and see through everything. They were not much different from the demonic ape's delusion breaker eyes. When Zichun was in the heavenly book world, he had found the assassin's trail. That was why he had taken the initiative to clash with the Jin family's spiritual body. He had planned to kill the spiritual body of the Jin family and turn the tables on him. Just as the second explosion rang out, something fell from the sky. It was a simple command medallion. When it landed on the stone square, it let out a crisp clang. That's the ancient token. That's Zichun's ancient token. No, it's the ancient token that just appeared. It belongs to a human origin stage cultivator. What happened? Why did he give up on the ancient token? Was the battle too intense for him to take care of the ancient token? Whispers sounded from all around. The tremors were still ringing. After 3 loud explosions, there were several slightly softer ones. These sounds did not last for long before they completely disappeared. Just as everyone was wondering if the battle was over, the demonic qi in the sky dissipated. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sky. They were eager to know which side had won. Was it the trial takers or the guardians? The demonic qi dissipated quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was completely gone. The world became bright again. But when they saw the figures in the sky, everyone's hearts beat violently. There were only 2 people left in the sky. They were the trial takers of the Dan origin stage. As for the other 5 guardians, they had disappeared. When the demonic qi dissipated, there was a layer of dust floating between heaven and earth. Within this dust, there were traces of energy surging. Dead, they're dead. After seeing the spirit rings in the hands of the 2 trial takers, the crowd concluded that the 5 of them were dead. For a moment, everyone was so shocked that they did not know what to say. Only Zhang Haoyan's eyes flashed as he muttered, "The ancient road really trains people." Zichun put away the spirit rings and glanced around. Only then did he land. He walked towards Zhang Haoyan and Shangguan Yu. At the same time, the devil ape also landed. After not seeing each other for so many years, both sides naturally had endless things to talk about. Zhang Haoyan tactfully left with the devil ape, leaving enough space for Zichun and Shangguan Yu. The 4 of them went straight out of the square. As for the others in the square, they watched the 4 of them leave. The shock on their faces did not diminish. Did you see that? This is the effect of the ancient road. The tavern owner suddenly opened his mouth and said loudly, "More than 100 years ago, Zichun was only at the early stage of the Dan origin stage. His battle strength was average. However, he has only stepped onto the ancient road for more than 100 years, and he already has such means. There are many opportunities on the ancient road. You only have one chance in your life to participate. Don't miss it." These words pulled the crowd out of their shock. Instead, the trial takers' spirits were lifted. Their eyes were shining, and their confidence was bursting. All right, the trial passage is open. After that, the 3 of them opened the passage and began to let the trial takers enter. Zichun and Shangguan Yu left the square and walked into the distance. There were no other trial takers around them. "You shouldn't have come here." Zichun was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Shangguan Yu had been holding on to Zichun's arm. Her head was leaning on Zichun's shoulder. She closed her eyes and walked forward. One could see that her face was filled with happiness. She was indeed very happy. Zichun had many close female friends, but she was the only one he was with. After a long time, she opened her eyes and took a deep breath. Her soft voice was filled with determination. I want to experience. I want to become stronger. I can protect you, Zichun said. Shangguanyuer, who rarely disobeyed Zichun, shook her head and said, No, I don't want you to protect me. I also don't want to be a burden to you. Seeing that Zichun was about to say something, Shangguanyuer said first, Old Gue sensed that there was going to be a change in this world. Maybe when that time comes, everyone will suffer. I don't want to be a burden to you at that time. Moreover, after you left, I returned to the Guangyu Pavilion and received the Guangyu Pavilion's inheritance. However, the inheritance is not complete. I need to go to the ancient road to find the complete inheritance. Zichun nodded and did not say anything else. After that, the two of them sat on the ground. Shangguanyuer leaned into Zichun's arms. The two of them poured out their hearts to each other. When you came to the ancient road, did you see them? Shangguanyuer asked. Them. Yes, haven't you been looking for them? Zichun naturally knew who Shangguanyuer was talking about. He nodded and said, I saw them. Oh, did something happen? Shangguanyuer asked. After that, Zichun told Shangguanyuer about what had happened that day. Shangguanyuer felt very regretful about this. She was actually expelled after coming out. She did not even have time to be alone with him. However, whether Shangguanyuer really felt regretful or not was another matter. Zichun also told her about Guyu. Shangguanyuer's eyes flashed with a strange light. Her eyes were filled with resentment. However, this matter could not be blamed on Zichun. After Zichun finished, Shangguanyuer hugged Zichun's arm and laughed. What are you laughing at? Zichun asked. I'm laughing at your charm. Do you really think that Guyu is only with you because of the oath? Shangguanyuer said. Is it not? Of course, the oath is part of it. However, I think the main reason is that your charm is too great. Is that so? Zichun smiled. However, there was a strange emotion in his smile. Shangguanyuer's eyes were also shining. The two of them looked at each other. Then, they hugged and kissed. The two of them slowly overlapped and fell backwards. The clothes on their bodies gradually fell off. Their breathing became rapid. Perfect Yuan energy surged out from Zichun's body. This Yuan energy turned into rays of light and formed a protective barrier, completely protecting the two of them. Within the barrier, the two of them indulged themselves and enjoyed the passion. After a long time, as the restrictive spell dissipated, the clothes that had disappeared from their bodies reappeared. Shangguanyuer's face was still slightly flushed, her face glowing with a bright light, looking extremely enchanting and charming. On the other hand, Zichun looked slightly tired, but he was still in high spirits. When the two of them arrived at the tavern, several people were already waiting for them. Seeing the two of them enter, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Shangguanyuer lowered her head and did not speak. Her face was red. Zichun looked at everyone calmly. It's been more than 100 years since we last met. Zichun, your progress is really amazing. The tavern owner was the first to sigh. Then, he personally poured a large cup of wine for Zichun. The two of them sat down. Zichun took the wine cup and said with a smile, I can't afford to pay for such a large cup. The tavern owner smiled and said, This cup is on me. It's free. The old man looked at Zichun and also sighed. I didn't expect that Zichun would do such an earth-shattering thing on the ancient road. It really makes us old fellows blush with shame. Because Zichun had done it for a long time, during this period of time, it was enough for them to know about Zichun's deeds through some channels. Moreover, the devil ape was also there. When it told Zhang Haoyan about what had happened in these years, it did not avoid the three of them. In addition to the old man and the tavern owner, there was also a woman in the tavern. She was a woman whose figure and beauty could be considered top-notch. It was an unfamiliar face. However, when Zichun sensed the aura on the other party's body, he was clearly surprised. Chapter 943. This tall woman in purple actually had the same aura as Sophie. However, when he thought of Sophie's imposing figure and the beautiful woman before him, the shock on Zichun's face became even more intense. What's wrong? Are you stunned? The tavern owner laughed. How? How is this possible? Zichun was surprised. If you can be expelled from the ancient road, what else is impossible in this world? The tavern owner smiled smugly. At the same time, he limped towards the woman, seemingly wanting to sit beside her. Damn cripple, get lost. The woman pushed the tavern owner away. Although she was cursing, her voice was very pleasant. After that, she smiled apologetically at Zichun and said, Zichun, about what happened back then. Without waiting for her to finish, Zichun waved his hand, stood up, and said seriously, I have to thank the 3 seniors for what happened back then. Thank you for giving Zichun the opportunity to enter the strongest trial. With that, Zichun bowed deeply to the 3 of them. At the same time, the demonic ape also stood up and bowed to the 3 of them to express its gratitude. Zichun, the monk, and the demonic ape had benefited greatly from their trip to the ancient road, especially Zichun. He had obtained a perfect body and had gained the most. Although the demonic ape had encountered some problems along the way, it was all because of the 5 Elements faction. Fortunately, the demonic ape had been on the strongest ancient road. If it had been on the first ancient road, it would have been suppressed by everyone long ago. In addition, the demonic ape had also gained a lot on the ancient road. Haha, I knew it. Zichun isn't that kind of person. The old man laughed loudly. Zichun is one of us now. He belongs to the ancient body cultivator lineage, so he won't be so petty. Cripple also had a smile on his face. Sophie smiled. The other party was indeed Sophie, the beautiful Sophie. After chatting for a while, the old monitor said, Zichun, I've heard about your matter. You gained a lot on the ancient road, but because of this, you offended many factions. What do you plan to do next? Zichun said, I plan to return and protect my faction first. When the 3 of them heard this, they immediately looked at each other, but none of them spoke. The current Zichun was no longer the person he used to be. He was now on equal footing with them. When the 3 of them spoke to Zichun, they would need to consider carefully. They were no longer as casual as they used to be with the younger generation. Strength determined one's status. The 3 of them looked at each other, clearly communicating with their eyes. After that, the old man spoke, Zichun, the matter of the heavenly tomes is no small matter. For the heavenly tomes, all the major forces will definitely do whatever it takes. You should know that the rise of the major forces is due to the heavenly tomes. And the heavenly tomes in your possession are enough to drive anyone crazy. Zichun nodded. I know. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, What I mean is that when necessary, you can choose to be alone and give up some. Zichun nodded again and said with a smile, If it really comes to that, I will consider it. Since he had already said so much, there was no point in saying anything more. As for whether Zichun would listen, it was all up to him. Zhang Haoyan frowned slightly and said directly, The experts of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion are guarded by Elder Gu Wei. As for the pavilion, there is also LV Pong, a formation master. In the face of a strong enemy, it is not a problem to defend. If you don't return, even if they find the place, they will not make a big fuss. At most, they will be burning with anger and tear down the Bedlam land. But they will not be able to do anything to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Zhang Haoyan's words were obviously much more direct. What he meant was that Zichun should not return. If he did not return, his life would not be in danger, and the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion could still be saved. As for the Bedlam land, it was fine if it was gone. Zhang Haoyan was not like Zichun. He was born cold, did not speak much, and did not have many friends. His temperament was incomparably firm, or even cold. In his eyes, there was no so-called good or evil. He was not a compassionate person. As long as it did not involve him or his friends, he would not be sad or take revenge. At most, he would be angry. Zichun hesitated slightly and said, Let me think about it. Zhang Haoyan glanced at Zichun again and said, You are a good person who always thinks about others. I know what you did in the world of ancient beasts. If it were me, I would not have cared. The monster race oppresses them. So be it. Go ahead and kill them. It has nothing to do with you. You, the demon ape, and the monk risked your lives to fight for the Bedlam land. But what did you get in return? Zhang Haoyan snorted. If I did not return in time, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion would have been forced out of the world of ancient beasts. You think for their good, but they might not think for you. As for those so-called alliances of yours, they are nothing but a joke before they have enough strength to resist." Zhang Haoyin's words were not polite at all, and he did not care about Zichen's face at all. It should be known that Zhang Haoyin's strength was not comparable to Zichen's. Sophie and the others had strange expressions when they heard his words. However, the demon ape did not say anything, and Shang Guanyuer did not find it inappropriate either. Zichen took a deep breath, but he did not know what to say. That was the thing he was most worried about, and he did not expect it to actually happen. It seemed that strength and benefits were the deciding factor between the various factions. "What about now?" asked Zichun. Zhang Haoyin said, "Now that LV Peng is in charge of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, no one dares to have any ideas about it. After so many years, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and its market have truly become the core of the entire Bedlam lands. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion is now the undisputed strongest faction. Of course, that is on the premise that all of you return. However, it is worth mentioning that your female disciple has great potential. She is not only in the mortal origin realm, but she is also the strongest person in the entire Bedlam lands. Our Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's faction in the world of ancient beasts is led by her, and she is also a bloodthirsty person." In the end, Zhang Haoyin smiled mysteriously and said, "In the world of ancient beasts, there may not be many demons who know about Zichun, but there are definitely many who know about Ling." Speaking of Linger, Zichen's face was filled with relief. After not seeing her for so many years, she had obviously grown up and could take charge of things on her own. He asked, "Since she is already in the core realm, why didn't Ling come with you?" This time, Zhang Haoyin did not speak. Instead, he glanced at Shang Guanyuer. Shang Guanyuer's expression was a little strange. "In the end," she said that she wants to take charge of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and wait for you to return." Before she finished speaking, Shang Guanyuer could not help laughing. Zichen asked again, "Did she say anything else?" This time, even Zhang Haoyin laughed. Shang Guanyuer said, "She said that she wants to wait for you to return and then marry you. She also told us that if we see you, we should tell you that she has grown up and can get married. She will only marry you." "Nonsense, I am her master." Zichen almost spat out the wine he had just drunk. Shang Guanyuer laughed again. "She said that she wants to marry you, master." After the small talk, it was time to get down to business. The journey on the ancient road was full of danger. Zichen had experienced it himself. It could be said that the journey was full of danger. Therefore, he could not allow any mishaps to happen to the two of them on this journey. He had to give them enough things. Zichen first gave them resources. There were the resources he obtained from killing the spiritual bodies and the resources from the 5 human origin stage cultivators. Even though the two of them had brought a lot of resources from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and said that they had enough resources, Zichen still forced them to give them more. These were all excellent resources, such as high-grade origin liquid and soul-melting pills. Even Sophie and the other two's eyes flashed with a strange light. In addition to the resources, Zichen also passed on perfect techniques to the two of them. Shang Guanyuer refused. "I don't want them. My techniques are very suitable for me. You don't have to deliberately cultivate them. However, when you cultivate, you can learn from them. It will definitely not be bad for your cultivation," Zichen said. Shang Guanyuer accepted the 3 golden jade slips. At this moment, she did not know how valuable these jade slips were. After that, Zichen naturally gave Zhang Haoyin the same thing. "These are fruits of strength. They can increase your physical strength." Zichen gave the two of them dozens of fruits of strength. "These are essence of thunder liquid. They can change the quality of your origin energy. You can refine them with your techniques." Zichen gave the two of them more than 100 drops of essence of thunder liquid. "These are soul-melting pills and soul-freezing pills. They can increase your control of origin energy and spiritual sense. Take them and refine them when you have time." Zichen gave the two of them enough resources and told them about the dangers on the ancient road. He also told them to be careful. Shang Guanyuer suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh right, come and take a look at the spirit-devouring rat. It has been sleeping for a long time." With a flash of light, a palm-sized, snow-white little guy appeared in her hand. It was the spirit-devouring rat. However, it used to be half a meter long, but now it was only the size of a palm. After it came back last time, it fell into a deep sleep. I went to see old Gue a few times. He said that it was sleeping, but did not say when it would wake up. Moreover, old Gue said that he was not sure about this situation. Shangguan Yu said. Zichun looked at the spirit-devouring rat. At the same time, he released his spiritual sense and asked, "How long has it been sleeping?" 32 years. Sophie and the other two also stepped forward and looked at the spirit-devouring rat quietly. Their eyes were full of surprise. The spirit-devouring rat seemed to be sleeping. Its breathing was very stable. Zichun did not find anything unusual with his spiritual sense. The old man looked at the spirit-devouring rat for a long time. After a while, he said, "It's obviously transforming. However, it hasn't woken up for dozens of years. There should be a problem with the transformation. Is there a way?" Zichun looked at the old man. The old man shook his head and said, "There is no effective way. However, there are a few ways to try. You can try to use the blood essence or soul power in your body to see if you can wake it up." Shangguan Yu shook her head and said, "I tried before, but it didn't work." The old man said, "Zichun's origin power and soul power are extraordinary. It might be effective." Zichun nodded. Then, he held the spirit-devouring rat in the palm of his hand and urged the perfect origin power in his body to surge into the rat's body. As his origin power entered, Zichun felt that there was a powerful force hidden in the spirit-devouring rat's body. However, this force seemed to have lost its master and was now in a dormant state. Chapter 944. In the spirit-devouring rat's sea of consciousness, there was a layer of defensive light. This layer of defense was very easy to break through for those with perfect spiritual senses. Zichun used a gentle method to break through the spiritual sense defense and entered the depths of the spirit-devouring rat's sea of consciousness. Here, Zichun saw a spirit-devouring rat that was glowing all over. This was the spiritual sense of the spirit-devouring rat, and also the location of its soul. It seemed to be sleeping, and it did not notice when Zichun's spiritual sense invaded it. Zichun's spiritual sense carefully entered the spirit-devouring rat's soul to investigate its situation. Outside, everyone looked at Zichun nervously. After a while, Zichun opened his eyes. Shangguan Yu asked, "How is it?" Zichun shook his head and said, "It's fine. It's just sleeping, and there's no danger. I left a wisp of perfect spiritual sense in its spiritual sense. I think it will wake up soon." Shangguan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After Zichun left, the spirit-devouring rat came back and followed her. She did not want anything to happen to the spirit-devouring rat. After killing the people of the Five Elements force, the other party would soon sense that danger could come at any time. This place was no longer safe, and Zichun did not plan to stay any longer. However, they had to part after just meeting, so it was inevitable that they would be reluctant to part. The void above the square had been broken open, and the passage to the ancient road of trials appeared. The passage opened for the two of them was naturally the strongest ancient road of trials. Shangguan Yu stood at the bottom of the ancient road with tears on her face. She looked at Zichun with eyes full of reluctance. "Take care." The two hugged each other for a long time before separating. Zichun said softly. The two of them soared into the sky and then entered their respective passages. Zhang Haoyan nodded at Zichun and the demon ape, while Shangguan Yu kept waving her hand. Boom! Just as the passage was about to close, a powerful energy suddenly emerged from this side of the world. This energy broke through space and went straight for Zichun. Caught off guard, Zichun was sent flying and coughed up blood. Zichun disappeared from their sight. The two of them instantly changed, but before they could fly out of the ancient road and rush to Zichun, the passage automatically closed. The two figures disappeared, and Shangguan Yu's voice reverberated throughout the world. The devil ape quickly rushed towards Zichun and supported Zichun. The attack just now was very powerful. It had actually injured Zichun, who had a perfect body. If it were anyone else, even if they were at the human primordial realm, they would probably have been killed by the sneak attack. Zichun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking up into the sky. Seeing that Shang Guanyu, and Zhang Haoyan had disappeared, Zichun heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His eyes then turned back to where the energy had come from. The expressions of the three guardians became extremely solemn. The attack just now clearly used some of the power of the rules, but they actually did not sense it. Even now, they still could not sense where the other party was. Be careful, the intruder is not an ordinary person. We can't detect him even if we use the laws, the old man reminded Zichun. It was obvious that the intruder would not harm them. He would only target Zichun. A red light flashed in the devil ape's eyes, and the delusion breaker eye appeared. After Zichun got up, his eyes also flashed with the yin-yang light. He looked into the void, but he did not find anything unusual. Zichun asked, even the laws can't detect him. Could it be that the other party is above the laws? The old man shook his head and said, that's impossible. No one can be above the laws. For such a possibility to appear, it can only mean that the other party has mastered more laws. Moreover, his concealment technique is very high. Concealment technique? Zichun frowned and said, could it be an assassin? He used his yin-yang eye and delusion breaker eye to scan his surroundings. However, he wasn't sure if it was due to carelessness, but when his gaze shifted, an empty spot appeared. This empty spot happened to be beside Zichun. Just as their gazes swept past, the void split open, and a pitch-black sharp blade stabbed towards Zichun. A cold light flashed in Zichun's eyes, and he shouted, I've been waiting for you. The moment the sharp blade appeared, the dragon soul spear in Zichun's hand also appeared, and he stabbed towards the owner of the sharp blade. It was a black-clothed assassin. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he instantly reversed his original sure-kill attack and blocked the dragon soul spear. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as the two exchanged blows, and the black-clothed assassin retreated. Zichun's expression changed when his attack was blocked. His body suddenly twisted, and he dodged to the side. As soon as his body disappeared, a sharp blade flashed past the place where Zichun had been standing. Zichun's body moved 3 meters away. Golden blood spilled from his chest, and there was a long wound that extended from his chest to his lower abdomen. The assassin had used a sure-kill attack. This attack could only be used to advance, but not retreat. However, the other party turned around at the critical moment and blocked Zichun's attack. Obviously, this was not a sure-kill attack, so Zichun sensed that something was wrong and quickly retreated. However, he did not expect that he was still one step too late. After the two attacks, the two of them hid in the air again. It's an assassin. At this moment, the few of them could already confirm the other party's identity. The one in the dark was an assassin, but he was an assassin who used the power of rules to conceal himself. Each of his opponent's attacks contained some power of rules. This power of rules was not used to kill Zichun, but to conceal himself. The red light in the demonic ape's eyes intensified, but under the delusion breaker eye, it still couldn't see anything, not even a phantom. Zichun held his spear and stood in the air. His perfect body was rapidly recovering from his injuries. The demonic ape was 4 meters away from Zichun. It held the black rod and stood there, constantly scanning the area with the delusion breaker eye. Zichun also pushed his yin-yang eyes to the limit, but like the demonic ape, he couldn't see anything. Zichun simply gave up on using his yin-yang eyes and closed his eyes. He separated his perfect spiritual sense from his sea of consciousness and transformed it into a fine net that spread out within 10 meters. Once there was movement in the surroundings, his perfect spiritual sense would be able to detect it. In another direction, Sophie and company looked at each other and used their highest authority to use the power of the rules to investigate their surroundings. The other party only hides and doesn't attack. It's very difficult to detect them. You have to be careful. There might be more than 2 of them, the elder, who had gained nothing, said again. Zichun's expression didn't change, but a light flashed on his back. The heavenly lightning wings slowly appeared. He didn't dare make too big of a move because the existence in the dark gave him a lot of pressure. All this time, Zichun had been able to completely defeat the assassin by relying on his omnipotent perception. In front of him, The hidden assassin was no different from an ordinary person. But now, with his perception ineffective, Zichen finally felt the pressure. This was the pressure every expert felt when facing an assassin. Although Zichen's movements were very small and light, the assassin still seized the opportunity. The void behind Zichen split open as a black sword beam shot towards Zichen's back. Zichen didn't turn around. He spun the spear in his hand and stabbed behind him. Clang! The spear blocked the assassin's killing blow, but the powerful force also shook the spear away. Zichen's back was exposed to the black sword beam, but he still didn't turn around. Although the killing blow didn't contain enough power, it was still enough to kill Zichen. A light flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. He moved his sharp blade forward and stabbed towards Zichen's back. At that moment, a turbulent energy appeared from the side and struck towards the assassin with terrifying power. It was the demon ape. He had launched an attack at that moment. This attack was fierce and powerful. If the assassin was hit, he would be seriously injured, if not killed. Moreover, this attack was very fast. Before he killed Zichen, this attack would definitely land first. Therefore, the assassin decisively chose to block. Another tremor sounded. He was sent flying, but his figure hid as he retreated. This was only the first attack. Then, the void in front of Zichen was also split open. A sharp sword beam came towards him. However, Zichen didn't turn around before. He had guessed that this attack would come. Therefore, when he sensed the movement in front of him, he clenched his fist and punched. This punch contained a great amount of power, and it directly hit the sharp blade. With a bang, this sharp blade, which was definitely at the human level, was directly shattered by Zichen. In the next moment, the light of the punch flew towards the assassin in front of him. Just as the assassin in front of him attacked, the void on both sides of Zichen trembled. Two more attacks appeared. These two attacks came towards Zichen from the left and right. Monstrous killing intent surged in the sky. The fierce attacks had already fallen. In the midst of the energy tremors, the blood-red light burst out in the air. Crazy energy ripples surged and spread in all directions. Zichen's surroundings once again became empty and spacious. Just now, facing 4 attacks at once, Zichen didn't move a single step. He neutralized all 4 attacks and even injured one of the assassins. As for the price, 2 of his doppelgangers were killed. The energy dissipated. Heaven and earth became quiet again. The heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back were fully extended. The thunder wings on Zichen's back flapped slowly. His face was full of confidence. He held the long spear in his hand and said to the void again. The surroundings were quiet. The assassin didn't continue to attack. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on Zichen's face. He said, "If you're not going to attack, then I'm going to leave." As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient token appeared in Zichen's hand. Then, the ancient token glowed and enveloped him. But soon, Zichen's face was filled with shock. The ancient token had actually lost its effect at this moment. The shock disappeared in a flash, but the assassin still seized the opportunity. The void around Zichen was torn apart at the same time. For fierce attacks appeared again. When the monstrous killing intent surged again, the 4 attacks had already landed. A light flashed under Zichen's feet. His body immediately turned sideways and dodged the 2 attacks. At the same time, the thunder wings on his back curled up. When he blocked the original attack from the side, the dragon soul spear in his hand stabbed forward fiercely. At the same time, after Zichen attacked with the spear, he also threw out a punch. It was a punch with perfect technique. Zichen's spear blasted away the sharp blade in front of him. The fist light hit the assassin's chest. Under the powerful punch, the terrifying energy rushed into the assassin's body. The assassin's body was directly sent flying. However, just as he hid in the void, his body exploded. The thunder wings on Zichen's back blocked the attack for him, but the 2 sharp blades approached him one after another. The 2 sharp blades exerted force in a bid to slash apart Zichen's body. The sharp blades were originally meant to stab forward, but they were switched to slashing sideways. The strength was greatly reduced, and when they struck the perfect body, they only left 2 deep wounds. However, they were blocked by the tough bones. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.